we've got another QS 1000. We just wrapped up the Burley QS 1000 last weekend. Alistair Reginato and Nixie Ryan taking out the win.
Good waves up there too. So it looks like today we have some really nice conditions, 1 to 3 foot swell. A lot of guys really desperate for points in this event as they look to qualify for the Challenger Series for 2024. As I said, the men's is stacked, so is the women's. And traditionally, this place offers up some really fun beaches, so it's going to be an awesome 2 days of action at the Camplify Port Stephens Pro.
Yeah, this event's been around for ages too. I remember before I even started competing, when it was back to the old QS range, it was a QS 6000, I think. It was still a prime event, and yeah, everyone came around to this event globally, and it's so cool that it's still running now, and especially just for the Australians.
Yeah, it was interesting you say that, because back in the day, I remember one year Isabella Nichols won it the year she qualified, and both her and Brissa Hennessy were sort of in the semi-finals and the final of that event, and they're now, taking on the world's best, and both of them women made the quarters of Sunset. So it's the transition from QS level into the World Championship Tour. But yeah, it's got a steep history when it comes to this event and this region. It's great to be in Port Stephens. It's such a beautiful area, good waves, just a couple of hours outside of Sydney. So it's a fun place to come to.
Yeah, I used to love coming here and seeing everyone riding on the camels, just on all those sand dunes. Just behind where the camera is, there's just sand dune hills for miles.
Did you ever try that?
No, I didn't, but I always wanted to. I was just like, oh my goodness, look at them.
I'd fall off for sure.
Yeah, you know what? I probably would too, actually. It's probably not my forte.
So going off the forecast, it looks like we're going to get 2 days of pretty fun little waves. Nothing too spectacular in the size, but we can just see it out here. These peaks, there's lefts, there's rights, and the scoring potential there's going to be nice and high. And as I said, right now, even at 1,000 level, you get 1,000 points, and that is going to hold someone as a keeper towards their quest to qualify for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's definitely been a wild 2024 season so far, trying to get those Challenger Series points. The Australians started off their season in Cruy, actually, this year, which was a QS 5000, a co-sanctioned event, and then moved to Nias and then Taiwan. So they actually only started getting points in Australia last weekend, and now here in Port Stephens. And then they'll go to Avoca for a 3000, and it'll all wrap up in Newcastle for the last 5000. So, yeah, like you said, these points, they definitely matter. Everyone's desperate because there wasn't an excessive amount of events, but I think it was a good idea to strip it all back and kind of put more pressure on the athletes.
Definitely, and we saw last week, as you said, Alistair Reginato get in at the jump, and that guy is such a powerhouse, and we saw him in 2023 on the Challenger Series events. He looked very strong, as did a mate of mine from Manly, Georgie Pitter. He was solid as well up there. But yeah, just see the Australian guys, like the men and the women, the level they're bringing to the table at the moment is just spectacular. And as you said, we have stripped it back a bit. There's been a lot of events basically fall by the wayside, but what that does, it intensifies the performance levels because they know that every event counts.
Yeah, I feel like just you're saying, we're getting more out of the athletes. We're probably seeing better performances. And you know what? It's probably preparing them to be better for when they do get on the Challenger Series, because there is such a short amount of events. It's not like they can make it up as they go. They have to perform in each and every one. So I feel like it's really preparing our Australian athletes to move on to that next level. I just saw a few dolphins. Yep, there we go. Heaps of sea life down here at Port Stephens.
There is definitely, there's definitely a lot of sea lice. Oh, sea life and sea lice.
And sea lice too.
In the Port Stephens area. But right now we have Geordie Lawler, your clubmate from North. He's out in the lead right now with a 5.67 and looking strong. Talking about guys who, have that ability and have that experience to take their level onto the Challenger. We've seen Geordie have a couple of cracks on the CT level, so it's good to see him up here, and you can see just the intensity of this guy. I remember when he was just like 12 or 13, he was just one of those guys you identified as someone who's going to jump from the box because he was always such an intense competitor. He's Dave Dad, what a legend he is.
Yes.
And yeah, great family. And as I said, from a young guy, I remember definitely identifying Geordie as one of these guys who was had the just had that mental capacity at such a young age, and it's great to see him competing here. And also, what's great about it is he knows that if he gets another bite at it, he could definitely match it with the best on the World Championship Tour.
Yeah, he was one off qualifying 2 years ago. It was so brutal to watch if you're from Narrabeen, because the last 2 years, or 3 years actually, maybe not so much last year, but Geordie Lawler was one spot off qualifying, and then the following year Dylan Moffat was one spot off qualifying too. So it was like so close, but just not getting there. So yeah, Geordie trying to make up some points to get on that Challenger Series, but once he's on there, I feel like the tour really suits his style of surfing, and it's not, he's a goofy footer, he's got a really strong backhand, but it's not like that's the only trick up his sleeve. He's got a really great air game, trains with Matty Cattle out of North Narrabeen, and they've worked on pretty much every element of his surfing, and I feel like in the last 3 to 5 years, we've really seen him kind of go to the next level.
100%. We saw Geordie actually, one of his biggest wins of his career was at my home beach at North Stadium when he won the Australian Open of Surfing. And in that week, there was multiple kind of changes in the wave. The waves were coming through, and he adapted, and his air game was just on point that whole week. And as you said, very, very unlucky to miss by one spot, as did Dylan. We were talking before about Dylan Moffat, such an amazing competitor. What a human being he is. I was watching him at Curly the other day, and literally he landed one of the biggest punts I've ever seen. And he just came out laughing. He goes, "What about that thing?" He's just such a happy dude.
I know. He's one of those people where you just watch it. How did they surf that good? And you think, they might be maybe not the best bloke because they've just dedicated their whole life to being like a full QS horse, but then you talk to Dylan on land and he's just the loveliest guy, and you just like,
should have been a rock star. He reminds me.
He should have been a rock star.
He would look good with the guitar in his hand.
Yep.
The greatest thing about that was I was down there with a couple of our young grommets, and they all came out of the water and they were just mesmerised by Dill. They were like just looking at him. Those eyes are like, "Oh, did you see what he did out there? Oh my God!" So it's great to see. That's the humbling thing when you see some of the best surfers in the world, on your home beaches. And Australia, over the course of the time, have been so blessed to have so many strong people come out of this region. And as we spoke about, Geordie's had such a stellar career, but I know the fire still burns within, and that's why he's still on the QS, trying to get himself in the Challenger with that opportunity, because when you get on the Challenger, you also you raise your level, but you also get to surf in some of the most amazing places in the world.
Yeah, I feel like he probably watched people like Jacob Wilcox last year. Jacob was doing it for a long time as well before he qualified, and I feel like they're similar surfers in a way, those two, so it's probably a bit of inspiration for Geordie to be like, you know what, I'm going to keep going and I'm going to try and crack this one this year. So I would love to see Geordie back on the Challenger Series. I think his surfing belongs there, and I feel like he knows his surfing belongs there too. He's just got to put in the hard yards through this regional season and get himself back on that Challenger.
Definitely, he's got the experience. He's definitely got the skill set, and right now he's leading this heat with 5.67 and basically a 10.5028 combination. Cooper in second, needing a pretty large score. It's pretty tight between second and third. Cooper, Puttengill out there, and of course Jacob Spicer as well. So right now we've only got three surfers in this heat. A three-manner to start off proceedings this morning, and comes in at the number one seed basically of the event, does Geordie. So tough ask for the young guys coming through, but the experience of Geordie with that 5.67 to 4.83 leading the charge right now. Big shout out to all our event sponsors who have brought this wonderful event back to Port Stephens. And as I said before, without the that multiple kind of companies getting involved and supporting, not grassroots, because this is basically the start of a long journey. And I'm really enthusiastic about the fact that these days WSL have basically split up the regions to allow, young surfers who might not have the budget to travel the world like they used to on the QS, having to, basically fork out $50,000 a year to try to qualify. Now they can get through their region in their own area, so that cuts down the cost, and then they get onto the Challenger, and then if they're good enough on the Challenger, well, the sky's the limit, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I love the new regional series. I also love that we're able to co-sanction with Asia on a bunch of events too. I mean, who doesn't want to go to
You do a
Cruy?
lot of
And
did you go to India?
I did go to India last year.
Wow.
I went to India and then the Philippines and Taiwan. Yeah, so yeah, didn't think I'd ever go to a surf event in India, if I'm being honest with you.
How are the waves? Tell us about it.
The waves was so fun. It was like a right-hand point with a rock in the middle. So it was this obstacle course, basically, of an entire event. There was jellyfish, rocks, cows on the beach that were charging people. Like it was crazy. And you surfed off this like ancient temple. Like it was wild. It was the coolest experience.
What did the locals think? Were they enthusiastic about the actual event?
Some of them were so confused because surfing is obviously such a new thing to India. It's only really been taken up in the last 3 to 5 years in India. So there was actually some Indian competitors. And I made a bunch of friends, and I've seen the Indians been putting heaps of time in. So we're going back to India again this year, and I'm expecting the level to be higher from the Indians this year. But yeah, it was wild. The food is the best food I've ever had in my life. If you can go to India, go to India.
Wow, that's amazing. And South Korea?
True went to South Korea, my sister,
and how did she find it over there?
She said it was amazing. It was snowing at the wave pool. It's like, so people were in their heat and it's snowing.
No way.
Yes, so they were about an hour and a half out of Seoul and it was freezing. The outside temperature was 5 degrees and the water was 7.
I'll tell you, back in the
7 degrees.
There used to be the Highland Pro. It was in Scotland.
What?
Right, and Hog actually won. It was a 5,000 event, and it was called the O'Neill Highland Pro, and Nathan Hedge won that event, and it was snowing the whole time.
I didn't even know there was ever an event in Scotland.
Yeah, there was, and Hog won it.
Bring it back. Let's go to Scotland.
I'm pretty sure he won a big like a big store that was the trophy. You'd have to ask him one day. I remember him coming back, and I wrote a newspaper article. He was like, "What an experience! Are you kidding me?" Like it was.
Yeah.
It was like snowing. I think it was in a place called Thurso or something.
I am shocked right now. I didn't even know there was ever a QS in Scotland.
There you go.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, the Highland Pro, I'll never forget that. But it's good to see these sort of niche companies, countries around the world getting involved, and you can just see how surfing sort of has evolved from that traditional, where it's very strong in Hawaii, Brazil, Australia, Europe, just to name a few. But yeah, it's great to see those emerging nations coming up, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that now the Olympics has really grabbed hold of what they are trying to achieve when it comes to nurturing these other countries around the world to make their athletes a lot stronger, a lot better.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like the Indians were maybe the most excited out of all the places I traveled to last year. I mean, the Philippines at Cloud9, that event's been running for 27 years or something, so it's been going for a really long time. And in Taiwan, people weren't really interested in surfing. So the Indians, I feel like we might see a few more events in India over the next few years.
As we see surfing wide up and right in, and good looking waves, nice little right peak. But as you said, it's great to see these emerging nations come to the fore. Talking about the Philippines, I'm pretty sure Brett Bano won that event.
He did.
He did.
He did. Yeah.
I remember a story of him trying to get to the airport with his cash and stuff, just trying to escape.
Oh, Bano.
Oh, he's a legend. But yeah, that event, that Cloud9 event has been literally going since probably the mid-90s.
Yeah, it's been going for a really long time. They actually had a highlight reel at this opening ceremony, and some of the people that were competing in it, like countless world champions, competed in the Cloud9 event. I mean, it's such a perfect wave. It's kind of every QS like dream surfer. Like it's their dream event. It's this perfect little right hand barrel, and you can get a few turns on the inside before the reef gets too shallow. But the reef isn't that gnarly. Like it's quite flat reef. You can walk out on it. So even if you fall, it's very flat reef.
So it's pretty spongy.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's pretty much the perfect wave, really. It's a nice easy wave to get barreled on, you know, the takeoff's not too hard.
So we are into heat 1 of the round of 64 at the Camplify Port Stephens Pro, the WSL QS 1000 event, and at the moment we have the surfer in red out there with a 10.50 two-wave combination. White is in second, but very closely followed by Jacob Spicer, who doesn't need a huge score. He only needs a 2.17 to jump up into that transfer position. But yeah, just sort of reminiscing about these different places around the world. I know that you and your sister did a lot of commentary in Asia last year.
Yes.
As we see the surfing in White up and riding, and just some of the, you know, the spots that you guys have had to surf, like Nias and Korea and stuff, like just a highlight, like just watching the actual webcast, you're going, oh my God, how good are the waves over here.
I know. Even Cruy, like Cruy is one of the best events because the wave is amazing. There's always swell for that event. It's at least 10 foot at least one day of the event window every year.
Nias, right?
Nias was huge last year. The year before was like a nice size. It was like 4 to 6 foot maybe the whole time. Like it was like the perfect Nias size in my opinion. But yeah, I feel like once you get knocked in places like Cruy with the amount of perfect waves around it, you can't really get upset. It's just like, oh, this is a dream. That was blue, just up and out of that one. We've seen Geordie have a quick start, but he's slowed down a little bit. Here's the replay of the last of White. 2 really nice turns to open up this one, and then this wave just kept giving him more opportunities down the line. It's one of those waves, Barubi, where it's like it'll either bowl the whole way or it'll push and then push back a little bit, the wave. Like the lip will come towards you and then fade away and then come back up. That just looked like one of those waves where it maybe didn't hold along the sand the whole way, but he managed to rattle off a few turns.
Where did it work best in Northeast? I'm trying to work out the angle because it's the other side of Stockton, right?
Yes, it's kind of faces the same way as Narrabeen, and Narrabeen works the best on a northeast.
Oh, here we go, Geordie Lawler, up and right in. Lovely start, nice flaring first manoeuvre, as we said. Unfortunately, coming unstuck there, but yeah, pretty solid lead at this stage. He'd be feeling pretty comfortable, just finding his feet. But good thing about it for Geordie is he basically has the ability to make those subtle adjustments as he goes along, and I think that comes with experience as well. We're going to take to a break. We'll be back very shortly for the next lead of the Camplify Port Stephens Pro WSL QS 1000.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Lay back and just forget the pressure.
Myself, Vinny, and Stalin in the booth for an exciting morning. Nice clean conditions, as I said before, in the 1 to 3 foot range, and we have some of the best QS surfers on the planet competing for an important sort of situation for most of these surfers who need a result to get themselves into the top 10 on the QS for 2024. I can't believe I'm saying 2024.
I know. I feel like every time I write 2024, I have to pinch myself a little bit. Here we go. First wave of the heat. This is our surfer in blue. Beautiful opening turn there. Can't quite get around that section. That actually kind of looked like the Frenchman, Justin Becret. He's been doing the Australian series.
Everywhere.
Yeah, he did Melbourne, Burleigh, and then
he doesn't actually get to keep the points.
No.
He's looking for a little bit more experience,
Yeah.
and just keeping the ball rolling, which is always good. But the flip side of that too is like, the Aussies have got to make sure they shut him down because, they're the ones really trying to identify some points. We've got Timmy Bain, who I'm pretty sure he had a pretty solid result up at Burleigh.
Yeah.
And
semis or quarters, maybe? Yeah, Tim Bain did really well. He was one of those names where when you went and looked at the heats further down the draw and Tim Bain's name popped up, you're like, what? Tim Bain, he got knocked out to Matty Job, who was just on fire that event. He knows that wave like the back of his hand.
He could surf that with his eyes shut.
It's so funny. You'll see some of the best surfers surf Burleigh and struggle out there. It's a really humbling wave, actually, Burleigh, because you think you surf good and then sometimes you go out Burleigh and you're like, wow, I'm a kook. It's just like the wave definitely
feel
dictates.
like that every time I surf.
Oh, no, don't be silly. But
yeah, you're right. You have to. It's like a lot of waves. The read of the wave. I mean, it looks so perfect when you see it on like footage, but to read the wave and identify exactly what sections are hit at Burleigh, I think that is the key. And it was barreling.
It was barreling. The sections that they had to hit as well were really meaty. When Burleigh gets that really shallow sandbank and it throws really quickly, and you're watching people do turns going ankles, knees. Oh my gosh! Please bend your knees when you turn. But the quality of surfing was really high for that event. So I have really great feelings for this one. I feel like everyone's kind of coming off a high from Burleigh moving into this, and it's pretty much back-to-back weeks for competitive surfing. From here on out, we'll go to Avoca from here, and then the week after we go to the Surf Fest, which is one of the most prestigious events in the world, I'd say, when it comes to QS events. I mean,
when you look at the honours roll,
it's
Surf
incredible.
Fest, Warren Smith has just done a magnificent job over an extended period of time, making sure that event stays of the highest quality. When you look at the honours roll, it's just the who's who of not just Australian surfing royalty, but probably surfing royalty from around the world. I remember one year we were there and we saw Nick Campbell win, and he was at the time world number 2, and he was going for a world title, and just the crowds, and it's just part of the history of Newcastle itself. Here we go, surfing red, Timmy Bain.
Yeah, beautiful backhand surfing here from Tim Bain, and finishes off really nicely. So I feel like second here of the day, and that's your first wave. You've got to be pretty happy with that. 3 really crisp backhand snaps. He feels good. He's kicking to get back out. You can always tell when a surfer likes their wave because they have that certain energetic spring in their battle back out, don't you think?
Yeah, you definitely can identify in our sport body language of people who have really lit it up, as we see the surfer in blue.
Yeah, Justin
getting busy. What about how sharp that backhand looks? And you can. It's not hard to identify who's absolutely blowing up and who's blowing up on a different level when it comes to identifying good waves in a heat. And that's a real strategy you got to work when you coach kids. You got to teach them to be able to reset. I'm forever telling grommets that I have anything to do with it. You've got to be able to reset, go again, because heats in our sport's pretty unique in the way that you can transfer, a bad result into a good result within a minute. You know what I mean? You go from 4th to 1st. You've seen it so many times over the history of our sport, and the key is to be mentally strong enough to take a breath, reset, get yourself ready to go again, and identify just not the past, but what's directly in front of you.
Yep, you have to be constantly adaptive, especially in heats. I feel like in beach break heats as well, you even have to be more adaptive, because you could come out and get a 6 and an 8 and think that you're winning the heat, but then towards the end, your competitor might get 2 8s, so you still have to be reactive to that. I think as a coach, that would be the hardest part to watch, is if your athlete can keep that mental state, and I mean, you're a coach to so many. You'd watch that many heats where maybe the competitors are losing it a little bit. Here we go. This is another Tim Bain.
Who have we got here? Tim Bain. And I don't know much about him. Very close, but yeah. But as you said, the thing about surfing is sometimes the unique nature of it is that sometimes it can be more about what waves you don't take than what waves you do take. And the skill set is to be able to, have a plan A, have a plan B, and be able to read the ocean and also adapt to what your current situation in the water is. Because sometimes, you in these priority heats, what you do with priority is such an important element to the sport. Yeah, back in the day, it was four surfers, 4 athletes, and there was a lot of heckling. But now it's a little bit more freer because everyone gets those opportunities. But it's the surfers who can identify what they're looking for with priority are the ones who normally stand out against the pack, as we see the surfer in red up and down. But yeah, some nice waves. It looks like we have a couple of strong scores in the system. I'm pretty sure that was that first wave, that 6-point ride. Just as we spoke about the body language, you just see that little bit of extra kick in his step as he had paddled back out for that 6. We've seen Justin out there with that 4.83 and a 3.5, and Tim Bain in green with a 4 and a 2, and the surfer in white just patiently waiting. So in these scenarios, what are your strategies? Are you a surfer that can be patient and wait, or do you like to get off to a very quick start to build house, as we call it?
I have always been a competitor that has to catch a lot of waves. If I become stagnant, I don't make the heat. There's an absolute pattern in my competitive surfing. That's a beautiful first turn there from Tim Bain. And again, going to get up for a final foam climb. So that could be his best wave of the heat. But yeah, no, I'm definitely a surfer that has to, momentum creates momentum for me. The more waves I catch, the better it is in my heats. But then again, there's probably some times when my dad, he was my coach forever, he'd be like, you probably should have sat and wait for that next one. Or if I have a heat where I haven't caught a wave in the first 5 minutes, it's almost guaranteed I probably won't make it.
There we go, surfing red. Timmy Bain up on the backhand again, just nice strong first turn. This second turn vertically into the lip and just finishes that off. But yeah, it's interesting you say that, because I remember watching Marlon Harrison a couple of years ago, and I just went, he's just ice cool. He could literally, he went through a junior series when I was there, and he literally got 2 waves in every heat, and they were all above 7. He just had the ability to just sit.
Yep. And wait.
And wait. And he'd wait for his second wave until the last 3 or 4 minutes of the heat, where most people, including myself, if I was in a heat like that, I'd be freaking out trying to get it back up. But yeah, it's interesting you say that different people have different kind of strategies into how they adapt and how their sort of, their breathing patterns go, because, you can get very anxious in the water if you're not, because some people talk about getting very heavy in the legs, sitting.
Yep.
That is an actual fact, isn't it?
Yep. If I sat for too long, I would get in my head, and then the next wave, my body would genuinely feel heavy. It's such a mental game too, and there's no other sport like it, because you don't know if another wave's going to come, which is why I think we're so addicted to it, because there is that element of what's going to happen. Here we go. White up and riding on his first wave. Well, that would have been a really nice combo. Yeah. Releasing the fins on that last turn. So, see, he's been sitting for a while, right? So it is that balancing act of, if you sit and wait and you choose to take your first wave a little later in the heat, you want to make something out of it, because now he's got a 2.07 and 10 minutes of the heat is gone. So the pressure is going to build up on him on the back end of this heat, and I feel like we might see White just start absolutely turning waves.
And you can see that, he's actually put himself towards the back end of the priority situation too. And that's an issue if you have a slow start. Yeah, you've got a wave under your belt, but then you've got to wait for your opportunity to get another crack at the next really good peak. But he got a 2.07 for that first wave, Kobe Johnson. But yeah, he did wait for 10 minutes, and it can be a flip of the coin decision whether you wait or have a crack early. But in beaches, as a coach, you sort of want your surfers to really kind of get something under the belt, so they've got something in the bag to sort of build on. I feel like if you're on a sort of point break and you know the sort of, because as coaches and as athletes, you'll be counting exactly how many minutes between sets and identifying exactly how many opportunities you're going to get. But I feel like with beaches, you have to be more decisive in your thought processes about what waves you want.
Yeah, beach break competitions are a completely different ballpark to point break. That was a beautiful first turn there for Kobe Johnson. But you can see that body language. He's put that pressure on himself now in the back end of this heat. But yeah, like you touched on, Dimmy, if it's a point break and 10 minutes has gone by and you haven't caught a wave, you may as well sit and wait for the next set, because you know that it's going to be a pretty beautiful wave along the point. Here we go. Tim Bain, great looking first turn there, trying to back up his 6-point ride here. Wow, very strong second. So that's going to be a really good backup score there.
Not a judge, but I'm predicting that's going to wipe that 3.47 out. And I love the amount of drift and pop he got out of the first turn, but also just how flary that final manoeuvre, and with the control as well. The judges want to see power, speed, flow, major manoeuvres in the most critical part of the wave, but they also want to see a really controlled level when you are doing those big moves, as we see the servers up and right in. This is a very tight heat. What about that second turn for the surfer in blue? Lit that thing up.
That was really nice there for Justin. Beautiful opening wrap, and then comes straight back into another really flary end turn. I feel like he might have saw Tim Bain from behind and said, okay, well, if you're going to get a 7 for that, I'll push a bit harder and see what I can get. So last one of Justin, 5.93, and Tim Bain, 7-point ride.
That is a good-looking two-wave combination for Timmy Bain, as we said. Very impressive at Burleigh the other day. So just holding that momentum and that consistency in his performances, and a 7 and a 6, a 13.2 wave combinations. As we see the surfer in white, who's been sort of behind the 8-ball from the outset due to the fact that it took him a long time to get on the board, and right now he's chasing a big number. But you can break that down in a couple of different scenarios where you can. He's definitely got enough time to go out there and get 2 more waves. So you get in increments, you can break it up. You don't have to get an 8, 6, 9. You can get himself in that 4-point range and then have that last kind of crack at the score required. He can still get himself back in the game. But priority is an issue for the surfer in white, because right now he is at the bottom of the rotation.
Yeah, I feel like if you were Kobe's coach right now, would you be trying to push him down the beach away from the pack? Be like, move to your plan B. Don't go hold hands with your other competitors out there. Just move down the beach and try and turn a few waves.
I would have him down on the right for sure, because there's two sides there, because we just saw a really nice combo from the French surfer come in from that peak, and the other thing, it gives him some space and time. The one thing you want to do when you're trying to get yourself back in the game, you don't want to be forced into a scenario where your competitors have the ability to put pressure on you by their presence. Just their presence being there with priority also puts a little bit more pressure on you, because you know that if anything really good pops up, they're just going to block you and go.
Yeah, it's such a... I know exactly how Kobe Johnson is feeling right now, not having a score on the board. The 5-minute flag is up. He needs a 9.66 combination. Break it down into 2 scores. Because it is a beach break and there is so many waves coming through, I feel like it's still definitely doable. But the ocean does have to be on his side right now, I feel like, and just have to get 2 quick good waves, because Justin Becret just increased his second place again with a 5.8 for that last left. So yeah, making Tim Bain and Kobe Johnson's life just that little bit harder. But I mean, this is the sport. Only 2 people can get through. Unfortunately, 2 people will be knocked out. It's a really brutal sport. We have no repechage rounds. If you're out, you're out. There's not many other sports like it. I feel like a lot of sports get a second chance. But I kind of like the brutality of surfing because it means you have to show up your best in every single heat.
You have to show up and blow up, as we like to say.
Yep.
And I think that's key. At this level too, at the World Championship level, you do get a second bite if you have a shocker in the first round. But at this level, I feel like you just got to be at your best always, because you know that the whole scenario with the regional qualifier and then making it into the challenges is that you have to be on your game the whole time. And every time you go to an event, you have to be able to raise that bar. Your level of competitive surfing at a challenger level, I feel, after sampling it last year and doing some commentary work, was just as high as the CT. Like, you just go, oh my God.
The Challenger, I agree. I feel like is just as entertaining as the CT is, because I feel like the hard yard to get to the Challenger is a slog. And then by the time you get to the Challenger, you have to lift again, because then you're competing against the best people in their region in the world. So everyone's pushing 110%. There's a bigger field than what we see on the tour, so we get to see more heats. I love when the Challenger Series is on, because you've got back-to-back Challenger and CT events, and it's just constant great surfing entertainment. So
the good thing for us too is we're in a region that basically kicks off the season for the Challengers.
Yes.
So
Yep.
that mid-season cutoff point basically comes into play when it comes to World Championship Tour. And like last year, we saw the likes of Sally Fitz, Isabella Nichols, who actually won Narrabeen, coming back, needing a big result to get back on the Championship Tour. And the level of what I saw from the Challenger Series surfers, both men and women, was just incredible at Narrabeen. And the fact was, there was a real mindset shift, because I remember talking to someone like George Pitter, and he was like so excited with that result at Newcastle to get himself to, his dream was to get on the Challenger.
Yep.
Then he got on the Challenger and had a couple of big results. I went, hold on, I've now got to make subtle adjustments to that level, because I want to get on the Championship Tour, and here's my opportunity.
it's crazy how quick it can turn around. Here we go, 2 surfers up and riding. Looking like we've got Tim Bainge on a good-looking left-hand rip bowl. He's going to finish that one on the inside. Needs a 7.23. I don't see that being the best way with the heat, but I love that he's fighting right up until the end. Tim Bain looking like he's standing tall at the end of that one, so maybe another great ride for Red. He's going to make his way in. But yeah, Georgie Pitter, he's re-qualified for the Challenger Series too, so he doesn't have to do these qualifying series events. He can save the money and just get ready for the Challenger, but put some more time in. He's actually moved up here.
Yeah, he's living.
well.
He's living with a couple of the superstars of the sport.
Yes, Callum and Morgan.
Callum Morgan, yeah, what a house that would be. But yeah, like, to be honest, he's really decided to take his surfing into his own hands, moving away from that comfort zone, and basically putting himself in a scenario where he felt like the waves were better up here. The competitive nature of the surfing on the Goldie is very, very intense, and he felt like that was the best thing. And he's a very intelligent individual, so he's really consuming the experience, and that's what we want to see as we throw off to a break here at heat number 2 of the QS 1000 event in Port Stephens. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back in, ladies and gentlemen, to the Camplify NSW Pro WSL QS 1000 event. We are in the heat number 3 of the morning, and what a cracker heat it is. Good to have you in the box with me. Good morning. How you travelling, and excited to be here to watch some of the best surfers in Australia do their thing, both men and women.
It's going to be an awesome day today. Thanks for the intro, Dimmy. Good to see you. Probably haven't seen you since the Skull Candy last year.
That's right.
And, in this heat, we've got
We have Tim Whitepain out there in the white. We have Mike Clayton Brown. Mikey, very established surfer from the region up there. Comes from Newcastle. Matty Boyle and George Roberts. And already we see surfing in white with the 3.17. So they probably had a look at the last couple of heats and spoken with their own coaches and trying to identify just to get off to that really solid start, because there's plenty of waves. Like, the good thing about these little peaks is there seems to be plenty of opportunity for everyone. So no one's getting starved when it comes to getting themselves onto some waves. And it's just going to be the surfers who really light it up that are the ones that are going to get through.
absolutely. It actually looks like some pretty fun waves down there. It's one of my favourite parts of the world, Port Stephens. I actually surfed in this event like a couple of years ago, actually. And like the day before, we just got out of the car and went for a free surf and then like split my leg open like the day before the contest. And it is red here, Mike Clayton Brown. Nice couple turns on the backhand. Just taking this one to the inside. Such a smooth style. He's been one of my favourite backhand surfers on the QS lately.
Yeah, Mikey definitely has that really solid foundation in his surfing that has seen him sort of rise through the ranks of the Australian Junior Series and onto the QS ranks. So it would be really, really good to see him take that sort of next step in his career, because he puts in a lot of work. Comes from a very, very strong board riding club down in Newcastle, and just a solid competitor. And right now we already have one surfer out there with a really nice score in their two-wave combination. That's 6-point Ryde. I'm pretty sure that is Mikey Clayton Brown, who's going to lock in at 6-point Ryde. It's a little bit slow on our sort of timer, but yeah, great to see him competing. He'd be pretty comfortable. What's it like when you're sort of competing at a high level where you get to surf, but you also get to stay in familiar surroundings as well? I think that's important, just to feel sort of like really comfortable in your situation as a surfer. Wow, some good looking waves out here, eh?
Yeah. And like that's what you want in the QS events. Like, I kind of wish I did this event actually.
Yeah,
now I'm looking
I can
at
see
it.
you like sort of mentally surfing these waves, going, "Oh, I could have attacked that section."
Yeah.
But yeah, no, good waves. And as I said, that this 1000 event is so important on a number of levels, as we see Mikey up and riding once more, just attacking. What about how he just solid release and just put in a lot of pressure on that back foot as he disperses a lot of water through that inside section. So already locked in a 6-point Ryde. But yeah, I feel like the 1000 event this year is holding a lot more sort of weight, because of the fact there's been a number of events that have fallen by the wayside.
Yep.
So qualification spots are really, really sort of tentative at the moment, where a lot of men and women are right in the bubble. And if you can get a win here, that's 1,000 points. And when you're thinking about the overall kind of scenario for people qualifying for the Challenger Series, I feel like 1,000 points, even though it's not going to be a huge keeper, it's going to hold you in good stead. And there might be the difference between, getting into the challenges or not, because last year we saw a number of surfers fall like 100 to 200 points short.
Yeah. Well, look at Nixie Ryan last year won the Port Stephens event.
She won 3.
Yeah, she won a couple 1000s.
Yeah.
And then that got her into the Challenger Series just because she did those events. So you need to make sure you just keep
She just
with
won
it.
at Burleigh again, did she?
Yeah.
Did she win?
Yeah.
Oh, she's on fire.
I was spewing because the waves were cooking for that event as well.
You didn't do it?
No.
So they're the kind of events you just want to. You'll see random rock ups of guys who haven't surfed for a while in the QE. They just go up and blow up.
Yeah.
I love that. So right now we have the surfer in red out in the lead, but yeah, like it's so good to have so many events in really strong waves. Like Burleigh is, traditionally one of the most iconic locations when it comes to quality of wave and history in our sport. I mean, I go back a long way, and I remember as a kid going up and watching the stubbies and just being sort of gobsmacked by the those stars of yesteryear like Rabbit and those kind of guys, the Shane Horans and just guys who, when I was a kid, Tommy Carroll, who I'm really good friends with, but also when I grew up, he was sort of the goofy footer of that generation, and to see him live, it was just so inspiring. But yeah, it's got such a history, that venue, and to see it pumping, like when Burleigh's on, it is such an amazing way to watch.
Yeah, it looked like I even saw a pic of Ray Campbell pulling into a backhand barrel out there the other day. I was like, no.
You're going, no, what am I thinking?
Should have done it. Should have done it. So now I know just to enter every year now.
Just put yourself in. As we see the surfer in green, in blue,
Boyle.
Matty Boyle blowing up there. But we saw Mikey Clayton Brown going right, Matty going left. But yeah, these heats are pretty rapid fire this morning, 20-minute heats. We're at the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. Massive shout out to all our event partners, of course. And without sponsors and without the assistance of the government, you can never get these events up and running. So it takes a lot of work. Surfing New South Wales, of course, part of the Pro Surf Series. But yeah, a big shout out to all our partners in this event, including PRD, Port Stephens Council, Destinations New South Wales, URBNSURF, and we're pretty excited in Sydney because URBNSURF is about to open up in Sydney very shortly, and I reckon I'll never surf.
Isn't that in April?
Yeah, I'm never going to actually surf a beachy or an ocean wave again.
And so that's what makes you wonder too if they'll switch the URBNSURF event from Melbourne to Sydney maybe, or if there will be another wave pool event that'll pop up.
Someone actually had a discussion with me the other day, about the fact that maybe in the future there might be like a tour of pools around the world, because there are some amazing pools. We saw a 3,000 event in South Korea. You've got Kelly's wave pool. You've got the urban wave wave scenarios in Australia. You've got wave pools in Texas.
Oh, that new one in Dubai as well.
One in
Kelly's
Dubai.
one.
So yeah, it's pretty amazing that you can just pay $80 or $90 and get guaranteed of 1 hour of fun little kind of waves. And I think as a coach too, I've been down to Melbourne a couple of times and taken a group of young kids down there, because to have them able to serve multiple waves is such a great kind of mechanism as a coach to sort of give them the opportunity to surf sort of biomechanical waves and also get their technique right. So I think having URBNSURF in Sydney is going to be huge. I know where I'll be every weekend, out at Homebush. So right now we're into heat number 3 of the morning, and as I said, we've seen some exciting heats already rolling out. We saw Geordie Lawler a little bit earlier open up his account. He's the number 1 seed of this event, and these heats, as we said, 20 minutes, priority does apply. So we've seen, for the most part this morning, Lil, we've seen the surfers really trying to get busy, trying to identify these waves. It's clean, it's 1 to 3 foot, plenty of opportunities, and there's been some scores up into the good to the excellent, not into the excellent range yet, but I think the best score we've had so far is a 7. But we'll see the judges sort of adjusting their scale as we go along. But yeah, Maroubri sort of offering up fun little beaches. We saw the Dolphins out there before, traditionally a spot with a lot of sort of sea activity.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that. I was actually out surfing at my home break yesterday, and all these dolphins are popping on. It's like 7:30, 8 o'clock, and I'm still out there surfing. I'm like, yeah, I think it's time to go in now.
Yeah, we've had a pretty eventful kind of couple of months in Sydney as well. There seems to be a lot of like bull sharks around, but the lifeguards do an amazing job, and so do all the staff at WSL. We've got drones in the air. We can identify anything. Safety is paramount when it comes to keeping the surfers in the lineup safe. As we see the surfer far on the peak flying across this section.
Looks like surfer in blue.
Yeah, it looks like that is Matty Boyle. So yeah, looking strong. Of course, the WSL Regional Qualifying Series consists of 7 regions from around the world: Australia, Oceania, Africa, Asia, Europe, Hawaii, Tahiti, North America, and South America. And what it does, it gives surfers in their own region the opportunity to surf, basically in their sort of home countries, to get the opportunity to get into that next level. Because I was speaking to Jess about it before, the amount of money back in the day, the guys used to have to sort of throw in, because they'd have to do QSs right around the world. I mean, it was such an amazing kind of lifestyle, but it was also very kind of mentally draining, because you're always worried about the money and always worried about trying to get to the next event and stuff like that. But now we have this sort of regional series. It's offered a lot of underground surfers who might not have sponsors the opportunity to kind of showcase their surfing. And that's what we want to see. You never want to see a real talent go by the wayside because of the fact that they can't afford to get around and showcase their skill set. So I love this regional series, and I'm sure that the competitors too, the fact that they get to sort of surf in their home regions, it also takes away the anxiety of having, to adapt to travel, to time zones, all these different kind of scenarios that make up what used to be the qualifying series.
Of course, and I remember Macy Callahan talking about it a lot on that How Surfers Make Money series on Stab. I'm not sure if you've watched it, and it's amazing. And she was just pretty much saying, you're pretty much going to an event and you're getting knocked out and you're wondering where you're going to stay next. So, like, she was just, like, crashing with mates, and that's the great thing about the Challenger series, which is, all the girls are friends with each other. They're all like all the girls on the Aussie team are like
a
mates.
Family.
Yeah.
But how crazy is that? Because Mace is one of the most, strongest surfers we have out of our country. She's been at the top level. She's basically a rock star, really. And to have that insight into the struggles that goes with being a professional surfer, it's not all roses. It's a hard lifestyle, but if you're prepared to do the hard yards and just sort of bite the bullet and get into the grind, it can be such a rewarding sport as well, as we see surfing blue.
Matt Boyle up again from the Gold Coast. Nice little finish turn there. Mike Clayton Brown up behind him. Nice first. His style reminds me a lot of Reef Hazelwood.
It does, very fiery, very quick, and very low centre of gravity too. He's got such a smooth skill set when it comes to really attacking sections. And what I love about Mikey is his flow. He generates so much flow. For a guy who pushes a lot of water, he can really generate superior flow down the line. So from a visual point of view, it looks really spicy, and you got to remember it's a unique sport in a lot of ways, but more than anything, the judges are looking at the visual more than anything. As we see a replay of this wave, what about the speed? Came out of one rail into another rail and just put multiple turns together, and that's exactly what the judges want to see.
And it's funny you were saying before about the, sea life activity. Yeah, they actually got the top one in Australia for, I think they tagged 7,000 sharks this year.
In Australia?
We beat Byron. I was looking at it the other day going, there's no way. And we haven't had any shark attacks or anything, but that's what I meant. Surfing out by myself yesterday is probably not the best idea after those results coming back.
Probably better off surfing in the middle of the day, but yeah.
Or the wave pool.
Oh, the wave pool, I love it. So right now we have the surfer in red out in the lead. courtesy of a 6-point ride and a 5.23. Matty Boyle in second, and Timmy Whitpay will need to get a wriggle on. He only needs a 3.9 for the surfer in white. And the surfer in green has only got one wave on the board, and he has a 4.5. So he's right in the game. He only needs a 3.87. Time is going to be an issue for sure. But, yeah, like everyone's still in the game. All these heats have been really tight so far this morning. And as you expect, round of 64 in a QS. No easy heats. And with the quality coming through the ranks, and as we spoke about a little bit earlier, the fact that we have basically back-to-back events. We have a 3,000 event at Avoca, which is always a fun event. That's going to be taking place in the next week or so after we finish up here. Then we roll into Newcastle for our Surf Fest, one of the most iconic surfing contests ever, and been going for a lot of years, for decades. And it'll be interesting to see that next generation, that next pack of surfers who can raise the bar, raise the level, and get themselves onto the Challenger Series for 2024.
Avoca is definitely one of my favourite events, I think, just because it's, especially with that surf club there, that punchy right-hand point break. There was like one really good day where everyone was just out there surfing last year, but there were so many waves that were coming through that everyone was just having a good time, and that's what the QS is all about, And it'll be exciting to see what the forecast looks like for this next week.
Yeah, we've had good waves at Burleigh, and we've had fun waves to start this event. It looks like the forecast for today and tomorrow is going to be pretty good, so don't have to really worry about that. So it's going to be about the performances. We just saw a wave lock in for the surfer in green, a 1.93, not enough. These heats are 20 minutes, of course. QS 1000. And right now, the surfer from this region, Mikey Clayton Brown with a 6 and a 5.23, out in the lead. Matty Boyle in second, very closely followed by the surfer in white. And as we see, white up and riding. Doesn't need a huge score here. So let's see what judges throw at him for that wave. We just saw the end of that wave. I wonder if he got a nice clip to start that off. And as I said, it was 8.33 to 8.36 basically. So the surfer in blue is definitely not in a safe position, as we see the current heat leader goes to the air.
See, nice, polished and clean.
How effortless was that? That was sick.
Yeah,
I love
think
it,
that'll
the
be
QS.
in the good score range, I think.
Yeah, so we're going to count this heat down very shortly. It looks like unofficially it was the surfer in red getting the job done. We are at the completion of heat number 3. We're going to throw off to a break at the Camplify Port Stephens Pro. We'll be back very shortly. Enjoy.
And welcome back to the Fort Stevens, US1 Club right here with Jesse Starling. I'm really young and this is number 4. Great of competition so far. The conditions look like they're a little bit better. I had a little bit of time off and it looks like it's cleaning up a little bit more. I love this bank at Berrubi. It's so fun. I feel like it's always there. It's such a reliable bank. There's this A-frame in that corner. Always just perfectly there for a competition. Here we go. That is Jack Rajan up and riding there. Nice combination of turns for the start of the heat. We have Darcy Crump in the red, Alex McGuffin in the blue, Jack Rajan in the white, and Cash Brown in the green. So a pretty solid heat here. Still round of 64. Yeah, we're going to punch out through 16 heats of the round of 64 today. So all of our men starting in this earlier round. Jack opening up with a 4.33. This is a good-looking wave for Cash Brown. I love that first turn, but just couldn't find the flow on the second. Darcy Crump coming out of Avalon or the Northern Beaches. Alex McGuffin from WA. Jack Reagan is the Central Coast. And Cash Brown, I'm actually a little unaware. Here we go. Darcy Crump on his first wave. Good-looking first turn. This is the best wave of the heat so far. Really nice-looking wall in front of him and tags it for a finishing move there. So Darcy starting off nicely. I was actually just talking to Darcy the other week about lifeguarding down in all the beaches, but he's trying to become an architect now. So yes, there we go. 5.33 for Darcy Crump, and that last one for Cash Brown, a 2.67 and a 2.33. So only needing a small score to go into first position, but still early stages of the heat. But there's some nice waves being provided here today, Jesse. Yeah, I agree. It's perfect comp conditions. The wind is definitely puffing up a little bit, but I don't think it's getting too much stronger throughout the day. So I feel like Berrubi is a really reliable event to have a QS at. You know, we've seen QS being held here for so many years now. It's actually maybe the first QS I ever went to. My sister was competing in it. It was a QS 6000 when it was back at the old Prime series. Here we go, Alex McGuffin. Really nice slash to start off this one. Connecting a few foam climbs and just can't find the finish, but only needed a 4.10 to take him up into second. I feel like that wave could go close because that first turn was really nice and powerful. Nice and sharp, wasn't it? Yeah. How's we got the two girls in the booth? I know, that's awesome. Amazing. I was actually going to ask you that too, because I remember in the junior days they used to have the Chaos Cadet Cup. I was going to ask if you ever did that. No, I don't think so. I used to see Charlie Hurst down there quite a lot and Ellie Clayton Brown. But here we go, that replay of Alex McGuffin. So getting your speed here, just nice little wrap into the foam. And the section goes a bit strange on that last bit, just unable to provide a last turn. But that was a 3.0, so still only looking for a 2 to go into second position, and Jack Rajan needing a 0.67, so plenty of time left in the heat, as I always say, 15 minutes 45 to go. Yeah, I feel like these 20-minute heats, it's definitely, I feel like a little bit more challenging just because, I mean, it's a 2-foot beach break, right? So the sets aren't going to be as regular, and the ones that are, it's not like every wave's the exact same. The sand is always moving. So to have 20 minutes to kind of nut out the lineup and try and find that perfect score could be a little bit hard. We've seen Blue Alex McGuffin go down the beach and get 2 nice tags on his backhand. So he was sitting down there by himself, which I think was a really smart move with 4th priority. He doesn't really need to be holding hands with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd priority. So I feel like that was a really mature, competitive approach from Alex to move down the beach. I think he's going to stay down there as well. Here's the replay of that last one, Lil. There we go. Love the spark in that first turn there from Alex McGuffin, but that's something I would actually do in one of my heats today, actually, because just get your first 2 waves off the bat and then separate yourself from the peak and try and get a better one. But I was gonna mention before, I love those 30-minute heats at Avoca. Like once you get to the quarters and you're like, more time. You get a bit more breathing space and time to relax. And
more time, less people. I feel like you have more time to really think about your decisions. And yeah, these opening rounds, you're kind of acting off instinct. Like there's not a lot of time to like sit and think and pick apart the lineup. Like you kind of got to get out there and get the job done. And there's definitely a lot of ocean knowledge I feel like has to go into these opening rounds. You have to be pretty confident in knowing where the waves are going, the consistency of the sets, just to make sure you're making it through. I feel like these first 2 rounds, ocean knowledge is probably on most of the competitors' sides, where like if you're sitting there and waiting for a wave out there today, you're probably not going to make it through the heat because it's not really the type of wave I feel like you can sit and wait for. You just got to turn waves out there.
We do have Darcy Trump playing the patience game, I get told between 2 things. I'll get a bit too busy, and then it's just like you just sit and wait. But
yeah, I feel like because Darcy has that 5-3-3 in his lineup, he probably has that little bit more flexibility to sit and wait for a better wave to allow him to just solidify that first or second place, because he does have the highest score of the heat, which is really great because he paddled into a really good-looking wave so early on. But I also know that for me as a competitor too, and I'm sure you're the same, the longer that I sit and let the clock tick away and I don't have a second score in my lineup, the more I go, oh my God, I need to get another wave right now.
That was me at the Burley single fin for sure.
Yeah, it's such a tricky sport. I mean, you're constantly going back and forth. Is this the right decision? Is this not? But yeah, like I said, I feel like in these opening rounds and in these beach break conditions, ocean knowledge is definitely on the competitor side. If you've spent a bit more time out there, know exactly what you're looking for. That was a great looking wave there for Cash Brown. See if the judges deem that last one as a clean ride out. Alex just getting 1 turn down the beach there. I really like his approach of moving down there and just creating a bit more space, between him and his competitors. It'll take the edge off.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said before. Not only is the clock ticking, but your head's ticking as well.
Yeah, I absolutely stand by that. It's it's a bit of a stressful sport, and everyone wants to make it through this first round, right? Like, you don't want to travel all that way and not get through. This is the replay of Cash, so nice opening turn there, and he just kind of gets his inside rail caught looking down. Maybe didn't rotate over his shoulders enough. Good looking backhand Rio there for Alex McGuffin. So Alex with a pair of 3s. We'll see if that one increases his scoreline. Maybe not so far, but Cash looking for a 2.67 to jump up into second. However, Darcy only needing a 0.9. So still over the halfway mark, but yeah, if I was Darcy or Jack, I definitely would be feeling like I'd want to have 2 scores in my lineup before the 10-minute mark.
Yep. So I was actually speaking to Dimmy about this before, but I think that's green Cash Brown up and riding again further down the beach. But there's less events than what there was last year, so it's a lot harder to make the challenges. So you got all these people that are just all in the same boat now. And you got events like Urban Surf where you can really like surfing in great waves, like push the boundaries, and it's going to be exciting, especially with that Sydney wave pool going in. Like, hopefully we'll be in board shorts and swimmers when we're surfing at that one in the future. But
no, I definitely agree with what you're saying, but I feel like everyone's under that same pressure of trying to get results. But I also feel like it's really preparing our Australian athletes more for when they do get on the Challenger Series, right? Because there's only 6 events or 5 events.
Absolutely. So I think it's 5 now.
Yeah, so it's really preparing them to show up to every event the best that they can because, like you said, we don't have as many events in Australia this year. They have to perform in the events that we have. So it's kind of a perfect setup to get yourself ready and to practice under pressure for the Challenger Series.
And be able to surf in all ranges of conditions, because obviously Portugal is going to be a lot different to Brazil, and Brazil is going to be a lot different to J-Bay.
Yeah.
Everywhere is going to be, and obviously Snapper as well. I really hope there's a swell for those competing on the Snapper Series this year. I felt so bad last year when it was a couple foot, and you're like, oh,
I know.
but hopefully there's good we've had some good swells over the summer, like, you know, the Burley comp on the weekend. Everyone got so lucky, and like,
Yeah, it was pumping over the weekend.
yeah, it looked all. I was just saying to Diffie, I wish I just entered into it. I was talking to one of the longboarders that lives in Angary, Taylor Jensen. He just said, yeah, I just entered last minute because I saw the swell forecast was good, and see how we go. And it's cool that it was like a longboarding and shortboard event, so like it kind of brought everyone together.
Yeah, I love when the two worlds collide because we're such different worlds. I mean, shortboarding and longboarding couldn't be more different if we tried. Like, yes, we both have a love for surfing in the ocean, but the actual surfing and technique that goes behind longboarding compared to shortboarding is so different, and we never cross paths with longboarders, right?
No.
So it was really cool to have both events there. I thought it was a different vibe because we'd go from like really fast, tight turns in the pocket, shortboarding to this beautiful, elegant longboarding event. So it was kind of cool. I hope that they do more of that sort of stuff. I loved that everyone was there, and we definitely all made friends. It looked like, here we go, Darcy Crump having a look at this right-hander, trying to find a steeper face. That's it better for Darcy. Gets it up again. It might get another turn in, but decides to opt out of that one. Darcy surfing right up in the point. So this is Barooby Beach, and for anyone that hasn't been here before, this right behind where these surfers are surfing, if they're looking into the shore, there's hills and hills of sand dunes. It kind of looks like a desert where they are, and there's camel rides and just so many fun things to do down there. And I feel like that was a good backup wave for Darcy, but he's definitely going to be looking for a steeper face to really solidify that first place. 3.8, so take him to the lead.
Yeah, it's not a bad score to have as a smaller backup. He's white Jack Raging up and running. He only needs a 2.3. So just making his way to the inside here. But I totally agree with you. I hope they do more, and that's going to create more, you know, traveling in groups, you know, like, oh, you can stay with us. And like, I think a lot of people find that hard on the QS, just finding, we're talking about Macy on the, you would know the article.
How surfers get paid.
How surfers make money. And she was just pretty much saying like she was going from event to event, but not knowing where she was staying. And then like, pretty, and the girls are just so graceful on that longboard tour as well. It's awesome to watch.
Yeah, it was a really fun weekend. I'm pretty sure the longboarders have an event here too throughout the year. Here we go. This is a good looking wave for Cash Brown. Nice first turn, drives through a second, snaps it in for a third, and this wave is just stretching out along the sand for Cash, so he is milking it for all that it's worth. Cash isn't a name that we see too frequently. Oh, good looking last turn in the QS events. He's still a junior, so maybe just throwing his hat in the ring for his first couple times in these QS events.
Absolutely, and we've seen a couple of those come up. Miller Brown for one, who is absolutely killing it. Also from Bungan board riders like Darcy as well. Good first turn there. And it's just like that wave just held up for him.
Yeah, kind of went dead through the middle here, but I'm so glad he stuck with it because he milked it, and it was looking like it was just going to go to deep water, but he managed to get one really nice end section turn, which was up there with one of the best turns on that wave. So I feel like, I feel like that'll put him in second, and it did. So 4.27 for that last wave of Cash. Now needs a 4.87 to jump to the lead and take first off Darcy. So 5 minutes, 20 seconds to go. The young gun Cash moved up into second. Now Jack and Alex chasing a 4.44 and a 3.34. So still really tight between all four surfers, just kind of showing that first round beach break kind of heats that we're used to seeing on the QS. It is a grind, as they say.
Yeah.
But, you know, competitors like Darcy and Alex, they've been doing it for a long time, so they know what they have to do to get through these opening rounds. So I feel like we probably haven't seen the last of Darcy and Alex in this heat.
There you go.
Right
Darcy
on cue.
up again. Just under 5 minutes remaining, and nice first turn there. So he'll be looking to better at 3.8. So he just fizzles out there on that one. But
I
Yeah.
liked the first and second turn. I thought it was a really strong surfed wave. This first section was really nice.
Super strong first turn.
Yeah.
And the section just kind of bent at him correctly.
Yeah, it was a lot steeper than that right we saw him take off and get that 3.8 on that last wave. So he probably knew that he was looking for a steeper face. And yeah, that one held up perfectly. So Darcy kind of just ticking the boxes in this heat, making sure he gets it done. So he passes through that dreaded round of 64. See if that one betters his lineup. He's going to move down to fourth priority, so I'm interested to see if maybe he plays the defensive card now or if he just stays away from his competitors. It's such a mind game, and every athlete is so different.
Absolutely. Everyone's got to do what they've got to do. I had an event at Newcastle last year, and I got sat on for I needed a 2, and then got sat on for the last 2 minutes. So now I know to just just keep it cool, stay calm and collected, and but yeah, everyone's got to do what they got to do to just scrap through that next round, especially the Newcastle 5000 being such a big event with a lot of points at stake. To make the challenge. We had girls like Mia Huppets and Willow was making the challenger last year. These junior surfers coming up is just next level.
Yeah. And we even have Rosie Smart up at that top end of the rankings there right now too. She's a young surfer. I believe she might be 19 or 20 this year. She just won the Hyundai She's Electric Series over the weekend. So that was a pretty cool event for Rosie to win. Here we go. Alex McGuffin looking for a 4.44, takes to the air but can't ride out. So 2 minutes 45 on the clock. He needs to get back out there, try and create something else for himself if he wants to make it through this heat. But White, Jack Reagan, out the back right now with maybe a good-looking wave coming his way. We'll see if he pulls the trigger on this one. And he's opting to go left, but that one just closes out on him. So, yeah, wave selection, unfortunately, on that one, letting him down. He's going to scratch to get back out there for first priority. So we see Alex and Jack just absolutely battling. They're both looking for a score, so priority's really going to come into play.
Just wanted to see who's coming up in this next heat. Ches Boss in the red, Macklin Flynn in the blue, and Aussie Trigwell in the white. I haven't heard that name before.
No, neither have I. A new name.
Even for Ches to be doing the QS, I don't think but his surfing is so incredible.
He got a really great result, actually. Well, I saw him progress through a few rounds down at the wave pool, and he's a really, really powerful surfer, so I'm excited to see what Ches can do in that next round. We've still got 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock of this one. Darcy Crump didn't better his situation on that last wave, so the judges deeming that right he got before still slightly better, a 3.8. Cash Brown, young gun, still holding second. You can see him paddling down to Alex McGuffin, trying to play the defense card. This is a cool event for the juniors as well to just figure it out. That QS level of competing. They come up against the older guys who have been doing it for a while, and they can make mistakes and just figure it out because they're still the juniors. They're still trying to get to that world junior level. But I feel like it's a really cool event to throw your hat in the ring and just, I don't know, get a few more heats under your belt. There is a pro junior this weekend as well, so the more experience these guys have in the water, the better.
I feel like I always get heats with girls I look up to. I get Sarah Baum, and I'm like, stacked heat, but oh my god, I look up to you so much. Yeah. And just like Dimity last year, I was just got absolutely smoked. but yeah, get to surfing with your idols is just so awesome.
Yeah, I love pulling heats. Last year I had a heat against Macy in the Surfest, and I absolutely loved competing against her. Here we go, Alex McGuffin taken to the air again. Pulls this one off, so he needed a 4.44. We'll see where that one comes in at. He didn't get as high, but he definitely projected out on that air, so we'll see what the judges think. There's just 5 seconds on the clock. Here's that replay, Lil. Yeah, didn't get the height, but definitely got the spin and the projection out of the wave, so I guess it depends on what the judges are looking for today. But it is one of the only airs we've seen today, so maybe it's exactly what the judges are looking for.
We saw an incredible one from Hockey.
We'll come back to that so shortly. We are going to go to a quick break, and we'll be back for heat number 5 of the round of 64. Don't go anywhere.
Lay back and just forget the pressure.
Welcome back to the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. This is the round of 64, heat number 5. Another stacked heat on our hands. Here we go. Ches Boz, I believe this is in the red. Taking off on the first wave of the heat. Just a few phone clients on that one. We'll see if any other competitors have had a wave yet. Not yet. So Ches Boz, Macklin Flynn, and a new name, Aussie Trigwell. I'm Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Lil B. Young. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. And this is a nice heat to watch too because, you don't have as much pressure as 4 people in the heat, you know?
I know.
I always like it when I have a 3-person heat. But here's Macklin Flynn from WA. Nice couple of back-end turns there. Early stages of the heat, but I like that about keeping busy at the start of the heat. Get your first 2 and then just sit and wait.
Yeah, Macklin Flynn is a junior. Well, just touching on Cash Brown, who was a junior in the last heat, who I believe did make it through. Yes. So there's a pro junior on this weekend, so I feel like a lot of our junior surfers have thrown their name in this draw for the QS 1000, try and get some QS experience while they're down here for the pro junior. So I think it's really smart competitive surfing from the juniors doing that. That was a beautiful tail slide. Unfortunately, Jez just not pulling that one off. And yeah, Aussie Trigwell, a name that we both haven't heard before, but I love new names in the draw and just seeing what they bring to the table. And I feel like there's no better way to do that than in a 3-person heat.
You know what? Like the dark horse of the heat.
Yeah.
So here's the replay of Ches Boss. And I'm not sure if you knew, Jesse, but I think this might be his first year trying out the QS because he's actually a phenomenal soccer player.
Ches Boz.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Well, there you go.
But,
Fun soccer and surfs, 2 very different sports,
yeah.
but I love it.
Was
Worlds colliding.
There's a lot of people that do that as well, like Harley Walters used to play for Liverpool.
Really?
Yeah.
What? I had no idea.
Yeah, the Liverpool team in Australia, I think that's not the English team.
Yes,
the Australian
yes,
one.
yep.
So, but there we go. 2.5 and 167 for Ches Boss, Macklin Flynn with a 233, and Aussie Trigwell with a 1.1. So
yeah, Aussie Trigwell, 16 from WA, so made the journey over to the East Coast to compete in this QS 1000, and I'm sure the Pro Junior that we're going to see over the weekend as well. So just more experience for him, having 2 events to compete in, and yeah, getting a few reps under his belt might give him the edge over his competitors once he does get to the Pro Junior. Good looking left coming through right now. Here we go, our soccer player. Beautiful first slash, straight into a second one, so he's going to keep projecting down the line.
to the goal.
Yeah, gets a third one. I don't know if that's a ride out. I feel like he didn't really get down the face and ride out through the foam, but he definitely got some
I'm
good
not a
work
judge,
done.
but I don't think that was a ride out.
Yeah, 2.93. So yeah, the judges definitely not deeming that last turn as complete, but that is all good. Still in the lead, 2.93. Here we go. Kind of a slashing turn to start that one off. There's a bit more meat in that second turn, and this would have been really nice if he could have rode out of
It
that
just
one.
didn't give him the section and enough water to ride out. But I was actually going to say here too, it'd be so epic if there was some events in WA coming up, like maybe in the future or years to come. I remember they had a pro junior last
they had
year.
a Pro Junior there, maybe 2 years ago now. A Pro Junior and a QS 1000 there.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, time flies.
It's crazy. But I was even looking at that with the Sydney Urban Surf opening with the memberships.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Yeah,
I might have to get one. I want to start sewing swimmers over in wetsuits, maybe for the autumn period.
Yeah, I know. It'd be amazing. It's cool that Urban just keeps opening up wave pools across the country. Soon, I'm sure there'll be one at everyone's doorsteps. They're so fun. I'd actually love to see Urban do like a little experiment where they took someone who's never surfed before and see how long it takes them to get to like a competitive level just on all the different wave settings. I feel like that could be a really cool experiment for Urban to see like how quickly they could get someone like really good at surfing.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
It's the perfect like playground to learn how to surf in. Because you have barrels, you have air sections, you have beginner waves, intermediate, advanced.
Well, in Germany as well, you've got a lot of people that are surfing the wave pools.
Yeah.
And that's sometimes like the better waves are going to be in Spain or something. So we've got a lot of great, like, I'm friends with a couple of them, like Noah Clark, Rachel Presti, and they're actually like going off to the ISA. They've got a killer team.
Oh my gosh, amazing.
So I'm not sure if you know where the ISA is this year. But
So Puerto Rico right now.
Oh,
yeah.
awesome.
But that's the ISAs for the Olympics.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So they're in Puerto Rico. I know Safi Vetti, who has already qualified for the Olympics, she's there representing New Zealand. But you kind of have to tick the box. You still have to go and compete in each ISA qualifier. This is Ches Boz up and riding, just trying to finish another ride there. But yeah, they always go to really tropical places. Like they're in El Salvador, now they're in Puerto Rico, and then obviously the Olympics are in Tahiti. So
Yeah.
well, it doesn't get much better than that. I don't think.
Well, Safi Vitti actually had a really good campaign on the QS last year. Here's Macklin Flynn up and riding. Nice couple of back end turns here. He's almost got a runner here, exactly like Cash's runner before.
Yeah, that was a really nice put together wave from Macklin. It's definitely the best wave of the heat. He got a 2.33 for one turn, and there we go, 4-point ride for that last wave. So Macklin, that was really mature competitive surfing, I thought. You know, he just timed his wave, he paced it, he gets his foam climb there and just projects him out of that turn to finish off that wave with a really strong finishing turn there.
Super smart surfing.
Macklin from WA as well. So 2 WA competitors in this heat.
You know, I wonder if they're friends. Like, you know, when sometimes when you got friends in the heat and then you do the tactics on the other person. Like, I've never been in that situation before, but like back in the day, I used to hear it like would happen a lot.
Yeah, I definitely think they'd be friends, those two, both coming from WA. Macklin actually just got second in the Australian Junior Surfing titles down at Phillip Island at the end of last year.
Nice wrap there from Ches Boss.
Oh, this is going to stand up on the inside. Oh, no. And he's just clipped his nose. That was a good-looking wave there. I think he's probably a little bit frustrated there with that body language. There was definitely a finishing section there. So
yeah, no, I can relate to that in a lot of my surfs. So, but I was going to say, if you're planning your next surf trip, stay closer and surf longer with Camplify, Australia's #1 van sharing platform. So thanks to Camplify, Australia's largest van sharing community, chasing swells has never been so easy. Hire a camper van and cruise the coast, searching for the next set in style, whether it's a lay day or a spray day. Camplify has you covered for a beachside base with thousands of unique camper vans available to hire. It's guaranteed to make Dawn Patrol that much sweeter.
Oh, stop it. Got to do that. Here we go, Aussie Trigwell finishing off a wave there. So just getting a nice snap for him. He's looking for a 3.93 to jump into second. We'll see where the judges leave that one. 10 minutes down, 10 to go.
I don't know what it is about his style, but I really like it's like his stance is real like smooth.
Yeah, his feet are a little bit closer together, so it's almost like an old school style. Bit of a Tommy Carroll approach to his surfing. And you can see like he looks like a strong young surfer as well. So I'm sure if he got a bit of wave under his feet, we'd definitely see some damage from Aussie Trigwell. Here we go. Good looking wave here for Macklin. Biggest set of the heat so far. Gets it up once and twice there for Macklin. So nice 2-turn combination. Looking to better a 2.33. I dare say he's done that. That was definitely the biggest wave we've seen so far. And kept his cool, and that second section, there was foam on the face there. It is hard to land those turns on your back end with foam on the face. So Macklin looking mature even as a junior.
Totally. What have we got coming up next? Saxon Reaver in the red, Dom Thomas in the blue, Ollie Risenbeek in the white, and Kalan Orchid in the green. That's another solid heat coming up.
Yeah, 2 Newcastle versus 2 Northern Beaches.
There we go.
Yeah, so it's the battle of the regions in that next one. Here we go. Macklin Flynn having a look on the inside. Yeah, opting out for that one. 4.5 for that last 2-turn effort for Macklin.
So you're doing a couple of the upcoming QS events?
No, I'm commentating all of them. Yeah, so you'll hear my voice in your ears for the next few events. But no, yeah, just going to talk about it, really. But I'll definitely enjoy watching the surfing, and then yeah, after Newcastle, the next event we'll see in Australia will be the Snapper Challenger Series. So
because it's a way shorter QS season this year.
yeah, well, it
So
started.
March, that's so soon.
Yeah, it started a fair way earlier for the Australian regional. So we started in June last year for the Koori.
Koori, NAS, Taiwan.
Yeah.
Um,
And then we came back to Urban, and then we went to Burleigh. Now we're here, Avoca and Newcastle. And Avoca and Newcastle are actually both co-sanctioned events. So we'll see all of our Asian competitors in the draw as well against our Australian ones, because we got to go to Asia for 3 events. They should be able to come here and compete in 2 of ours.
Absolutely.
And I think it just makes the draw so much bigger, so much harder. And I absolutely love competing against the Asian competitors. I think it really forces everyone to lift their game, because I don't know if you've spent much time competing against our Japanese friends, but they are incredible competitors, and
Amazing.
They're so technically good in their surfing. They never fall. Never.
Anon Matsuka is one of my favourite, upcoming, Challenger Series women, because... And she's just so happy.
Yeah, she is.
I saw her in Hawaii, and I was like, I'm not sure if you've ever been to Ted's Bakery,
no,
on the North Shore.
But never been to Hawaii.
Oh, it's awesome. And she just came up, and I was like, oh, hey. But she's just so lovely, and she's just rips the bag out of every single wave. It is so awesome to see. And, even all the events over there, everyone has such a good time. Everyone's traveling together. I always see Nixie and Amelie traveling together. And obviously you and Charlie travel a bit together.
Yeah, we travel a lot together. I don't know if you've seen much of Shino Matsuda's surfing as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's provisionally qualified for the Olympics to represent Japan, and her backhand is lethal. She is such an amazing surfer. I'm not sure if she's making it back here in time for the last 2 events. I'd love to see her here, but I know she's putting in a lot of time to get ready for Chopu. But yeah, she is an incredible surfer. Can't go past Sarah Wakita, Kana Nakashio. The list goes on in that female division. And then the men's, Tenshi Iwami, he's such a strong surfer. He's definitely taken out a lot of the Australian names. Raiha Onu. Yeah, the list goes on. The Japanese competitors are amazing. Then you have the Indonesian competitors like Ketut Agus, and it's just crazy. Kian,
Oni Anwar,
yep. It's just, it makes it so, the Australian region is already hard enough. Add our Asian friends in, and you've got yourself basically a Challenger Series level event, and it's definitely an entertaining event when we see both the Australian and the Asians come up against each other. So look forward to it.
Absolutely. And it makes me wonder if Taina will come over. I saw her while we were over there in Hawaii, so we're just coming down to 5 minutes remaining. Macklin Flynn with a 4.5 and a 4.0, so it's a bit of a low-scoring heat, this one. Not as many sets. We saw Macklin get that good one, but it was just might have just been a surprise,
Yeah, oh, here we go. Here we go. Shezbos down the line, looking for a big turn here. Just a little bit out of rhythm. Maybe feeling the nerves. The body's feeling a little bit heavy because, Aussie Trigwell only needing a 3.93. That's not a good score. So I would definitely be feeling nervous. There's still 4 minutes 30 on the clock. It is a shorter period as well, so there's definitely plenty of waves coming through. Whether or not they have the power that Aussie Trigwell needs. Here we go. Up and riding. Looking for a 3.93. There's the second turn there. It's a snap back into the pocket. This one's going to open up down the line for a 4th turn. So Aussie Trigwell knocking on the door of 2nd place. We'll see where the judges put that one. What are your thoughts?
I was even just watching his knees then. It's almost like watching Asher Pacey surf. It just looks like he's just calm and collected every time he it's a good style to watch. But yeah, I think that actually, I'm not a judge again, but I think that might put him into 2nd.
It came in just under, so 2.5. So he's now looking for a 3.43. So if I was Ches, I definitely would probably be starting to play the defense card a little bit more. It was a good looking first bowl. Yeah, the judges probably just saying they didn't see
Maybe a critical turn.
Yeah. In that first opening section, he did milk it all the way through, so he probably didn't have to go in as far. Maybe he could have done those first 2 turns and pulled off, because that's where the bulk of those scores came
For
from.
sure.
Macklin Flynn with priority and in first place. It doesn't really get much better than that, but he's making his way down to his competitors just to be like, I'm just making sure you guys aren't going to take my lead off me. So yeah, again, really mature approach from Macklin. He's looking like an experienced competitor out there, even though he's just 18, I believe. So
Yeah. Well, this is quite a young heat, this one.
yeah, definitely.
I was even going to ask you too about, do you remember when the QS at Port Stephens used to be an international one? Like, I remember like having Joanne DeFay, Macy Callahan,
Brisa Hennessy won it one
Brisa
year.
Hennessy. Like, I remember I would come down with a notebook and I'd get all their autographs.
Yeah.
And Joanne, I think it was like super cold this year that they held it. And Joanne was like in board shorts and everyone was just like, what is going on? But yeah, I was just like such a grom going up and getting
Yeah.
because it was like the Chaos Cadet Cup and then there was like the big QS series that would just be like, oh my God, that's
Yeah.
so cool.
Yeah, when it was a prime event, it was a 6,000 for the women and a 3,000
Wow.
for the men. So it was a really big deal, this event. It was the actual deciding event of who qualified that year. And I remember it must have been 2018, while it was still the old system when it was the primes. And Alyssa Spencer and Amuro were looking to qualify. And they had to both make this one heat, and they drew each other, and my sister was in it as well, and I think Joanne DeFay too. And my sister and Joanne got through the heat, and Alyssa and Amuro didn't, and they actually didn't qualify that year.
No.
And then it happened that Carissa Moore pulled out the following year, and Amuro got the spot because she was next in line. So yeah, there's so much history at this beach, and it's so amazing to see that we're still competing here. Yeah. So this wave holds a lot of power for a lot of surfers, and these points that these guys are competing for today are really important in terms of qualifying for the Challenger Series.
Here we go. Might be a bit of a set approach here for the last minute. But I was so stoked Alyssa made the tour this year. Like, being good friends with her, and she has just got such a lethal backhand.
Yeah,
it is.
She's just a beautiful human as well. Like, she's just
lovely.
Yeah,
lovely human being.
She works really hard. I even remember when we were younger, and she was like one spot off qualifying after this event. She was absolutely gutted, but was also just so utterly in awe of the process. She was like, it's okay, it just wasn't meant to be this year. I was like, what? Who thinks like that? I'd be gutted if I didn't make. She was just so happy with whether she made it or not, because she just knew that she'd get there one day. And I think it was perfect timing for her that she waited till she was a bit older, a bit stronger. And yeah, she, I think, got around a 16 finish at Sunset. So we'll see her again at Portugal, where she's won before on the Challenger Series.
Absolutely. Well, as we count this heat down,
that was a good wave.
Was Aussie Trickwell. There we go. So we'll count this one out, go on a break, and
we're going to catch up with a replay of that last one. He needed a 3.43 to take Ches Boz second place. So gets a car back for this first one. You could see this inside bowl forming up as he was racing to it. Another snap. The bulk of the points will come from that finishing turn. Nice vertical snap.
That wasn't a bad turn, actually.
It was his best wave of the heat, for sure. We are going to go to a break. We'll see who made that heat on the other side, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for a Newcastle Northern Beaches matchup.
Golf in Sydney, and he was pretty excited about the QS leg and ready to roll. He's in a good golf ball at the moment, but he's extraordinary talent. He's puts in a lot of time, a lot of effort, and he's had some good results. We also see Dom Thomas out there, and Ollie Rosenbeck as well. So a couple of Northern Beaches guys, Kalen Orchard with a 2.67. But yeah, Sachs has had a couple of really good results in the last couple of years. He actually got a start at the World Junior Championships, and I think he got a ninth, as we see Saxon up and right on his forehand. Nice and sharp. He's very quick across each and every section, as we see Ollie. This guy's impressive as well, you know. It's Newcastle. It's like the Nova Catrins. It's like Newcastle versus Seagulls.
Yeah, it's like the Newcastle Knights versus Manly. Love to see it. Yeah, all of these guys are such great competitors. They've all been doing this for a while. I'm pretty sure they're all still juniors, maybe except for Saxon. I believe he's 21 this year. So
Getting
Ollie,
old.
I know. Ollie opening up with a 5, Saxon with a 4.33. So not a bad way to open up their heat. But yeah, Dom Thomas, he's still a junior. Oh my gosh, dolphins jumping in the background. There you go. A little bit of sea life action for everyone watching this morning.
I'm loving it's a dolphin. And let me tell you, Dom Thomas, he's been really impressive in the last year or so. He's starting to really develop into a very high-skilled competitor. And I think I heard you and Lil speaking before about the fact that, you know, you felt like a lot of these guys are still in their juniors.
Yes.
And the fact that they're able to serve multiple heats and really get that experience on the QS level, such a good thing for them moving forward. We've got a pro junior coming up in the region of Newcastle in the next couple of days. So, yeah, these guys will just sort of be rolling on through. But, yeah, waiting for Dom Thomas to get up to start. And best wave so far, 5-point ride for the surfer in white. And these heats are 4 surfer priorities. Great to have the replays. And it looks like the surfer in green, and that is Kalen Orchard.
Ooh.
Nice vertical attack. And can he complete that wave? Yes, he does. So that's a nice start for the surfer in green.
Yeah, that will back up his 2.67 pretty nicely. It was a really nice second turn vertical in the pocket for Kalen. So not a name that we see like consistently in the QS, I don't feel like. It's even though we know Kalen, it's not someone that we've seen compete in QS.
I'm pretty sure this is his first crack at the QS level. He does a lot of pro junior stuff.
Yeah, just finished school last year, so still so young and maybe just focusing on those juniors right now.
Yeah, but he's got a 5.13 and a 2.67. He said that now is the best way of the heat, purely based on that second turn. But these heats are pretty much stacked from the outset. And as we spoke about before, you know, this QS level, having to compete at a high level when you're a junior just gives you that little bit of a chip shot into being a little bit more experienced when you have a crack full time. And all of these guys would just be doing these 1,000s and the 3,000 just for that experience, not really expecting to qualify for the Challenger Series. But in saying that, you jag a big result and anything's possible. So you just never know. So right now it is the surfer in green holding the lead with a 5.13 and a 2.67. Surfer in white in second with a 5-point ride. The experienced campaigner, it's hard to say that because of the fact that he's still so young, but he's pretty experienced.
Yeah,
Saxon Reaver, he has a 4.33. Dom Thomas waiting patiently. These 20-minute heats, they seem to fly by, Jess.
Yeah, I mean, well, we're already basically 6 minutes down, which I know, as I say, that doesn't sound like a lot, but in the scheme of things, that's a pretty big chunk of the heat. Ollie, though, looking really strong on his feet. I know he's currently doing the 75 hard challenge, which is an extremely hard mental, physical, just everything challenge, and he's looking really strong, and I feel like you could tell from that opening wave that Ollie got that he's here, and he's looking really
Fired
comfortable.
up.
Yeah, and he's looked mentally strong, physically strong, and just ready to make a few rounds. And I feel like the Novocastrians probably have a bit of an advantage at this wave because they've probably been coming and surfing here for the last couple of weeks to get some practice.
I think, surfing, getting to compete sort of in your own region as well is important. Like they'll be able to have that stable kind of focus of staying at home, being in their own bed. We've seen so many interviews over the years about, when people actually get to surf at their own home venue, how much of an advantage it is because it's so familiar. And, both the Novocastrians pretty close to their hometown, but when you've got, Saxon and Kaylin also, they would have surfed this place a number of times probably in their lives. So, very strong heat. This is heat number 6 of the round of 64, of course. Today we'll be running through the round of 64 in the men's as we see Saxon flying down the line. He's so quick and sharp. We see him trying to identify something down the line here. Wow.
That was
nice and sparky on that one.
Yeah, really strong surfing. I feel like Saxon spent a good solid season in Hawaii a couple years ago, and then that really developed his surfing more and he came back so much stronger. I mean, his forehand is so good, but I feel like his backhand is definitely his strong point. But
yeah, he's definitely, I feel like he's, like you said, his backhand, it's so on point all the time. He's been working really hard on his forehand, just trying to create that, that power, that speed, that flow, and the judges lapped that up at 5.43. But yeah, he did spend a lot of time in Hawaii recently, and he spent a lot of time over in Asia as well. So he's sort of rounded himself into a traveling free surfing pro. Not a bad life, you can get it.
Not at all. Here we go, Kaylin Orchard up and riding, just
down he goes.
But still in second, so 307 just for that one turn on his wave. Prior to that last one, Saxon does go to the lead with that 5.43. So yeah, I just feel like all of these guys have such an equal chance of making it through this heat. Dom being a little bit quiet so far, almost half the heat gone. Usually you see Dom kind of take that rapid fire approach and just catch a million waves in a heat, and he's got a great air game, and that's definitely what has progressed him through a lot of the rounds.
So interesting enough, you saw Saxon, he utilised that left and basically sort of to get that down the line speed, he came around that first section to identify that inside kind of wedgy section, and it did come up trumps at 5.43. And as we said, it's pretty tight heat right now between first, second, and third. And like you said, very unusual to see someone like Dom Thomas just trying to find that first wave. As we see a surfer out wide, it looks like Kaylin.
This might have a really nice inside section on it. Some of these lefts hit the bank really well, but just a bit of a ridge there for Kaylin, trying to finish this one off, and he does. So looking a better 307. Whether that does or not, the judges have been pretty brutal with making sure that they get a strong commitment out the back.
Turn.
Yeah, so we'll see whether that goes into his top two. There was another set behind it, and it looks like Dom Thomas probably took it because his priority has disappeared for his name, so we'll see if we can get a replay of that one for you guys. But yeah, halfway down, here we go.
10.5 minutes.
Yep.
So here we go. It looks like Kaylin up and riding. This is a replay of his last wave. Nice strong first turn and sort of connecting dots on the inside, but you did say before the judges have been sort of really looking for those bigger turns out the back. We'll see what transpires when it comes to his scoring potential, because he didn't really need a hell of a lot to improve on his position, and it'd be good to see what to work out what Dom did as well. So right now, very tight, halfway through, and we'll see what the judges roll through to that as we see the surfer in white flying along in his forehand, tagging away, and that's going to definitely better his second score of a 0.9. And here we go. It looks like Dom just overextending on that wave.
I love the approach though. That is exactly what he has to do to make sure he keeps up with the other competitors in this heat. Here we go. This is the replay of Ollie. So just a check turn there. Kicks out the fins on that second turn. So he's looking really strong, in my opinion. Maybe the strongest we've ever seen Ollie come into a heat. Usually, he is still a junior, so usually you can tell when they have had that competitive experience or not. But I feel like this is the most mentally solid we've seen Ollie come into a heat, and I feel like he needs a 3-2-1. We'll see where that last one comes in at, but I dare say that it will be that sport.
Look, to be honest, it's going to be somewhere in that range. It was pretty smart, pretty intelligent, pretty mature approach to that wave, because it only offered off 2 sections, and all he was doing was trying to better that, that score. But Kalen Orchin just locked in a 4.47 to extend his second position. So surfer in green built in-house out there, and that last wave of white was not enough. He now needs a 4.61 to move on through. Dom Thomas did open up with a 4.47, and that last wave that failed to complete that first term was a 0.90. So very tight heat, not much separating first, second, third and fourth. 8 minutes to go. You are at the Camplify Port Stephens Pro, the first event of the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And you can see the surfer in red there going for the punt, but not really riding out. So that's not going to better his situation. So as I said, very tight. The Northern Beaches boys have got the jump at this stage, but such is the skill set of both Ollie and Dom, they both would be really, really focused on just that next opportunity. And that's what it's all about, just getting experience and using your skill set to advance on through these heats. So everyone's got to score roughly around the 5-point range. So we call that in the sort of mid to good range, and it'll be the surfer who can execute and try to get up into the excellent range that will basically blast their way into that round of 32. Here we go. It looks like the surfing blue flying, goes for the punt and has to sort of kick himself out of that one, because we saw surfer in white Ollie Rosenbach further down the peak.
Yeah.
So
I'm interested to see if maybe he looked like he was standing pretty tall at the end of that last wave, so maybe he feeling like he got the damage done to get that 4.61. And yeah, Dom, I'm used to seeing him go to those airs. That's when I've seen Dom get the most consistent results in events, even like the Newcastle 5000 last year. It was all based off.
he had a good result there.
He did, yeah, and he was just taking these gnarly sections and like doing these punts, and it was absolutely amazing. So I love when Dom's kind of clicking in that mode. There we go, 5.6.
Wow, you identified that. You said, I didn't see the way, but the way he stood up, the body language, the body talk was enough to get him into the lead. Surfer in white goes into first with a 5.6. His backup is a 5. It pushes Surfer in red down to second. And here we go, the surfer in green up and riding. And he needs a 4.67. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get on through to the 4.67, but he's still got plenty of time. He's got 6 minutes. A massive shout out to all our event partners, Camplify, who are the naming rights sponsor of this event, PRD Real Estate, of course, Port Stephens Council, Destinations New South Wales, URBNSURF and WSL. All these are wonderful companies come together to bring this event to one of the most beautiful regions on the New South Wales coastline, as we see a nice two-turner there for the surfer in green. And maybe his clubmate Saxon Reaver will be looking over his shoulder. Will that be enough? Only time will tell. And right now, the positive for the surfer in red, the experienced Saxon Reaver, he has first priority. So he has the next bite at any wave. And I'm sure there'd be a little bit of club heckling going on out there.
Absolutely there would be.
Did you used to get into sort of, when you had to surf against like True, did you and True start heckling each other?
True and I had this rule, like when we were younger.
Don't talk.
Maybe not so much now that we're older, but when we were younger, we were like, I'll go left, you go right.
Oh, one of them.
And that was it. We'd sit on opposite banks for each other, because if not, it'd just get too much.
What happens if you actually...
On a point break or something.
Yeah, no, what happens if you burn her and go, no, I'm just going to get an interference, and Dan has to sit in the middle of you two and sort of go, okay, good.
Oh, yeah.
No fighting.
Yeah, Dad definitely put out a few fires over the years.
There you
That's
go.
for sure.
Nice looking first turn. And again, punching through the lips. So Dom Thomas looking to fire back as well. And like I said, it was the Northern Beaches boys who had the kick early in this heat, but with 4 minutes to go, that was a nice couple of solid manoeuvres on the backhand for Dom Thomas. But yeah, I love it when you get friends. They're all smiles. As soon as they get in the water, it is game on, and that's the sport we are in. You know, it's there's everyone wants to win.
Well, even at board riders at Narrabeen, there's still no priority. So we're still doing hassle, and it is the best thing having hassle heats at your home break and everyone's. I've come out of finals of Northern Board Riders with like bleeding because we're like all battling over each other, and yeah, it's so funny. We go Saxon vertical first turn there, throws it up there for a second, almost loses it, regains steeper section on the inside, releases the fins.
Wow!
Thank you, Saxon.
So will the judges sort of bring back the scale on that because of that little slip up after the second turn? Let's have a look at it. Very vertical. His back end is so 12 o'clock. It gets so vertical and he gathers a lot of speed. And I love that little transition on that final turn where he had a little bit of drift in the tail as well. So we'll see what the judges think. He needs a 5.18 to go up into first with 3 minutes to go, and we can see Dom Thomas. So it's going to be interesting to see what transpired there. But yeah, very, very vertical, that first manoeuvre for the surfer in red. And here we go. It looks like Dom on a smaller inside wave, just trying to gather up points. Goes to the punt.
Oh, that was nice. That was really nice for Dom Thomas. Looking for a 5.93. I think because of the wave size, that score will sit under, needing that requirement. Saxon still waiting to see if that last wave went into his top two. He was looking for a 5.18 to take first off White. That was a really nice flurry of waves, a bit steeper face than what we've seen in those earlier rounds so far. So it's nice to see these competitors open up a bit more. This is definitely the highest scoring heat we've seen all morning. So maybe this is a nice indicator of what we're going to be rolling into in the next few heats.
I like that. And just waiting to see if that last wave went into his two-wave combination, because there was a little slip up on the second turn, but his first turn was so square, and his last turn I felt was really strong. But look at this. Kaylin Orchard is just locked in. We didn't see that.
No.
A 5.9. He goes into the lead. So judges have locked in a 5.9 for the surfer in green. Wow, that is a solid number. So that pushes his clubmate down to third. Is there another score to go in? And
wow, that came out of nowhere. Was not expecting that. So Kaylin, in one of his first ever QSs, currently leading the heat. This is definitely the round that you want to make. Like, obviously you want to make every round, but you don't want to get stuck in the round of 64. So Saxon, it's definitely not a place we're used to seeing him lose in this round. 1 minute to go. He has second priority. There is a bit of distance between him and Ollie, but you can see Ollie chasing him down the beach to make sure that Saxon doesn't get that 5.18 that he requires. Wow, that was a massive change. 45 seconds on the clock. Saxon needs another wave. Ollie is...
So that last wave we spoke about, that little slip up on that second turn, was only a 4.97.
Oh,
wow. So that was enough to change the tide. It just, had he stuck that second turn nice and clean, I reckon he would have easily got the score. And there is literally only 20 seconds to go. And this is, to be honest, a pretty big upset when it comes to the two North Staying guys, because they've surfed a lot of heats against each other. But Kaylin Orchard has lit this thing up. That 5.9, we didn't actually get to see that, but very good looking score. And it looks like the young freshy kid is going to get himself into the next round.
Wow, that's a major upset. Saxon Reba, one of the more consistent names in the QS, bowing out in the round of 64. So he'll regroup, come back better for a 3,000 for a Boca. There we go. The two North Staying guys taking it out, saying thank you. We'll be back for heat number 7 right after the short break. We'll see you guys very soon.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Always
Right, we are back. Welcome in on a beautiful morning down here at the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 event, of course. Camplify, the major sponsor. Welcome in, Lee. And we're flying through the draw. Heat number 7 of the round of 64. And right now, this is another sick-looking heat. We've got young Jackson Dorian out there. Of course, his dad was one of the most famous surfers, iconic surfers of all time. Harry Phillips as well. Xavier Bryce, and who else we got? We have Angus Owen. So this is another smoker, the Hawaiian. So Jackson, good to see him down in Hawaii, from Hawaii, coming down to Australia, competing. Of course, wouldn't be able to carry those points back, but yeah, good to see such a strong series of turns as well. We saw Surfing White there just getting so loose as a goose.
Wow, that last heat looked like a cracker, didn't it?
Oh, it was actually. We actually didn't get to see the 5.9 of Kaylin Orchard, but that was enough to turn the tide. And when you think about someone with the experience of his clubmate Saxon Reba, it was a pretty big upset. And Dom Thomas too, who we know traditionally is such a fast, starter in a heat, and he sort of was caught behind the 8 ball. So another good heat, but that's what these QSs do, that they allow you the experience to identify and sort of learn on the run when it comes to competing at a higher level. Right now we see Surfing White with that 5.17, a couple of throwaways for both Harry and Zave, and so into the round of 32 goes Ollie and Kaylin from that last heat.
But hey, that's surfing. You can't win every event.
You can't win it all.
So
it's hard enough to win one.
Well, that's my favourite part about events, actually, when you're working on the beach, and here's red and green splitting the peak here. So Harry Phillips and Xavier Bryce. It's a nice wave there for red. And that's my favourite part, when everyone comes in. The girls are giving each other hugs, boys are shaking hands, and everyone's just happy to be there.
Then they're out the back with their little voodoo dolls going, I hate that bloke. No, that's the sport we are. There's no mates in the water. It's a professional sport, and these surfers, even though they're very young, they're professional athletes, and they've got to learn, that they have to be ruthless when it comes to their approach to heats, and really trying to get through, because the QS, it's a hard kind of formula to master. But the other thing too, you got to think, the cost to get around Australia, to get to events, you want to be getting into the money in these events, so you can just sort of cover your bases, cover your costs. And also, the biggest thing about QS for younger surfers, especially the guys who are coming into this from, say, a pro junior formula, it's the experience. You can't buy that kind of experience. You can surf as many heats as you want at your local board riding club, but when you come to this level, you know that the strength of surfing within our region is so strong. You've got to be on you and bring your A game.
Absolutely. I was talking to Jesse about that before, actually, when you're coming up against your idols. I know I had a couple of heats at Dimity last year, and even the single fin, I had Jaleesa Vincent in my heat, like, all time. Probably one of my favourite surfers, just the style is so smooth. Here we go, red, Harry Phillips up and riding here. It's actually bowling up a bit more now, actually.
Yep, Victorian. So open up with a 5.50.
So I haven't heard his name in the...
Oh, he's been around. To be honest, he's been around a while, and I've seen a lot of him. I mean, mind you, I've seen a lot of everyone when it comes to watching heats and commentating heats. But yeah, very strong base. And look how sharp he is. He's got such great depth off his bottom hand turns, and that generates a nice angle into each and every wave, as we see the surfer in green.
That was a nice one as well.
Tagging away. That was sick. Dave looking stronger. He's another one from Long Reef down on the northern beaches. When he was like 13 or 14, you sort of look at talent identification of that next generation. Dave was definitely one of those guys I looked at and went, wow. I remember watching him, I think it was in the Oki Grom, and that's considered, a pretty big event.
Yeah.
When it comes to, identifying talent, and the best of the best age groups go into that event. And he was a real standout in that event years ago, and you could definitely tell he had something special when it came to his surfing.
Well, that's like a pretty that was an international event, before COVID and stuff. Jackson Dorian would come over, and a lot of the Hawaii grums would come over, and like with the whole Billabong bloodlines and stuff. And you're competing against, international surfers as well at such a young age, from I think it's under 18s to about maybe under 12s or under 10s.
Yeah, under 12s it was.
Yeah. But
pretty sick. And the standard was amazing.
Yeah.
The year I went up and I commentated up there 1 year, and it was absolutely mind-boggling how good the under 12s were. I was like, holy dooly, we're in such a strong position when it comes to the future of our sport, as we see Angus getting nice and loose. This thing's, the wave just keeps on giving. It's definitely got a nice little wedge on these lefts. So it will be interesting to see how the judges sort of pull that wave apart. We've seen a couple of nice scores. I'm pretty sure we're still waiting on a score from the surfer in green to lock in. So the judges have that ability to go back, have a look at the replays, and sometimes it does take a little bit of time for the scores to lock into the system. But these judges are a great panel of judges led by Ben Dunn, and he's the head judge, and all these judges are so experienced, and they don't mind taking their time as long as they get the right result. So we've seen a 6.40 and a 5.50 for Harry Phillips. He's out in the lead, waiting on a couple of scores to lock in. But yeah, talking about having to take on your idols, and the one thing about that too, you have to raise your level.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be, like starstruck against the surfer in the lineup, but you also got to identify the fact, wow, I'm gonna have to basically blow up to beat this person. Or someone like Dimity Stall, she's an absolute icon when it comes to Australian surfing, but
and DJing.
And well, she's a DJ now too, very much like Fish, but just her ability in her heats, her strategies, her game plans and stuff, it's pretty impressive to watch. Even as she sort of develops and gets even older, for me, every year I look and go, I wonder if she's going to actually qualify this year, because she definitely has the game to qualify.
100%. There's a lot of good surfers that he missed out last year, the Newcastle surfer.
Philippa Anderson.
Philippa Anderson, yeah.
Susie's in this event. She's in this event, yeah. She's missed out 5. She's been close about 5 years out of her career, and it'll be one of those things that it would be an absolute tragedy. I shouldn't say tragedy, but it would be a shame if Philippa actually never, ever got to that next level, because her surfing is tailor-made for the championship tour. But it's like anything, you've got to get there.
She's punted airs in front of me before, and I'm just like, that's my favourite part of that surfing. If someone gets a good barrel or does a good air, it's just even rail games coming in again a lot now too.
Power, speed, flow.
Yeah.
If you read the actual WSL, judging criteria and stuff, when you're coaching young surfers, you're always talking about, the judging criteria being power, speed, flow, major manoeuvres in the most critical part of the wave. And I think that's been a staple for generation to generation. You just can't beat that. And talking about generational surfers, Molly Picklin right now, she's in a semi-final in Sunset, and she's got a 967 and a 777. Wow.
Hopefully she takes it home this year.
She's taking on Brisa Hennessy.
Oh, yeah. We were actually just talking before, because when the Port Stephens QS used to be an international event.
Yeah, I commentated.
Brisa came over, Joanne DeFay, Macy, and I used to go up with my notebook, get all the signatures. And
I remember the year that you're speaking about was the year that Isabella Nichols actually won that event, and that win qualified her for the CT.
That was the event I got her signature.
Yeah, and Bella, I remember doing a podcast with Bella about 4 months later, or a little bit later, because of the fact that the next year was COVID. So she had to, like that rookie year, she had to wait an extra year basically to challenge the rookie class because of the fact that COVID shut the world down.
Yep.
But yeah, that was an incredible sort of run through that event. I was trying to work out who she actually had in the final, but there were, you and Jess were speaking about the fact that you know, a couple of surfers, Alyssa and was one surfer that just fell short, had to get through a heat, and I think True Starling actually beat us. So, like, very intense. But this is a place that has offered up really quality waves over a long period, and that's why Surfing New South Wales, their staff, continue to bring events to this kind of contest site because it's a great wave, Ruby.
Yeah, and a lot of impressive, talented surfers in the water as well. So, well, now everyone can be like, you know what? I've just surfed where Joe Interface just surfed.
100%, here we go. With 8 minutes to go, surfer having a look at this wave, but really not offering a lot. So at the moment, young Jackson Dorian needs an 8-point ride to get on through this heat. Xavier Bryce needs a 4.51. So he has a 4.17 and a 2.33. He's in third position. And if you're a bit of a novice out there, you know, there'll be a lot of new fans watching this as we see Zave up and riding. Goes to the punt, doesn't ride out. There's little numbers on the left. The P is a priority signal, meaning that the surfer in blue has first crack at any wave he likes out there. Surfer in white has second priority, so he can get in that line up, and if surfer in blue doesn't want the wave, he can identify the wave and take it. Harry Phillips has the lead. 11.902 wave combination as third priority, and Zabe at the back of the priority queue, as we like to call it. But he still only needs a 4.51, and as I said, for a long, long period of time, this guy has been impressive from our regional point of view, from the Northern Beaches, but he only needs that 4.51 to get himself back in the game. So I'm pretty sure Angus Owens will be really trying to just get rid of that 3.5, and as he gets rid of that, that puts a little bit more pressure on both Jackson and Zave.
Well, you know, even as to what you said before with Isabella Nichols and the COVID situation, Morgan Sidlick, another great surfer from Newcastle that just like made it, and then it was just like, yeah,
just had an off season, and that's happens. You see guys bounce out of their rookie class and just blow up, and then the next year they can have a pretty, you know, bad start to the year, and especially now with that mid-year cut.
Yeah.
There is no opportunities to have a shocker. You need to, like back in the day, you could build house on your rookie year. You saw a lot of guys. I actually did a study on this where I try to work out how many guys in their rookie years and where they started to blow up if they did requalify. And a lot of those surfers actually generated their points towards the back end of the year. So it took them a little bit of time to get used to the format because the CT format was very, very different to the QS format. So a lot of those guys had to like basically learn the process, feel comfortable in the environment, and then get a result, and they requalified. Where now, if you're a rookie, you either have to blow up, show up, or go home.
Yeah.
You get 5 events to show your skill set, both the men and the women, and if you do not do that, well, back to the challenges. But the challenges are pretty good. It's like a mini CT tour.
Yeah.
Think about where they go. They go, I mean, for us, we go Snapper and Narrabeen. Come on.
Yeah.
Imagine surfing Snapper 4 or 5 foot with 4 blokes out.
Yeah. Hopefully this year, here we go, Xavier Bryce.
Oh,
nice combo
so
there.
good.
So I'm actually hoping that in the future to come, they'll bring back the Halle Eva event, because that was such a, when I just got back from Hawaii, and that would have just been awesome to watch while we were there. And
now that is a bizarre situation where that wave, for me as a fan, is probably my favourite event to watch. And I've been live there a number of times watching that event as either a coach or a mate just watching the boys on tour. And it's just bizarre how that someone needs to sponsor that event. It's such an amazing wave, and it's so challenging.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then, because then you would have obviously the Challenger, then you've got the Vans Invitational, and then you've got the Pipe Pro, then the Sunset Pro.
100%. And look at that score, a 7.17 blast of green. That has elevated Zave into second position. Harry Phillips with that 6.4 and a 5.50. He's in first. The Northern Beaches surfer from Longy. I'm sure all the Longy board riders will be online cheering their man on. He's now in second. He only needs a 4.73 now to go into the lead. That has put a lot more pressure both on white and blue. Surfer in white needs a 6.18 and surfer in blue needs a 9.51. But yeah, Haleiwa, big shout out to a good mate of mine who's CT commentator extraordinaire these days, Richie Lovett. I remember the year that Richie basically had to win Haleiwa to make the World Tour. So let's have a look at a replay. Let's see Harry Phillips just exploding on the back end. Like I said, he's got such a great transition on the back end. He gets nice depth, and his rail game is so solid. He disperses so much water every time he does a turn, and the timing of his turns are critical towards the outcome of the scoring potential.
Super fast surfing there too, and his first turn is always so sharp. Like there's just no downtime in between his turns.
Yeah, as a coach, and when you get coached from professional coaches and stuff, the one thing you talk about consistency with young surfers is depth. Getting deep off the bottom. That critical bottom hand turn is such an important part of the structure of a surfer's sort of identification of the lip and the target, and you can see Harry Phillips was just blowing up as we see Zave. He's going to get a replay here, and this is nice looking wave. What about his sharp rail game? When he leans into it, he doesn't lose much momentum. He throws a lot of water, very clean, very critical surfing. And will that be enough to change the tide? I reckon that might be. I'm not a judge. And there it is. 4.77. He goes to first. So he needed only a 4.17 to move up. So that's great work from the surfer in green to really sort of eke out that 4.77. It probably was never going to be much more than a 5 that wave, and he sort of wrung the neck out of every bit of scoring potential on that wave to get himself into the lead now, to give himself a little bit more breathing space. Harry Phillips still in second. He's had a good heat so far with a 6.4 and a 5.50, and it is up to now the surfer in white he's had a pretty good heat, you know what I mean? He hasn't been that far from the mark, and now he needs a 6.73, and that is a score right up towards the top end of what we've seen today.
There you go, Blue. Jackson Dorran's replay, taking that one to the air. We've seen a couple of nice airs this morning. Darcy Crum, and in one of the other heats, Mike Clayton Brown as well. So that was a 5.17 for Jackson Dorran there, improving his situation. So Angus and Jackson looking for a 6.73, just under a minute to go.
So he's breaking the combo.
Yeah.
And he only needs a 6.73. So that's how quickly that can happen as we see a surfer having a look. So rapid fire towards the back end of the heat.
The only thing they got to worry about is Angus has priority, and now he's out the back by himself. So
you reckon that 30 seconds feels like about 5 seconds when you have priority and you need to score towards the back end.
So here we go, Blues replay as well. They're milking it to the inside on this one. Nice little fin throw there.
Doesn't ride out.
Doesn't ride out of that one. 10 seconds to go. So
it looks like
last roll of the dice.
Yeah, is Angus going to get the opportunity to have a crack at this? I don't think he's going to get it. You can see him powering out the back, but no, I don't think he's going to get into this wave. So it looks like, unofficially, it is going to be the surfer in green, Xavier Bryce, getting the job done. Harry Phillips in second, and we haven't seen that score for young Jackson Dorran, but we'll be back very shortly. Get excited. Let the Sports Series Pro. WSL Qualifying Series. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are down here at beautiful Ruby Beach on the Newcastle region as we see the surfer in green blowing up there. But yeah, great to have everyone online checking out the action. This is the future of the sport within our region, and we've seen some dynamic performances so far in this round. As we saw the surfer in green sort of lighting that thing up but coming unstuck. And what have you thought about the surfing so far, Lily? It's been pretty exciting to watch. We've seen some upsets, we've seen some big scores, and just what you want to see in the first round of the Camplify Port Stephens Pro, the QS 1000, of course, part of the Malaysian Oceania series of events that will basically typify what we're going to see, because these surfers are going for broke as they look to qualify for the Challenger Series.
Well, as I've already seen here today, there is quite an impressive talent pool, like from juniors even to people that have been doing it for a long time. We've seen a lot of good juniors come out, Cash Brown, later on today, probably Isla Huppets, Miller Brown, Rudy Berry, all these really good surfers, and just impressive, calculated surfing.
And talking about good surfers, junior surfers, we're talking about the best junior surfer in the world champ. Jarvis. I actually saw Jarvis the other week. It was pumping, and I took a couple of our young grommets down to our Aussie Pipe. And Jarvis Earl and Sammy Lowe, Nick Lowe's young bloke, were absolutely lighting it up as we see a paddle battle. The experience. Campaigner going up against the World Junior Champ as we see Harry Martin also getting to work as well. So, yeah, Jarvis Earl down in Aussie Pipe. Let me tell you, there was 100 dudes out there. You could identify him within 5 seconds how good he was at riding the tube and his rail game. So, good to see him in this event, having a crack at the QS. And we saw a very nice looking left as we see the surfer in white, just nice and smooth transition from that rail to rail. And that's what the judges love to see. They love to see that natural flow of each and every surfer.
I was going to say, I would have been more worried about that left than that right that came through. But,
you reckon that's a strategy, sort of getting in someone's grill? Like, get out of my way, bro.
It's a head game. First to Harry Martin, the 3.67. Here we go, Mitchell Peterson. Another great junior surfer here, actually. Making his way to the inside. A couple of turns there. I think he might be riding a CI2 Pro.
A CI2 Pro. Big shout out to the crew. Of course, Luca Elder and all the crew down at Onboard, and see the likes of George Pitter and those kind of surfers these days riding Channel Islands and really getting. I feel like, for someone like him, it's advanced his surfing to a level of just mind-boggling. Mm-hmm. Like when he got on the CIs, like his ability and his speed level just grew by, I reckon, 30%. And I think sometimes that happens. Like if you talk about boards and talk about the dynamics of, how each and every surfer feels with a certain board, it's so critical to your sport and to your performances to make sure that you have the best available equipment under your feet.
Absolutely. You're working with such a great team there as well. You got Reeve Hazelwood, obviously George Pitter. There's so many names on that team. Nixie Ryan, Ellie Harrison, Alyssa Spencer, another one. It's amazing. It's great surfing. I'm pretty sure they're releasing the Dumpster Driver 2 in a couple of weeks. So,
what are you riding?
Exciting. I'm running the 2 Pro at the moment, and it goes unreal, just out at the point. Just one of my Hawaii boards I brought back. But
how was Hawaii when you were there? Good waves?
Or it was awesome. It was
consistent, or was it a little bit?
It wasn't the best swell season, if I was going to be honest, but it's still a great time. We went over and got a house with all the girls, so just girls surf trip, and always surf Rockies because just punchy riding, point break. You can't really go wrong with that.
It's like the sort of mecca, isn't it, when it comes to dialing in swells in Hawaii. Rockies always got good waves. It's busy. The surfer in green again, keeping nice and busy, and that is Mitchell Peterson, as you said, a really solid performer on the Pro Junior circuit. You've got Harry Martin out there as well in the wide jump, so the World Junior Champ. And I think we're going to throw down to Posty with, oh, mate, Xavier Bryce. Can you hear me down there, Zave?
Yeah.
All right, mate, how are you? That was good heat, eh? How you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. It's good to get the ball rolling early and get a couple waves under my belt.
I think we have a bit of a situation with the posted interviews. I really can't hear what he's saying down there, but he looks pretty stoked. How are the waves out there?
Good. Oh, not really, but like kinda. There's waves, which is good.
Oh, come on, dude. You love a little beachy. Now, talk us what kind of board you're riding at the moment and how's it feel under your feet, mate?
Right now I got one of Luke Short's Noah Dean models. I don't know, it's just really good in like kind of little gutless waves, and yeah, it gets speed real well. So yeah, had fun on it.
You and your little partner in crime, Kaylin Orchard, also had a pretty solid heat with you. You're camping
Yeah.
up there, and how's it been?
Yeah, it's good. Been snuggling with the boys in the van, so.
So someone like yourself, you know, you're coming through. We spoke at length about the fact of how, you know, you're identified as a talent, very young. Have been on this level now. How are you feeling? Feeling nice and comfortable in the QS level these days, though?
Yeah, it's definitely, I don't know, it's definitely a bit of a wake up coming to like events, and I don't know, I feel like in the junior series it was like, you know, not easy to make the heats, but everyone was a bit more chilled out. Now it's just like everyone's just hell aggressive and stuff, so yeah, it's definitely harder, but it's good for you.
Mate, it definitely raises your level. You look fantastic out there, buddy, and best of luck.
Yeah, cheers.
And all the best, eh?
Appreciate it, thank you.
Yeah, what a talent. He's as I said, like from our regional point of view, we sort of saw a lot of Dave as a kid. You always see those guys when it comes through your region, and you just know, you sort of watch them moving forward. Did you used to do that when you were a Grom? You'd see guys on the junior series and you'd go, wow, I'll keep an eye on that. And from a female point of view, from the women's, you were going, oh, no, I need to make sure I really stick close to this surfer.
Yeah, for sure. He's Marcel here. You know, he was massive name when we were younger as well. Rasmus King, another one, Duke Renshaw. You know, all the Byron Bay surfers were pretty. And Jog Lindemann as well was another phenomenal.
What's he doing these days? He's more of a free surfer,
free
isn't he?
surfing, but
And
just
he's
the rail
freak.
game is just like incredible.
Talk about from a strategy point of view. I remember having a conversation when Tyler and Owen were really young, and I was speaking to Rob Ryde about, you know, a strategy, you know, for kids, and he said that his best advice was to tell anyone you coach, the best surfers are always on the best waves. Stick to the best surfers. You know, like as a youngster, sometimes you'll see a name and you go, man, I've got to give that person some space. And he said, no, you want to be right on top of them, because those good surfers are normally the ones who have identified where the best waves are in the heat.
That's really good advice that I don't even think I've heard before, so I need to dial that in.
So when you're against Steph or someone, you sit right next to them and go, how are you? Right in a grill. But yeah, no, it was interesting because I never thought of it like that. But they said, yeah, he said traditionally, like if he was giving me advice on a surfer I had who was going up against Owen. He said, you know, the best surfers are normally on the best waves. Stick solid to them. Don't give them room or space, because then you give them opportunity. But right now we've seen a couple of nice scores locked in. Right now it is Harry Martin out there. And talking about this afternoon, we're going to see the women roll into the draw. Who are you? Have you had a look through the draw, and who are you really looking at to light it up?
I reckon I've got my money on Miller Brown. So no,
she's from Bungan, eh?
Yeah, from Bungan. So same as Darcy Brown. And
they've got a lot of good surfers at that board riders. They have one of the biggest board riding clubs. They have massive parties every time they hold a comp. It's a sick vibe up there, and good waves too. It's sort of undercover Bungan when it comes to you know, like, I don't know if you've ever been there, but it's seriously, you got to walk about 1 kilometre down this hill just to get to the beach.
Oh yeah, I've
Have you been there?
Yeah, I actually, because I've got grandparents, so like my nan lives at Mona. So,
Oh, really? So you've been there many times.
heaps of times, and that's what I mean. I'd rather surf. Like my mum always used to call it Mona Watu, like a Watu, but I don't think so many Monavale surfers out there, but it's not my favourite break to surf, so I'll go and surf Bungan or North Ave and stick around there. I actually haven't gotten to surf your end of Ben's yet at the Stain, but
Mate, it is seriously, don't bother. There's 5,000 people in the water. Everyone's a local. But yeah, no, it's interesting up there. There's so many like great little, little gems, little spots, very much similar to this coastline up at Port Stephens, where you roll around the bend and all of a sudden there's another really nice beachy that you can actually have not to yourself, but basically with uncrowded waves. And I feel like sort of Bungan is that kind of venue when it comes to the northern beaches. But right now we're waiting on a couple of scores to lock in. There it is, a 5.67 for the last of red. Jarvis Earl out in the lead with a 3.83 and a 5.67. Harry Martin locks in a 4.83 and a 3.73. And it is up to blue and green as we see a replay from the surfer in white looking very quick. And love the pop.
fin release there.
Good fin release.
And this was a good turn from Jarvis. His surfing is just so quick, and I believe this board here is a model Channel Islands is working on, and it's a carbon. He rode that board at Urban Surf.
Oh, wow.
And won it.
Oh, well, that's right. He did too. He won the 3,000.
It's a full carbon wrapped board.
You look like that board, whatever he was riding, was a flying piece of carpet.
Yeah.
He was so dynamic in the way he was able to transfer his weight, and the transition of turns from a visual point of view was just so incredible to watch.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but does Jarvis actually get a wild card into the Challenger again this year?
I'm pretty sure if you win the Worlds, you do, don't you? Yeah, I'd have to check that, but I'm pretty sure you'd get a wild card into the Challenger. You used to definitely do that when back in the day, but yeah, we'd have to check that. But honestly, I'm pretty sure he's pretty high up in the ratings anyway, so he'd probably get in anyway.
I think it's within a certain bracket. You get a guaranteed entry back onto the Challenger. But, I'll have to ask about that one. But currently 6 minutes remaining. Adrian looking for a 5.76. Mitchell Peterson looking for a 5.06. Harry Martin looking for a 4.68 to take first position. But
right now, Jarvis is actually sitting in fourth position. So he's pretty much, in a strong stranglehold anyway. So right now, it's great talking about on the men's side of it, it's great to see Dakota Waters actually leading the charge on the QE at the moment for our region. And Tully White, a guy who's had such a really solid last couple of years, and he's just missed a number of times. He's in third position, and the standard in that top 10 is incredible when you think of the likes of Dylan Moffat at 9, Oscar Berry at 8, Morgan Slibig at 7, Caius King at 6, Joel Vaughan at 5. That is Reggie at 2. The talent pool when it comes to our regional qualifying series, I reckon is probably, I'm a little bit biased, but I'd say one of the best, if not the best, on the planet. Because when you look at those names, I reckon the whole lot of those 10 surfers I've just mentioned could get themselves nearly into the elite ranks.
Yeah.
Such is their skill set.
you know what's funny?
What?
Most of the names in that top 10 are actually from Angary. Morgan's lived at Angary. Oscar's from Angary. Dakota's from Angary. Even Chris Zaffers wouldn't be much further down on the QS rankings. So,
Angary crew.
Yeah. So we might.
Do you know your Angary history, bud? Do you know how many World Championship Tour surfers have come from that region? Let's see what you got.
I'm actually hopeless when it comes to contest knowledge, but you know, see Taylor Jensen, one of the blokes off the longboard tour out there for
100%.
a few times. You know, Nat Young, even Bryce. Saw Bryce out there the other day, and a lot of Talia Redguard, another great free surfer.
Have you ever seen Bo Young surf?
No.
Nat's son. He was the world longboard champion.
Huh?
Did you know that? He won 2 world longboard championships.
I didn't even know there was a Bo Young, I'm going to be honest.
And he's now a musician, and I actually played on both his albums. Yeah, he's
Right.
a world longboard champion. I think like mid 2000s he won his 2 longboard world champs, riding bare surfboards.
Here's
Here we go,
Jarvis
Jarvis
Earl.
going to the going for the punt. Lives these days up at Byron, but yeah, that young son, he was twice a world champion in the
Wow.
longboard tour back in the mid 2000s. As we see the surfer, the experienced surfer, Adrian Kovacic, looking nice and spiced up as well. But yeah, and
Because
Gary.
when I was in school, I always used to get asked, "Oh, is Nat your granddad?" And I'm like, "No, not related to Nat." "Oh, you're related to James Young?" "No, I'm not related to." It's just a very common last name.
Yeah, you just go, mate, please. So there he is there. Surfer and musician.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I see it now. Him and Bryce are definitely.
Oh,
He's just the brunette one.
And to be honest, too, the sister, she was a very solid surfer as well. And yeah, she lives in Manly these days. And yeah, so I had a really good connection with that family from a musical point of view.
Because she's living in Angary now with Taylor, so she's married to Taylor.
There you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, history of the Youngs. Of course, Nat Young, one of the most iconic names when it comes to surfing, you know, generation to generation. He's had it all. And even now, he's a big tall man when he stands in front of you. As we see the boys getting a little bit busy out here. It looks like surfing green up and riding, and that is Mitchell Peterson. And what's he need? He needs a 5.06, and he can definitely do that if the wave offers up the opportunity.
Jarvis is keeping so busy this heat. That board looks. I might actually have to put one on, or maybe pre-order.
Yeah, pre-order.
So
It's like a Taylor Swift concert. You got to pre-order. It looks very, very, it looks so fiery under his feet. And, that's the whole thing. Speed makes such a difference from a surfer's point of view when, you're able to just climb section upon section and get yourself into the best position to do those turns that will generate those scores. So Jarvis Earl, the world junior champ, looking exactly like you'd expect. To be honest, as I said, I saw him surf probably a month and a half ago down south at Aussie Pipe, and wow, he was just so amazing in the tube and on the rail as well. So right now, the world junior champ. I'm sure all the crew at Hurley are watching this. I'm going to have a little bit of a replay on that 633. Big shout out to Josh D'Souza and all the crew at Hurley who will be watching in on this heat, and I'm pretty stoked that their man is getting on through. And as I said, he's right up towards the top of the ratings when it comes to qualifying for the Challenger. But like we had a chat about it, he's probably going to get a spot anyway due to the fact that he won the World Junior Championships as well. So 25 seconds to go. And it is the surfer in blue and the surfer in green in that situation where they need a score, but they don't need big scores. But is time going to be the enemy when it comes to qualifying for the round of 32? 10 seconds to go. And we're going to count this heat in, and it looks like unofficially at this stage, if no waves are in, it's going to be the surfer in red moseying on through with the surfer in white. And I feel like the waves are getting better and better. I feel like the banks are really offering up plenty of storm potential. So we're going to go off to a break, pay some bills, and we'll be back very shortly for another heat at the Port Stephens Pro.
just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
And welcome back to the Camplify Port Stevens Pro US 1000. I'm Belinda Young here with Jesse Starling.
Hey, it's nice to be back.
So out in the water, currently we've got Geordie Lackman in the blue, Dylan Moffat in the red, Kyan Falvey in the white, and Macca Hazard in the green.
Yeah, so 2 Narrabeen surfers in this heat, so I definitely am a little bit more biased towards them, Dilmoth and Macca Hazard. I reckon this could be the first QS Macca Hazard has done. He's one of Narrabeen's juniors and a really talented one at that too. Bit of a dark horse, not really too known throughout the industry yet, but a really talented surfer, so I'm excited to see how he goes, and especially coming up against someone like Dylan, who he'd probably look up to out Narrabeen. This is going to be a really exciting heat for Macca.
I just like the last name, Hazard. You can just go to people and just be like,
Get out of my way.
Hazard, alert.
Yeah.
But, yeah, still early stages of the heat. Geordie Lackman with a 317 and a 217. And the results of the last heat was Jarvis Earl taking out that last one, Harry Martin in second. So they'll progress through to the next round.
Dilmoff up and riding. So is Macca Hazard. Macca flaring the fins out on that one. Can't pull that turn off. Dill finishing off a wave there. So we'll catch up and see what Dill got done on the right. But both look like a pretty good wave selection for both of our competitors. Unfortunately, Macca just not pulling that turnaround. I'm sure this is another case of I'm just going to enter this event before the Pro Junior for Macca Hazard, Geordie Lackman, trying to pull off a bit more progressive surfing on that one, but can't quite. So just a 1-point ride for the first of Macca. And Kyan Falvey from Cabarita. He's made his way down to Port Stevens. Here we go. Replay of Dill. Wow, beautiful first turn. He's so spring-loaded in his surfing. And a really strong second. So good looking wave there and a 7.33, one of the best scores we've seen all morning. Beautiful backside float for Kyan and finishes it off there. So Kyan, really, really nice start.
There we go. And as I forgot to mention Dimmy before, Kyan Falvey was another big name, like, you know, on the Osgrom list when we were all younger. Like I was saying, we had like Rasmus King, we had Jug Lindemann, like all these great surfers that are now in the QS now, and you've got the next juniors coming up, knocking on the door, and here's the replay there for Kyan Falvey.
I love a backside floater. I think they're one of the most technically hard turns to do. They don't really pay off in small beach breaks, but I just love them as a turn. So 3.67 for that first one for Kyan. But yeah, he's down there for the Pro Junior as well. So again, another 2 juniors just throwing their name in the ring for the QS. Obviously, Kyan has competed in a fair amount of QSs before. Macca Hazard having a look at a good looking left here. Nice first turn there. Comes around, gets another snap in, looking for a third, and can't quite get out in front of the foam. So it was probably one of those moments where less could have been more for Macca. That first turn was really strong. And then you saw he tried to fit in 2 more turns where he probably could have just re-highlined, got speed, and belted that finishing section to make sure that he got a keeper score. But I love the fact that he's just going for it out there.
There we go. There's a replay of Geordie Lackman as well. I was almost going to say maybe Kyan's been surfing the Cabba back beach.
He has, actually.
His backend's been looking a bit too polished, so there must be a good bank down there.
There is. I probably shouldn't say that on broadcast. I mean, kidding, there's not. But yeah, the back beaches have been really fun lately. And yeah, I feel like everyone's been going up the coast, myself included. But then you come back down here and you're like, oh my gosh, look at that rip bowl, and it's
Look
just the
at what you're missing
perfect,
out on, you know, like
no one out
I
to.
surf snap for 500 people.
I
out.
know. What am I doing?
But there we go. First to Dylan Moffat, a 7.33. So ex WSL surfer. So hopefully we can make it back on this year because he was such a, you know, impressive surfer to watch.
Yeah, he unfortunately didn't re-qualify for the challenges last year, so they take that top 10 outside the top 10 who don't have to recompete through the qualifying series like we see Dill, Geordie Lawler, Joel Vaughan, Alistair Reginato do again this season. So he's looking to get a few keeper results. But speaking of someone who wants to get back on the Challenger Series, Jarvis Earl, congratulations on your heat win.
Yeah, thank you. It was pretty tough out there, so I was stoked I grinded out a few little ones and got through the heat.
Yeah, talk us through the conditions because it is small, it is a beach break out there today. How do you plan going into a heat knowing that there isn't the most excellent conditions?
Yeah, I was kind of watching that deeper peak on the heat before where most of the guys were getting some good scores, so that was kind of my plan to sit there, and then I almost sat there for probably 10 minutes and didn't really get one, so I changed my plan to trying to get some more inside ones and moving down the beach a bit.
And so just out of curiosity, what is your equipment of choice today? Because I was looking at it and I was thinking it might be the new secret model that I might have to put on pre-order.
Yeah, it's like it was actually shaped by Brit when I went over to the States earlier this year, so I picked that one up, and it's an epoxy eco carbon tech from Channel Islands, and yeah, it was feeling good in the free surf, so I'm going to probably be using it for most of the event, I'm guessing.
And Jarvis, with the shorter season that we're seeing this year, these 1,000 events are really coming into play. How important is it to you to get a result here at Barooby?
Yeah, so obviously my plan is to qualify for the Challenger Series, so it's pretty crucial to be getting your points. Obviously the 5,000s and 3,000s are more important, but it's always good practice to surf some heats, and if you come away with a win, an extra 1,000 points would definitely be handy.
Yeah, well, hopefully you go all the way to the win. Congratulations on making it through that dreaded first round, and we'll see you back here again tomorrow.
Thank you. See ya.
Yeah, the smiliest guy on the QS.
I still watch that. I'm not sure if you've ever watched the Stab Innocence, like from years ago. Like Kobe Clements is like maybe like 13, 14, and Jarvis was about maybe around that bracket too, 14, 15. And you had like another great surfer on the WSL, Alan Cleland from Mexico, from Pascuales, and yeah, they're all just so young. And I actually remember they called him the Smiling Assassin.
Yeah, he definitely is just all teeth, basically.
Yeah.
Even when we commentated the Melbourne Urban event, that was just a few weeks ago, he was smiling on his waves. It was just like, he was so happy. He ended up taking the win there, so he knows what it takes to win on this QS level. And yeah, hopefully he can get a second W in his event lineup, try and get himself back on that QS. Let's see where he is on the ranking, because basically from here on out, all these points count.
I find it super hard to smile when you're like, you know, getting photos when you're surfing and stuff like that. So I feel like we've all got our fair share of that photo where you're just like, yeah, it's a good term, but what's my face doing in that
Yeah, I
photo?
know. So serious, just pushing so hard through the turn. But yeah, Jarvis is sitting fourth right now on the rankings, so currently in a qualifying position. We are going to take a look at the highest wave score of this heat, this 7.33 from Dylan Moffat. He's so spring-loaded off his back foot and just gets beautiful release. You know, a set wave, 2 solid turns. This is what I was talking about on that Macca wave, where he tried to squeeze in 3 turns, but unfortunately came unstuck. If he had just paced it a little bit more like Dill did on that wave, he probably would have got himself a higher score. So Dylan Moffat, yeah, just showing his experience out there. I feel like there's a lot of learning for all the juniors competing in this event right now, because I feel like those competitors that we consistently see move throughout the draw always seem to be doing less.
Absolutely. And this is my bit. What do you think? Do you reckon colours of boards matter to how how you surf because I've just noticed Jarvis had a blackboard that last heat. Dylan's got a blackboard in this heat, and they're actually like been winning the heat so far. So I'm like, maybe I should go, a fully blackboard for my next surfboard so I can start winning some heats.
Yeah,
But,
just start riding all blackboards. I think all blackboards look really cool. Like, just in general. Like, I know Miller has one, and yeah, it just looks sick, I think, as well.
yeah.
Here we go. Green, Mako Hazard getting a nice backhand float there. Kind of disappears in the whitewater and it comes back up. As you can see, dolphins in the background. They've been there all morning, just floating around with the competitors. So Mako was looking for a 3-5-1 to take first off Dylan. Obviously, Dill has not got a second wave yet, but looking like a set is approaching our competitors. 7 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Maybe a nice left-hander feeling right at home, but opts not to go for that one.
There we go.
Kyan Falvey.
Kyan Falvey from Cabarita. So Cabarita's your local break? Aside from
Yes.
Narrabeen.
Yes. So I was going to say, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Definitely still a Narrabeen girl. Can take the girl out of Narrabeen, but can't take Narrabeen out of the girl. But yeah, so I live in Cabarita now, but I can't say that I surf Cabba that often. I
Okay.
definitely get sucked up to the D-bar snapper crowd way too
Yeah,
frequently.
okay.
But there's
That
also a lot of really fun back beaches around here that this time of year are just incredibly fun. So I've probably hit my quota for my snapper and D-bar sessions, and I'm going to start
Yeah.
surfing down this way a lot more.
I
But
don't blame you.
yeah.
It would get old quite quick. I know I always see the Surfline and the Stab articles and they're just like, oh, this is Stabber again. There's like 500 people out all
Yeah.
the way from maybe from the toppest snapper, even Froggies too,
Yeah.
to about Kira, and you're like, but then within that stretch in there, even the alley gets really good.
Yeah, I've been surfing the alley lots lately, and it's been so fun. But yeah, it's definitely a love-hate relationship with some of the points up here. Not because of the waves. The waves are what you dream of. Just because of the people. Sometimes you're just like, what am I doing out here? And other times you're having literally the best time of your life, and you're like, oh my gosh, how good is surfing? But yeah, it's kind of getting to that point where we're getting consistent cyclone swells up here. Obviously, we're commentating from the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre. So we've got pretty cool technology that allows us to commentate from the home of surfing in Australia. And talk about surfing and the surfing that these guys are doing on the wave right now. Geordie Liakman finishing off a really nice wave there, looking for a 413. I love how Dylan is sitting in the lead on one wave. That is super impressive. He's going to swing on this one. Take us through it, Lil.
There we go. Nice float of that section there. And just about this wave might just dissipate, but he's looking to keep going with it. And explosive last turn there. Dylan Moffat, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Narrabeen.
I know he's just looking quite at home on his backhand. The alley lefts have been really fun lately. I've been seeing so much footage. I'm like, oh, take me home.
So beachy,
Take me home.
beachy, not the point.
Yeah, the point doesn't get good too often. It's quite a tricky wave to surf, but we'll come back to that. Geordie, nice 2-turn up. I don't know if that's deemed as a ride out. He didn't really get his board in front of that foam. The judges do want to see you complete that wave with confidence. Here we go, Dill. Yeah, looking like it was getting a little bit weird through this section, kind of slowed down, but he stayed with it, and I'm really glad he did because he managed to get so much pop off that end turn.
So much speed.
Yeah, he's going to back up that 7.33 really nicely. There it is, a 4.33. So Dill really extending his lead across the pack. Here we go, Kyan out the back. Nice first turn, strong second. This is his best looking wave. Gets a third, might even get a fourth.
And see, this wave just held up all the way through there. Last Dylan Moffat, a 4.33. And I think that's definitely going to go into Kyan Falvey's top two there.
Oh, absolutely. He's got a pair of 2.36s, so that was the best surfing we've seen him do all heat. Managed to find himself a bit of a smaller wave, but a perfect rip roll. Gets up there for a nice first turn, but it's about here on in he really starts to unleash. This section's really nice. Gets a bonus one here, so yeah, Kyan showing us what he's got. I feel like, yeah, he might get up into the 4 range on that last one. Don't quote me for it. There it is, 437. Finally got one right this morning. So yeah, extend second place over Macca and Geordie. So, but still, not massive scores required.
You're on the wrong job. You should be judging.
Get me on the judging panel, guys. Yeah, no, you'd be surprised how often I'm wrong.
Yeah, I remember before I was like, oh, it didn't get in through.
Never mind.
So the back beach at the alley.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
yeah,
Because
been really
I
fun.
don't think I've surfed there in a good 2 years, hey, and I was gonna bring back to Snapper as well. I'm never gonna forget the year I went into the Usher Cup, and I was in a heat with I think it was Lucy Callister actually. So shout out to Lucy Callister if you're watching, my good friend from Currumbin as well. But there was green up and riding there, and I'm never gonna forget the day I needed a score, and I got dropped in on by a goat boater.
What?
A kayak in the last 30 seconds.
Oh, you're kidding.
The whole way from Little Marley to into Rainbow Bay, and I was like,
Oh, you're kidding. Here we go. Dilmoff looking to take to the sky on this one. He does so, but can't pull it off, which is unusual for Dylan, but he's still out there so far
still
ahead
in
of
the
the
lead.
pack. Yeah. I would love to see a replay of that last one of Macca. He looked like he finished it off really nicely. I feel like this is great experience for Macca. Good looking size set wave. Nice first turn there, and he gets it back up again for a second. Lays back for just a short period of time, but yeah, Macca getting great experience out there now, especially up against a guy like Dylan Moffat. So I feel like he'll take so much away from this and just get ready to surf the Pro Junior coming up on the weekend. 1 minute 50 seconds to go though. He still has time. He has second priority. It's a good place to be in if you're looking for a score.
So coming from Narrabeen, did you, Dylan, and True all go to the sports high school?
So Dylan did. Dylan went to Narrabeen Sports High, but True and I did not. I went to, we'll get back to that in a second. That was a beautiful backhand floater into a snap. Macca looking for more on the inside, needs to get something critical to finish this one off, but this wave slowly dying out. Dylan went to Narrabeen Sports High, but True did distance education. So she was traveling so much in the QS that she just did school via online, and I went to an open campus called Freshwater Senior Campus. So if I didn't have school, I didn't have to be there.
Awesome.
So I just go surfing. So yeah, there's plenty of really good schools around the Northern Beaches that support surfing in that way. And the three of us were lucky that we found our own kind of niche when it came to finding support in the surfing realm.
There we go. So 45 seconds remaining. So Macca Hazard looking for a 4.15. Geordie Lackman looking for a 4.87. But even when we were in Hawaii, we were watching. I'm not sure if you've ever watched the show. It's quite old, but Blue Water High.
Yeah.
It used to be just so good back in the day. I was like, man, I wish I just had a program like that. Here's Dylan Moffat up and running, but formerly filmed on the Northern Beaches as well.
Yeah.
Nice layback turn there. Snaps it to the inside. And then there's that little gutter bit there. If he might just be able to stick with it on this one.
No
10 seconds to go.
way. Oh my gosh, I'm not even sure how he made that. That wave did
I'd be
not break.
claiming that one to have made that. My legs are a bit sore from watching it. But here we go. So that is heat counted out for that one.
Heat is over and out. Geordie Liakman, unfortunately, this is too late for this last one. He was looking for a 4.87. You can see by the body language there. It's not going to be the score. So looking like Kyan, Falvey, and Bill Moffat progressing through. We will be back for yet another heat of the round of 54 right after this short break. Welcome back to the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. We are already into heat number 10 of the round of 64. It just feels like it's flown by this morning. We've got Bodie Williams taking on Ty Richardson, Eden Hassan, and Zaya Hessian. So another kind of junior looking heat. I feel like Bodie's just come out of that junior division, but Ty, Eden, and Zaya, those three are definitely still in the junior ranks, so getting experience. And this guy, Eden Hassan, current Australian junior champion, and for that surfing you can see why. Great wave selection for Eden, just teeing off a really nice left rip bowl. You'd be pretty happy as a coach if your athlete got that one at the start. Hey,
wow, Eden just exploding with a series of solid turns, and like you said, the Australian junior champ, wonder why, just absolutely tore that thing to bits.
Yeah, that was actually one of the best waves we've seen come through in a while. Bodie Williams opening up with a 6.67. Definitely the strongest and most built surfer out of the four in the water right now. He's got that bit of age and a bit of size on him, so he can really push through some of those bigger turns. But here's this wave that we loved. Two really vertical snaps in the pocket. This wave just kept opening up for him down the line. So Eden Hassan starting this heat in a really nice way.
That first turn was just absolutely on point, as we see the surfer in red, up and riding on the backhand. Again, I feel like the waves are actually getting better and better as we progress through the day.
That was a really nice opening wave from Bodie. 6.67, Eden a 5.33. So I feel like in the heats we've seen prior to this one, those scores are definitely keepers. Haven't really seen anything go crazy this morning. The best score we've seen so far was Dylan Moffat 7.33 in that last heat. And Lil and I were talking about it, Dimmy. The best scores we've seen come through so far have been surfers who have been the most patient on the waves and have done less, but, done less better.
Exactly. It's just about, surfing when you really break it down, it's pretty easy sport. You just got to get two waves in 20 minutes. Sounds easy,
yeah,
but it actually is not easy. But it's those surfers who can identify, those waves with the highest scoring potential that normally are the ones who can really explode. And what a way to start for both red and white. A 6.67 for Bodie. You said that he's been around a while now, Bodie, and he's a bigger body, and that transfers that bit more power, a bit more, punch to those turns. Always an advantage as well, as we see the surfer in white. Keeping nice and busy, going to the air, the Australian junior champ, nice little rotation. But yeah, I feel like Bodie Williams has been around for many a year, but he's still very young. And then you got Ty Richo. He's the world's greatest frother. Is that a good way to identify that?
Yeah, that's a great way to identify that. He's just always surfing. Always. And Zaya Hessian, he's a bit he's from up here actually, the Currumbin way. Okay. He's a bit of a new name towards the QS events. I believe he's 16, 17. But he's just gone through that stage that every young guy goes through where they've just got really tall. He's just figuring out his body, and since he's been spending a lot of time surfing, his surfing's gotten a lot better since he's figured out that he's got more power behind him now. Yeah. So, his surfing's definitely been maturing a lot, especially his backhand. So I'm excited to see what he can do. This is one of his first ever QSs, so we'll see how he can go. He had another case of he's down here for the Pro Junior, but he decided to compete in the QS.
It's interesting you talk about, that transition from a development point of view when surfers actually, their bodies are still going through development phases at 14, 15, 16, and they've just got to get used to that awkwardness of having, a taller body to work with. And some guys really lap it up and some struggle with it. I remember we've got a young guy who's been up here for a couple of years, who's moved back to Sydney, Fletcher Kelleher.
Yeah.
When Fletcher left North Stain like a couple of years ago, he was tiny, right?
Yeah.
such a great surfer, and I actually came up to stay with the family last year to commentate up here. He's a giant, but he's actually learned how to, he's learned how to ride that wave of that sort of that body growth and use it to his advantage.
I feel like if we're talking about North Stain and that happening, I remember seeing Axel Rose Carrota one day being like this little boy. And then the next time I saw him, I was like, what? Like, he was so much taller than me. I was so confused. But that is Zaya teeing off two really nice turns on his first wave. So, yeah, you can see he's just got more length on him, and he's been able to use that to get really vertical off those deeper bottom turns on his back end.
Yeah, 100%. Look at the spice he puts into these turns, and just really critical parts of that wave. But, yeah, as you said, like Axel was very much the same, but he comes from both mum and dad are over 6 foot. So
yeah, it was bound to happen.
It was bound to happen. But, yeah, it's interesting because I remember when Bede and Parko were coming through, I always felt they were tall, but I didn't feel Mick was that tall. And then Mick grew very quickly. Yeah. So it's just trying to work with within the framework of your body and just trying to identify, what changes happen as that development process happens. But as you said, what it does do, it normally translates into power. So right now we have the surfer out in the white with a 5.33 and a 3.57. He's out in the lead. And then Bodie Williams looking for that opportunity. Ty Richo, very unusual to see no waves in 7 minutes for Richo.
I was thinking as well, you can see that he's sitting down on that right rip bowl peak that we saw a lot of bigger scores come through in those earlier rounds. But the thing I find most interesting about this wave is it's always shifting. It's a different bake on each tide, and this might just be the heat where it's in between those two. It seems like Eden's been in really good rhythm so far, moving between the two banks, finding some lefts, finding some rights. But, yeah, I just feel like it's one of those heats where you just got to be in sync with the ocean. But someone who was in sync with the ocean, Dilmoff, congratulations on winning your last heat.
Thank you very much. Always good to get the first one out of the way.
Yeah, it was super impressive. You were basically leading the heat on one wave until like the last 6 minutes or something. Do you get nervous only having one wave until the very end?
Yeah, well, especially the first heats too. First heats are just like scary all the time, no matter if it's like the CT or board riders. Like first heat's always just like, all right, make sure everything's working, boards feels fine, feel the banks out, and then it always feels nice to get get through the first one.
I am going to make this a little bit narrowbeam focused, but you had that heat against Macca Hazard. Did you have any words with him before the heat or after the heat? Because this would have been one of his first QS events.
Yeah, I was just asking him actually. It's his first ever one, and I saw his name in the draw as an alternate, and I was so hoping he was going to get in, and I saw he got in and got into my heat. I was so pumped. So I froth his style, and he surfs so good at home. So it was sick to see him in Arashi, and I'm frothing he got through. I was trying I wanted to tell him stuff, but I was like, oh, no, I'll just let him run his own ship. He'll figure it out, and he did well. I'm stoked for him.
Dill, Jimmy here, mate. I saw you the other day down at Curly. I saw you land one of the biggest punts ever. The grommers out there were absolutely frothing the guys I was coaching. How you feeling in 2024, mate? You're looking very, very fit and fired up and ready to roll.
Cheers, Dimmy. Thank you. Yeah, feeling good. I've been training with Scotty Atherton at home a bunch and working at the Surfers Gym a bit, so the body feels good and injury-free, which is nice. And been having a lot of fun, just been at home for a while now, watching the guys on the CT is always super duper inspiring. So the last couple of weeks watching Pipe and Sunset has been pretty uplifting, watching my mates go ballistic in the CT. So that's definitely the goal, is to join them. But just ticking over, surfing a few heats. I love surfing comps, so every heat I get to surf is a bonus.
And Dill, one last question for you. Your goal is to get back on the Challenger Series. There isn't as big as a competition season this year, so how important is it for you to get a result in 1000s?
Yeah, it's super important actually. I missed NEAS the 5000 last year doing the Challenger Series, so kind of missed out on a couple of points there. So all of these smaller events, they will all count. So just trying to make up as many points as I can to hopefully get back in the Challenger Series this year.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Got that round 1 heat out of the way. I'm really looking forward to seeing you compete again tomorrow. Thanks, Dill.
Awesome. Thanks heaps, guys. Cheers for the chat. See ya.
Deal. Well, so cool.
He's just the best human ever.
Yeah, he's seriously, like he just doesn't fit the normal mold, of like he's the most relaxed guy. Even like at big events, I've sat out the back with him having a chat, and he knows exactly when to turn it on and when not to turn on. He's got that rare ability to be so like just in the moment when he surfs a heat, and like he said, he's like a frothing grommet. Like even after, like he's not that old, but he surfs so many heats. He still loves just competing, doing the heats, doing board riders, and he just loves it. He's such a frother for competition, but he also knows how to switch off as well. And I watch him like free surfing, and he's next level. Next level.
Yeah, he's definitely got that ability just to be, no matter how much noise is going on in the world, he's got that ability just to switch it all off and focus exactly what's in front of him. And I think that's a gift that you need to have if you want to be a professional surfer, especially on that top tier level. But we've had plenty of action since we've had that interview. Here we go. Eden Hassan up and riding on yet another good looking left, teeing off a few times on that one. But Bodie Williams took to the air, backed up his 667 with 393. Ty Richardson got a 757. That's the highest score we've seen today. So Ty was quiet, but found himself a really good-looking right and teed off on it 3 times.
Yeah, he was very quiet in the opening 10 minutes of the heat, but again, he sat on the peak he wanted and I had identified. So, as I said, it's a simple game. You only need 2 waves to get on through a heat, and that first wave, it was so important for him to make that count, and such is the nature of his skills and the way he goes about his business. A 7.57, as you said, probably the best wave of not only the heat, but probably of the day.
Yeah,
that's a scoring potential.
The highest one we saw prior was in the last heat with Dill Moff for 7.33. So, yeah, Ty Richardson living up to the hype that we were giving him at the start of this heat. So he's looking for a 2.59 to advance, not a massive score. Eden Hassan, though, here's the replay of that last one. Really good looking left-hander. He's been able to identify some great looking waves today. He's just absolutely belting this one all the way down, gets a bonus section for the finish, and it rotates off that one. So really great looking surfing from Eden. He's looking on point. And, got a 510 for that last wave. I thought it might have gone a little bit higher.
Yeah, I love that first turn.
Yeah.
Just the nature of how many turns he actually fitted in on that wave. I felt like that stretched out, and it could have gone a little bit higher, but judges pulling that scale back. But that 7.57 definitely is the benchmark when it comes to the heats. And good to see your sis just rock in. She's doing a bit of coaching these days for Surfing Australia, and throwing her experience back to the younger generations, which is good to see. And I did have a chat to her, and she said she's just having a reset. Yes. I love that word, because sometimes a reset as a professional athlete could be the difference of making or breaking your career.
I think, True and I have been competing since we were like 14, so 6 or 7 years now, and it's our life. Surfing is our life. There is no doubt about that, and usually you'll see us traveling from comp to comp, but this year I think we both were just like, you know what, let's reappreciate competitive surfing. Let's step out so we have the ability to step back in more revved up and fired up. So, yeah, both supporting each other on that journey at the moment, and kind of pushing each other and for the free surfing world at the moment too, which is cool.
Sometimes that can be, a real advantage as well, because you come back refreshed, but also it gives you the time to really identify your skills as a competitor and a surfer, and bring little increments that might not have been there before, because you've been so focused on just the natural process of competing all the time. But when you've got that bit of space and bit of time, well, that does give you the opportunity to evolve your surfing.
Yeah, I mean, we've forever been going from comp to comp, right? And so we haven't really had time to actually just get better. We're always thinking about the next event. So it's cool to actually have some time to stop and be like, okay, how do I want my surfing to look? What kind of competitive surfer do I want to be? And we might take a year off and go, nah,
Done.
we're done, but we love commentating and we're still so passionate about surfing.
Put
So
it this way, watch this
year-
last turn of Surfer in Red just exploding. But yeah, you might, but I'm putting my money on that. Both
yeah,
both of you will be competing again at some stage. I don't know if Dad might be throwing the weight that way, going, oh,
come on, girls.
come on. But
Yeah.
no, it's good. But, there's nothing wrong with that. You see it in other sports. You see it
Yep.
in tennis.
Yep.
You saw Ash Barty take quite a bit of time out and then come back and become world number one. So
Yeah.
it does happen as we see the surfer in white go into the air and not landing that wave, not landing that area. But, yeah, good on you for identifying that you do need a break, because both of you have served endless amounts of years on tour as juniors, as little grommets, and sometimes you just need that reset. And I love that word from True, because she was like, it's not over. I'm just resetting and trying to recalibrate exactly what I want to do in my career.
Oh, yeah, and we're in your ears at every event anyway, so you're not getting rid of us anytime soon. We'll be talking about surfing
You'll
until...
probably be on the tour commentating for the next 25 years.
Yeah, I hope so. I really hope so. We love talking about surfing, and we've all been, all of us have been lucky enough to develop relationships with every one of these competitors. So it's cool to tell their stories as well and give them a platform. And speaking of surfers, Ty Richo was just falling on that second turn on that last one, coming in short. He needed a 297, got a 277. Now looking for a 2.86. So Eden Hassan holding on by the skin of his teeth.
He needs to get a wriggle on, Bud, because he's only got 2.5 minutes or just over to go, and he's he's going to be third priority. So at the moment, Bodie Williams is out in the lead with a 12.34, 2.8 combination, 6.67 and 5.67. And here we go, Bodie up and right in, as we said. He's got a lot more meat on the bone these days. He's a lot bigger human, as we see Ty Richo just... Oh, no, that was
Zaya
Hessian looking nice and smooth. But you actually saw him have to think about what was happening on the other side of the peak, because it'd be interesting to see who actually had priority. I'm pretty sure
Zaya actually had it.
Did he?
Yeah, Zaya had priority over Bodie, I'm pretty sure. But I don't think it'll come into play because they both seem to finish.
Do you know the actual reading of the rule when it comes to that? It's impeding scoring potential.
Yes, yep. So whoever has priority gets the right over the finishing turn.
That's a good first turn.
Yeah, Zaya gets a second one and a third in here, but I don't think either of them affected the finishing turn for both of their waves. I don't think a priority will come into play there because I think they both got to finish their waves pretty nicely.
Does it ever come in where it comes, like eye line of impeding someone's eye line that might make an adjustment to the way they're going to do the turn?
Yeah.
There was something online today. I saw a stab thing about an interference that had happened, or a non-interference that happened on the women's 5 years ago, and something that happened yesterday.
Yeah, so it was Jack Robbo against Geordie Smith, I'm pretty sure. And so yesterday in the elimination round, we saw Gabby Bryant go to pull into a tube at Sunset, which is rare, but Sawyer Lindblad was in the way, so she had to pull square. So Sawyer actually gets a paddling interference on that, and her second wave is halved. But a really similar thing happened between Jack Robbo and Zeke Lau, and Jack Robbo didn't get the interference. So the whole article was about how come Jack didn't get an interference 5 years ago, but Sawyer got one today. Yeah, it's just...
Here we go. It looks like Surfing Red up and right in, but that is interesting. But two different scenarios.
Yeah, they were similar. So similar and at the same wave. But yeah, I know. So, but Sawyer didn't even know that was a rule. So yeah, the WSL. Wow.
Here we go. Ty Richo with priority, and he just lit that last turn up. But yeah, I did see that on Insta this morning. I was like, a bit of controversy.
Yeah.
And, it was Zeke and Geordie, and so there was a couple of interference. So that's what I love about sport. You can, everyone's a judge. As we round out this heat, another exciting battle, Jess, and what a great way to start this event. The waves have been on point all morning.
Yeah, and I feel like Ty Richo is probably going to get the score for that last wave. Zaya finishing off a really nice wave there. Beautiful surfing for his first QS. He came in and attacked, so he's got to be happy with that. I feel like Eden might just get pipped at the post to the back end of this heat, but we will see who got through right after this short break. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome to Sydney.
Welcome back to the Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. We are down here at Ruby Beach, number 11 of the round of 64. We've just got non-stop waves really this morning. It's a great event location to have a QS 1000 at. And we'll see who got through that last heat. It was Ty Richardson and Bodie Williams. So Eden Hassan getting pipped at the post, Zaya Hessian coming in fourth. But I'm sure Eden and Zaya will hang around. And we were waiting for a few other scores. Oh no, they're the final scores. They've just locked in. So yeah, Ty and Bodie making it through that one. Unfortunately, yeah, Eden and Zaya getting knocked out, but yeah, they're going to be in the Pro Junior event coming up over the weekend. So plenty more action for them, just extra heats under their belts, more experience. Now, Cooper Davies, Dane Henry, Harry DeRoth, and I believe that is Will. Bear with me, so sorry. But yet again, another very stacked heat on the men's field. Yeah, Walter Hyatt. So great looking heat. Cooper just got second at the Burleigh QS 1000 last weekend. Dane Henry has been posting some of the best surfing clips I've seen on social media in the last week. Did you see those two airs he did?
100%, absolutely blowing up. And as you said, Cooper coming off a solid result. They've got that little Aussie pack of crew that they travel with like George, Zave, Huxtable, Cooper, Tully.
Yep, Alistair.
Reggie.
Joel, yeah.
They've got that Aussie contingent, and I feel like the good thing for that group of surfers is that they all identify the fact that they've seen, say, Alistair and George make the challenger, and now everyone else is like, mate, I'm right there with them. Let's go. Reggie, same thing kind of thing, like.
I feel like the Australian men's side, we have so many men that could take it on the Challenger Series.
100%.
And the guys that even don't get in, like, your Zaves, your Tullys, you're just like, but then you look at the list of people who did qualify for the Challenger Series, like even the third, fourth, fifth who were just outside could do serious damage on the Challenger Series. So
that
just
top
shows,
10 now,
yeah.
if you think about that, with, Dill Moffat in it and like Jarvis and everyone, that is such a solid group of surfers, and they're not going to look out of place if they do make that top 10 and get in. I'd love to see Oscar Perry get in.
I would love to see Oscar Perry. I'd love to see Cooper get in there. There's so many names.
Do you ever look at surfers and think, oh my God, their surfing is tailor-made for the next level? They've just got to get there.
Yeah. It's such a funny world because you watch the free surfing before the event and you're like, oh my God, they're going to win the event. But then you can get knocked in round one. And it's like, what?
Yeah.
it's the most wild sport. Here we go. Walter just getting up there for a second turn. Might get a bonus section here, and he does, but just buries the nose. So bit of shallow sand there. Cooper, 1.7. Dane, a 1 and a 0.6. So nothing of substance locked in right now, but I'm sure that will change completely by the time this heat is over. But yeah, I would love to see Cooper make the Challenger Series.
100%. Now, question from a competitive standpoint.
Yep, hit me.
Would you be riding PU or would you ride an epoxy out here?
I'm not an epoxy girl.
At all?
I can't do it. They feel too flicky under my feet.
Like too light?
I like to feel like I have thicker railed boards because I like to feel the rail in the water. But when I ride an epoxy, it just feels like it just goes
skipping.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'd rather work harder but feel it.
Oh, that's an interesting way to think about it in your head, you know. But the other thing too is if you feel like that, you also feel like you can engage your rail a little bit more and you can get more spice out of your turn.
Where I see a lot of people who ride epoxies non-stop and then get back on a PU and it looks so much harder. You know, if you go from epoxy to PU, they look slower.
Yep.
I'd rather just work for it, and I trust the models that I'm on that are built for small wave surfing in the PU that I don't feel like I need an epoxy. So I'd be on a PU out there, personally.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, so right now we got an interview down there with Ty Richardson, and what a performance. A bit of a slow start, but let me tell you, once he actually put it into our second or third gear, he just went to a new level. So congratulations, Ty. How was it out there? Talk us through that.
Yeah, it was really fun out there. Managed to find one midway through the heat, and then I fell on a pretty good wave that I needed to back up my score. Left me behind at the end, and I was super lucky to find a little right and get 2 little turns in and get the score.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because you opened up with the highest score that we've seen in the event today, and then you needed a 297, and like you said, you fell on your second turn on that wave. How did you keep your calm and stay focused? Because I know if that was me, I would have been freaking out because the clock was ticking down.
Yeah, I mean, in the moment, I was definitely a bit off myself for falling off, but I just had to put that behind me and keep moving forward and focus on the present moment rather than the past.
Yep. And coming from the Gold Coast, you know, you don't surf waves like this too often. How did you prepare to come down and surf for this event?
Well, where I live in Palm Beach, it's like this quite a lot actually. Pretty small, grovelly waves, so that was good practice for out here, and training with my dad a lot, putting in some hard work. Definitely think it's going to pay off.
Now, talk us through the, your QS campaign as a pro junior and a guy coming through the ranks. How important are these to develop your skill set and just get miles in your legs at a QS level?
Yeah, every heat's really important. I'm always learning. I'm always trying to improve, and no matter what level I'm surfing at, I'm always trying to give it 100% and follow my plan and practice. Yeah, just practice. I think that's exactly what you need.
Mate, well, you look very, very good out there this morning. We congratulate you. Wish you all the best and looking forward to see you in the final day of competition tomorrow. Well done, Ty.
Cheers, guys. Appreciate it.
He's such a good young competitor. He's so mature, like in his mindset. As you said, you'd probably be freaking out if you.
I would have been like, "Are you kidding me?"
But he was able to just go out there and go, you know what, let it go, let's go again. And I think his dad's one of the best coaches in the world.
In the world, yep.
So Richo knows how to pass on that knowledge to his son. But I've always found, like with Ty, that he just had that unique ability to be on really good waves, even as like a 12, 13-year-old.
Yeah, he just, even when I asked him that question, he just seemed so unfazed. And I was like, wow, that is a strong headspace. Here we go, Cooper Davies.
Talking about strong, what about that score? 7.83.
I know.
Like, we're raising the bar as we go along today, Jess. And as I said, he's just come off a massive result at Burleigh, and he's, momentum actually flies when it comes to competing in all kinds of sports. And he's now locked himself in probably the best wave of the event. Look at the amount of water he just threw.
That second turn was so strong. That was really impressive stuff. Here we go, Dane Henry trying to mimic something similar. Wow, he almost goes past vertical on that second turn. Manages to bring it back around though.
Cooper nearly just cut the cameraman in half. Did you see that?
I know he like came up to dive deep because he's like, oh, I've got to get out of the way on this one. Probably got an epic shot though. I feel like that's when you get the best photos. Here we go, Cooper looking left again, trying to drop a 293. There's the second turn, so much power. He surfs the wave like this all the time coming from the sunny coast. Can't finish it, but definitely got some damage done before that.
I feel like these waves are just tailor-made for him because not only are they very similar to home, there's no wind on them.
Yeah.
Up the sunny coast, you find in summer you get a lot of wind up there, but he's just got such a stable kind of consistency to his surfing that you want to see in a professional, and that's why I think that he's the kind of guy in the next couple of years who is going to raise the bar and go to that next level because he really, I don't find he's that kind of surfer who makes a lot of errors.
No.
He just is really, really solid in the foundation of his competitive nature.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He's definitely kind of like Ty. He's really unfazed. He just goes out there and gets the job done. He's an absolute goof on land. I actually travelled through Sri Lanka and the Maldives last year with Cooper for about a month.
Funny.
And it was the best trip I've ever been on, just travelling with Cooper for that long and surfing so many times together. It never got old. So, yeah, I'm definitely backing Cooper in this heat.
Yeah, good-looking waves. And I also feel as this day has progressed, the waves have actually got better and better. They are lining up on this bank and offering plenty of scores. And we've seen that just purely from a scoring point of view, the standpoint of that. Like we've seen a 7.83 and a 5.17 from Cooper Davies. And, you know, as we said before, he's just come off a really big result, taking on Reggie in the final up in pumping waves at Burleigh. So just carrying that sort of confidence, that momentum into this event as well. And to see him just lighten it up, it's so encouraging because he is so good.
Yeah, he is. And, yeah, he's just so consistent, really. Like, I can't really fault much of his surfings, and in those heats that he does get knocked out of, if anything, it's probably wave selection. It's just that his competitors might just choose those steeper, bigger waves. But if Cooper's on the waves, I think he's one of those surfers who's pretty hard to knock out. But Harry DeRoth, locking in a 5.6, almost pulling off a really nice finishing turn there. Dane Henry, a little bit more quiet than what we're used to seeing. So currently it's Walter in second with a pair of fours. Cooper sitting in the lead pretty substantially too. Second needs an 8.4 to get the jump on Cooper. I'm mumbling. And Harry DeRoth get a 5.6.
You'll be mumbling by the time we finish tomorrow.
I know. Just so many words. Harry DeRoth, 5.6. He's another really strong competitor, but I feel like he's finally starting to come into his own a little bit more because his surfing is so strong, but he is one of those guys who has made a few mistakes in heats where he's had a solid lead but maybe let someone go a wave or sat in the wrong position, didn't play his priority right. So he's looking like his competitive surfing is really maturing, and it is a 3-point ride to advance through this heat, and it's definitely within his ballpark.
Yeah, so Cooper Davies at the moment sits in 13th on the QS, and his lowest score is 450. So if he could win this event, to say if he got a win, that would generate another 550 points. So it's right on that bubble. Last year, he had a couple of big results. He got fifth at the Oakberry Tweed Coast Pro, just out the front of where we are, and he finished 17th on the ranking. So he was right on the cusp of that sort of bubble, along with Geordie Law and a couple of the other surfers. So, like, as we said, it's not foreign for him to be in this position, and that's why I feel like he's coming into the peak of his powers, because he's had that experience last year. He got really close last year, and it's probably, lit the fire under him to make sure that he gets to that next level, to be able to travel with his mates and challenge himself physically and mentally.
It was actually really heartbreaking last year at Newcastle because Cooper knew what he had to do to get on the Challenger Series. And in his final heat at Newcastle, he had actually made it through. and the hooter went, and he had first priority, but the guy on the inside of him took off before the hooter and he took off after. And in the rule book, even though Cooper had first priority, because he took off after the hooter, it went to null, and he got done with an interference because it was a scoring ride for the guy in third. So Cooper went from first to fourth.
Oh my God.
Even
That is
after
so
the
heavy.
hooter.
I
It
didn't know
was
that.
heartbreaking to watch.
Wow.
So he definitely learnt a lesson from that one. I think we all did. We all didn't even know that was a rule. So
I didn't know that.
yeah, none of us knew. But he's definitely back with vengeance this year. But
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah, that's what they say. But speaking of someone who is a little bit quiet right now, Dane Henry. He's this is really uncharacteristic. We usually see him at this point in the heat have at least a 6 in his lineup. So playing the waiting game, but maybe paddling into a good-looking set right now. He does have second priority though.
But the good thing for Dane, buddy, he only needs a 5.10 to move up. Cooper has basically lit the fire in this heat when it comes to identifying that good waves. And again, you can just see him pushing the boundaries as we see the surfer in blue up and riding on this left, generating plenty of speed, just jamming under the lip. That's a better looking wave. So he only needed a 5.10. Pretty sure that's going to be an incomplete third turn, but he might have, been able to not judge, but I reckon that's around the ballpark where he's going to definitely improve on his second score and put himself back in the frame, but he might also get the requirement.
Yeah, I think if I was to throw my 2 cents in, let's watch it from the front before I do that. So nice first turn. This was the turn I really like. He kicks the fins out and then it looked like he was going to get another bowl. I think it might come in just under, but it'll definitely improve his score. Yeah, a 4.7. So now needing a 3.9.
Wow. See, now you should go on the panel as a judge. Not a commentator, but a judge. Yeah, but yeah, I love the compression rate on that second turn, how low he got and how, coiled and low he went into that turn. But yeah, he probably needed just a little bit more on that first manoeuvre, and you called it a 4.70. But what it does do with 5 minutes to go, it gives him the ability to put a lot more pressure on both, not so much Cooper, but definitely Walter Hyatt is looking to, improve. He's got a 4.6 and a 4, so he's nowhere near in a very comfortable position right now.
Yeah, I feel like that battle for second is so open because this guy, Harry DeRoth, needs a 3, which is absolutely nothing in the scheme of things. Here we go, trying to make something happen on this inside left. Carl's back there for a second turn, needs to get something done on this inside or it's not going to be the score. Gets a bit more of a vertical turn there. There's a better one. And it's still one of those ones, I don't know, it felt really forced.
Yeah, to be honest, those first 2 turns were more like check turns. And the ball was very flat, but I reckon he may, just on the scope of those last 2 turns, I reckon he might just get the score.
Yeah, I think I'm going to agree with you on that one, Dimmy. I would have loved to have seen him maybe sit and wait for a little bit longer because he had a higher priority and get one of those set waves and just lock it away. Yeah. But if he gets the score, he's made it happen, but I think he'll still leave the door slightly ajar for Walter and Dane. Cooper is up on his 100th wave of this heat. Floats down the line for that one. Can't get around. Almost takes out the swimmer again.
That bloke must have a beacon on top of his forehead or something.
Yeah.
But definitely keep him busy, Cooper Davies. But right now I feel like it's a real battle for second. We're waiting on this score to lock in. The judges would have identified what we'd spoken about was the fact that the first 2 turns were very, sort of there was nothing to them. They were more like check turns.
Yeah.
He did get a nice little whip on the third manoeuvre.
Yep.
And
got there.
Just got it, the 3.07. So the judges really crueled the fact that those first 2 manoeuvres were basically set up turns.
Yeah. I think, I mean, we were on the money. But, those first 2 turns, they didn't really have much grunt to it. They didn't have anything behind it. But like I said, because he's kind of forced that score and manufactured it, yes, he's done the right thing. He is in second. 2 minutes 50 on the clock with surfers like Dane and Walter only needing small scores. I don't think I would be feeling extremely comfortable right now if I was Harry. But he's kind of just got to hope that the ocean's on his side right now and no waves come to our surfers in blue and green. But yeah, I feel like Cooper's definitely walked away with this one. Dane on the inside, looking at a rip bowl left. Nice at first turn there. Gets a second. And that could be a score for Dane. We'll see if we can get a replay of that one. 2 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Nervous times for second, third, and fourth right now. I wouldn't be feeling comfortable at all.
Your breathing would be a little bit elevated right now. It'd be a bit intense out there because all these three surfers are right in the mix as we see a replay of this last wave. Little fade back to the backhand. Nice, clean transition.
I think that's the score.
That is the score.
398, 2 vertical turns. Yep, there it is, 417. So Dane now goes to second. Here we go, Walter looking for a 428. Nice at first turn there. Steeper section now is going to get a third. Kicks the fins out for a bit of flair. So 428.
I don't know about that. If you look at what Dane just got on his wave for 2 nice vertical snaps, you'd have to just sort of throw back to, that's what the judges like to do. They like to think about what they've actually dished up in this heat. And is that better than what Dane just did on the backhand? I don't think it is.
No.
But I'm not a judge, so with 1 minute to go. And right now, Cooper Davies out there with a 13.0028 combination, 7.83517, really leading the charge. Dane Henry in second at this stage, and we're waiting on scores to lock in. But yeah, from my standpoint, from the visual, I didn't think there was enough to that wave to offer up anything close to what I saw from Surfer in Blue.
No, I love that he went for it though, because it's in times like this that you can get nervous and fall on those first turns. So he definitely put it all on the line. I just don't think it had that energy behind it. Like the wave didn't match what he needed. So I think, if anything, he rolled the dice, he gave it a go. He can't say he didn't give it his best all the way until the end. But yeah, I'm not sure that's going to be what he needs. We'll see if White can find himself one last wave, but 15 seconds on the clock. The ocean is looking a little bit sleepy. Cooper, however, is going to roll the dice. No, he's not. So yeah, looking like this one is going to go to Cooper and Dane. So Dane, I'm sure his family watching have just been biting their nails for the last 2 minutes.
They're going to have to take a Bex and a lie down after that, because that was pretty intense because he was behind the 8 ball, but that is the nature of the beast as we throw to a break. And we'll be back very shortly for the Camplify Sports Leaders Pro US 1000.
Lay back and just forget the pressure.
And welcome back to the Camplify Sports Seasons US 1000. I'm here with Dimmy. I'm Lillian B. Young, and this is heat number 12. Ty Coulis in the blue, Kobe Clements in the red, Noah Andrew in the white, and Jimmy Hill in the green.
What a way to round into heat number 12. So we've got another exciting battle. So we're just flying through the day, these 20-minute heats, and we saw a start. So Surfing Blue up on the forehand. Nice extension on that first manoeuvre, nice and tight. That would have been the shot, and a nice finish off. And I'm pretty sure was that Jim Ty Coulis from Maroubra.
Yeah.
What a legend! He's been around a long time. I've seen him come through the ranks, and he's such a solid campaigner. As we see Jimmy, this guy can surf too. Look at the depth on that turn. Are you kidding me? He just absolutely lit that thing up. Talk about on fire.
Have you ever seen him surf at the wave pool?
Yeah, he's amazing.
Because I met him when he was about 13 when we were all on a Buell surf trip.
Oh, yeah.
And he was incredible. I'd never heard of this kid before in my life. And he was just doing like about 6 backhand turns on the heavy sections on the right. But,
and he's really stable. Like he doesn't look like he's going to fall off. But see the speed and the flow in that wave. I mean, I know in the last heat the best wave of the actual day had come through a 7.83, but I reckon it's going to be a really nice start for his campaign. Ty Coulis with a 5, so it leaves Kobe Clements out there, the man from Longy, as we see surfing in Ryde. What about that lovely depth?
A nice combination of turns there, actually.
I love the setup for that first turn, but look at this thing. Bang, first turn. Got so deep on that second manoeuvre, and that gave him that chip shot into that third turn, which is pretty incredible precision surfing. And there it is, a 7.83 last Jimmy Hill. I said it, and it was going to be close to the best wave of the day, and it is. Wow. It's exactly the same.
Yeah, right. So who's the other person that got a 7.83?
The last heat, Cooper Davies. Lighting it up. Coming off a massive result up at Burley. So Cooper in fine fettle as we see the smooth, stylish surfer from Longy. That is Kobe Clements, who was very close to qualifying in 2023. And he is looking for a result at this event to get himself back in the fray when it comes to qualifying for the Challenger Series.
Again, like a great list of surfers. Like you can't
It's epic.
There's obviously Cooper Davies, Alistair Reginato, Jarvis Earl, Kobe Clements, Marlon Harrison, Saxon Reaver. So many great names, especially in the men's league and the women's as well. And then there's only a limited amount of spots, so you just got to give
only
it your
10
all.
spots, and right now you've got the likes of Dylan Moffat, Oscar Berry in there, Morgan Siblick, Caius King, Joel Vaughan. The list goes on and on and on, and that's why these regional events are so important. Kobe Clements opened up with a 2.83. Ty Coulis just locks in 3.93. And what I love about Jimmy Hill was the fact that he backed that wave up with a 4.97. So looking so switched on, so sharp. And as I said, Kobe last year, he was pretty much in the fray for qualifying, and he didn't actually fall that far when it came to getting himself on to the ranks. So been around a long time, but still such a young kid.
How's that left out the back?
It's pumping. I feel like the tide coming up, and it's getting better and better as the waves have actually come across this bank. I feel like the scoring potential has definitely grown. As we see the surfer in...
Ooh. Not priority.
Without priority.
Ryde had priority.
Yeah, Ryde has priority. But did that impede the scoring potential?
Don't think it did, but all tactics. So
it's the game we play, isn't it?
I used to do the good old not sure if you remember the BL blast off.
Yes.
But I used to just do the old go on left, then go right.
Oh.
So that's a good... a lot of people very confused. And
what an icon of the sport is Barton Lynch. I've used that word a couple of times, but he's definitely a former world champion. He was definitely one of my idols from my beach growing up, and I became good mates with BL, and living these days full-time in Hawaii. He looks a bit like Santa Claus these days.
Yeah, I'll run into him in Hawaii. All his
he's growing the beard out, and he's really kicking along, and he's just brought out a surfing game as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Pretty sick. I saw it in Ringamore the other day. I was like, wow, nice. Well done, BL.
The new skate 3 for surfers.
Yeah, I know. I love it. Worked very hard on that as we see scores locking in with 13 minutes to go, and it is priority with the surf at in green with that 7.83 and a 4.93. That was a great way to start. Ty Coulis has locked in a couple of scores, a 5 and a 4.2, and he needs a 7.77 to go in the first, of course, and a bit of a slow start. And talking about guys who didn't have a slow start, Cooper Davies lighting it up. Good morning.
G'day, guys.
How you going, mate? You come off a massive result up at Burleigh, and you just look on point this morning. How'd you find it out there?
Yeah, it was nice, mate. It was a bit different.
I think we've lost Cooper there, but we'll get back to him as we see Kobe Clements up and riding on the back end, just wafting the tail with a 3-turn combo. Hopefully we get Cooper back, because I'm interested in to find out how his mindset is. Let me talk for it. Oh, mate, it was pumping out there. I had the best time, got a couple of good ones early. Such a solid campaigner, and unfortunately we lost him in that postie, and I'm sure with the amount of surfing he's been doing and the amount of heats he's been getting through, I reckon we might be speaking to him again tomorrow.
For sure.
If he brings that kind of A game to the forefront, he's going to definitely be one to watch as we head towards the final day of competition.
Alongside Jimmy Hill as well. Imagine them two in a heat.
Oh, there'll be some fire and brimstone.
There we go. Last of Kobe Clements, a 6.4. Last of Ty Coulis, a 4.2. And last of Noah Andrew, a 3.40. Here's Blue. Ty Coulis having a look at this one, the Goofy Footer from Maroubra. Nice jam there. And floats that section off the top. Really got to give it your all to ride out of those ones. Hey, it's like
you have to come out the front.
So crucial.
But look how good he surfs. He's just so punchy on his forehand, and like I said, he's been around. Feels like for an eternity, but he's such a well balanced surfer with a lot of talent, and it's great to see him competing at a QS level, because you don't want to lose these kind of talents. You want to make sure that you keep nurturing these talents, because it only takes one really solid run of results, and that can change your life and change your career. Anyway, look at the power and how tight he stayed in the pocket. I love the amount of pop he got into that second turn. They're probably going to call that incomplete, but to be honest, I love that transition.
And as you say, to keep the ball running, there's a lot of surfers working super hard. Kobe Clements, I know he actually does a lot of Pilates. So that it just explains his...
Maybe that's where I went wrong. Check it out. Look at this. Kobe Clements, 6.4. We spoke about this wave, and I feel like this second turn was just the money turn. He got so tight, and that 3-turn combination netted him a 6.4. But like you said, he worked ultra hard on his fitness and just making sure that the whole picture, the whole framework of his surfing is being identified, pulled apart, and never leaving anything to chance. That's the best way to describe the way he goes about his surfing.
You can see just how mega low he gets, and even in those, using the Pilates machines and stuff like that, you're getting I can't touch my toes. So
I'm not going to stand up and walk these days, but yeah, you're completely right. His low centre of balance is probably, in the top echelon when it comes to getting himself low, but he's always had that style, that very low centre of gravity. When he was a junior coming through, people are like, wow, how low does this guy get up? It feels like, he was so low and so compressed, but he learned how to adapt to his style and create his own kind of, he's got his own style. Definitely. Yeah. He's definitely, if you've got 20 guys in the water and Kobe takes off, that's Kobe.
Yeah. 100%.
And he's such a spring bean of energy. He's always really happy. He's never gets too down on himself, and that's what I feel like holds him in good stead as a competitive surfer, because he knows the game.
Yeah. He's been in the running for a long, long, long time.
His dad was a really good competitor as well, Stevie. Yeah. He was a frother.
Well, because they're all the Narrabeen crew. So Steve, and then there was Jog Lindeman's dad as well that lived down there. Was a phenomenal surfer as well.
So Kobe getting nice and loose. Yeah, he's his old man used to absolutely froth. He was one of those guys who'd be in every event, every regional event, every time he could put on a rashing. He had a pretty good stint on the QS at one stage, but it didn't work out. And I'm pretty sure he's a cameraman these days. But yeah, definitely. I remember when Kobe was very young, and Steve said, the young blood is coming through the ranks, and I kept a close eye on him because of my relationship with his dad. But yeah, great surfer, very different in personalities, but definitely is a very happy human, I'd say. Here we go.
Ty Coolis, just an up and out. 7.5 minutes to go. I just want to have a look at who's coming up next. Oh, look, there we go. Sol Grenling in the green.
Sol Grenling, that little pocket rocket from down my way.
That's probably another reason why I wouldn't surf the stain. I wouldn't want to be hassled by Sol.
Nah, just dropping him. He's pretty casual, kid.
We got Shane Cadden in the white, Josh Levy in the blue, and Marlon Harrison in the red.
Yeah, Sol Grenling actually has just come off. I think he ever spent 6 or 8 weeks in Hawaii this year.
Yeah.
And he's been. Did you see him over?
I literally just missed him. It was at the point where I was leaving and he was coming over. We were talking about it because Ruby Berry was going to be over there as well. We're like, yeah, we should all link up. And there's Kobe Clements on the inside there.
Fire.
Just pretty much was leaving on Boxing Day. So if you're flying with Jetstar, make sure you get rid of all your boards before you board the flight.
I always go with Jetstar. We'll just carry on. But yeah, he did. In the last 2 or 3 years, he's spent a lot of time on the North Shore refining his act. And to be honest, for a little guy, he has a lot of nous when it comes to surfing bigger waves. He throws himself into everything.
He sends it.
Yeah, he works really hard with his coach, Bo Mitchell, and he's a learner. I saw him last year at the Challenger Series. Hanging out with the Brazilian boys, just sitting in the area, just learning the craft, sort of trying to feed off their vibe as well.
Yeah.
And for a guy who's only 15, I'm forever going, mate, you got to go to school. Because last year you spent about 8 weeks over in Asia as well, in Bali, just getting better and better and better. So it would be good. I don't know if he's had many results on the QS yet. I did see he got through a heat the other day, but yeah, it's good to see him having a crack because he's definitely going to use that experience as he develops and grows older.
Couple good pro junior results, but I just remember that literally 2 days after we left, so we had onshore winds on the North Shore for about 2 weeks. Last 2 weeks we were there, and then as soon as Sol got over there, it was sunny. It was good waves all around, clean, and Miller went over there too, and I was like, oh, where were these waves when we were over there? Just got them at the start of the trip, and not at the back end, but. Coming down to the back end of the heat, speaking of, Jimmy Hill in the lead, 7.83 and a 4.93. Kobe Clements looking for a 6.37. Ty Coolis needing a 5.74. And Noah Andrew requiring a 6.24.
And he's definitely capable of those scores. We've seen Noah absolutely lighten it up in the last couple of years. So definitely able to get that along with Ty Coolis. And so right now, Jimmy Hill opened up with that 7.83 and backed it up with a 4.93. That's definitely been, the smartest thing he could have done because that second wave can really be a killer towards the back end of heats. If you're sitting on a small score, I've seen so many guys have 8s and 9s and still not get through heats because their backups have been so tiny. So it's important once you have established that score in the excellent range to back it up quickly with something in that mid-range just to give yourself a bit of time and a bit of space from your fellow competitors.
Yeah. You know what? I was just wondering, because when I was checking the next heat just then, imagine if there was a fantasy league for the QS. You could just be like...
they don't have fantasy, but they have fan picks, don't they? They do have fan picks, so...
I remember I used to get so spooked out when I used to look at those before my head, and it was just everyone else 70%, and it was me 10% or 5%.
Don't look at that thing.
That's what I mean. I was like, oh.
A couple of our young guys
vote for yourself.
With all their mates, yeah. Everyone's just voting for them. I saw this morning in that heat at Sunset with Geordie and John. It was 90% John fan picks and 10% Geordie. Jordan Smith is 17-year veteran on tour.
Yeah.
And he's won at Sunset. Like, how could he be 10%? But, you know, that's the fans love
Fan
Johnny.
favourite.
Oh, Johnny, everyone loves John Florence.
What's not to love about that style, though? Here we
Mate,
go,
it's
Kobe Clements.
incredible.
Speaking of style, making his way to the inside, he always just manages to get so much speed and that signature backhand Rayo.
His centre of balance is exceptional as we head towards a 2.5 minute mark, just over 2.5 minutes. And he's just trying to offload that 4.67 just to give him a little bit of space from Ty and Noah, because he knows that both those guys can generate big scores when they want to. So not a huge number needed for third and fourth as we see him set this up, that little check turn to start, nice little whip. He then sort of missed that session to identify that little corner to get himself nice and square into the lip. So will the judges sort of refrain from a higher score because of the fact that he did miss a little bit of a section on that wave? Time will tell.
See, I thought he was almost going to go for a punt there, like, you know, like even his centre of gravity, like, I mean, I'm not sure if you saw that flip he did a couple of years ago, that upside down, roly-poly, like, backflip.
Should have been a gymnast.
Yeah.
It's incredible what they're doing in the air these days.
Oh, even Dane Henry in the
Yeah.
like, he did the exact same
Dakota?
one. Yeah, Dakota as well, like,
I reckon
insane.
my favourite heat last year was that Joel Vaughan. Was it Joel Vaughan versus Dakota at Maroubra in those waves? And Dakota injured himself.
Yeah.
In the semi. I reckon that was the most exciting heat I'd seen the whole year. And it was in a 1,000 QS. Like, it was next level.
Was it the ABB?
No, it was the Maroubra Pro, wasn't it? Yeah, Maroubra Pro at Maroubra.
Wow.
Yeah. And Dakota had actually won there before. I'd commentated when he'd won in really small waves and just absolutely lit it up with airs. But what a QS that was. That was just incredible waves. And the level, I was just high-fiving myself going, how good is Australian surfing? I loved it. Anyway, down to just under a minute to go, and it is up to the surfing in blue and the surfing in white to get themselves back in the game when it comes to progressing through to the round of 32. So only one round of men's today. We'll roll into the women's first round this afternoon, and we're going to have 8 heat of women's action this afternoon. It's going to be great to see some of the rising talent pool from Australasia in the water, along with some of the most, bigger names on the QS, all looking to consolidate their position on the rankings as we head towards the final 10 seconds of this heat. And it's been another cracker. Jimmy Hill, he's led the charge. You called it. On fire.
On an absolute tear. We're going to count it out now. That went quick.
That did. That 20-minute little rapid-fire heat went quick, and we're going to throw off the days with that 3-4 fire. Let's see this pro. See you shortly.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Starling, welcome back. I'm here with Jesse Starling. This is Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. I'm Lillian B. Young, and we're in beautiful Port Stephens for this weekend. If you'd like to learn more about the area, give them a follow on Instagram at Port Stephens. Do it.
It's such a cool area. If you haven't been there, it's definitely worth going down there. My favorite part is definitely the camel rides all along the sand dunes behind the waves that we're seeing. Surf by our surfers right now. Here we go. Sol Brendeling on his first wave. You can see that tide is getting higher, but these waves are definitely linking together a lot nicer than they were. So that's a good opening ride right there for Sol. He's taking on Marlon, Harrison, Joshua Levy, and Pardon. I just want to get that final name right. Shane Cadden. So another stacked heat. Here we go. This is Shane up and riding his first wave. Pretty sure he's from the Boomerang area, so not too far from where we are now. And finishes that one off nicely with a vertical backhand snap. Josh Levy from the Newcastle region. So we do have a Novocastrian in this heat. Here we go. Shane up and riding on a nice looking left-hand rip bowl. Strong first turn and rips through a second. So that's a better looking score for Shane. He was needing at 0.94. That's definitely that. 3.43 for the first of Sol.
There we go. That's a nice wall there for that one. Shane Cadden on the replay. It's a quick surfing there. I was like, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yep, super powerful and quick turns there from Shane. Marlon sitting out there waiting to take his first wave. The conditions definitely look better. I went away for 20 minutes and I come back and it looks way better.
I know, I'm itching to surf now. I was going to say the same thing. This left out the back. Kobe Clemens lit it up in the last heat. Same as here we go, Marlon Harrison up and riding here. Making his way to the inside. Nice boat there.
Super quick and sharp surfing there from Marlon. I like how he didn't get too selective out there. You know, there was definitely a few lines coming, but I love how he just took that first rip bowl, got a score on the board. This is Sol trying to back up that 3-4-3. We are going to lose him behind the lifeguard tower there, but some more sets approaching the lineup. So hopefully we see either Josh or Shane pull the trigger on this one.
You're kidding.
Here we go. Josh
why are we
Levy.
surfing this, Jesse?
I know. Good looking wave. Carves back on that first section. Gets up there for a second. That's up with that one. And a third. No real steep wall yet for Josh.
Yeah, you almost thought that one was going to wall up really well there, and it was just kind of more of a wrapping.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a slopey wave rather than something like we saw Marlon get. It was a bit more steeper and more vertical, allowed him to get up nice and quickly on his backhand. Still, I think the judges will pay that wave, and he'll remain in first place. Last wave was Sol 3.9. Here we go, Marlon's last wave. I liked this wave. He just projected down the line on each turn, got super vertical, and finished really strong there.
You know that Marlon's been in the game for such a long time, so he knows what to do, when to do it, and how to do it.
Yeah, he's definitely been doing it since the dawn of Marlon's time, really.
Yeah, well, and Piper.
Yeah.
I remember like we would do the regional events in Lennox, and I would just look up to Piper so much. I'd be like, oh my God, Piper and Marlon. And like even Dane was like so young there too. Dane Henry, like Riley Monroe, like all these surfers probably coming up in the Pro Junior on the weekend. And it was just like, you know, heaps of surfers. Even the Bartholomew brothers used to go and compete in that one because obviously they were on the Tweed side of the region.
Yeah.
And but yeah, still again, so many good names, but only 10 can make it onto the Challenger.
Yes. Yeah, 10 for the men. and 4 plus a wild card, so 5 for the women. So really, it's really hard. Dimmy and I were talking about this. Even the people that don't make it could definitely do some damage on the Challenger Series anyways. We've got great backups. This is the replay of Josh Levy. So like we said, a bit more of a slopey wave. A lot of carves. He gets a nice finisher down the end here. This is kind of the first wave that allowed him to go vertical. So we'll see what score came in for that. A 4.2. So yeah, the judges, I feel like probably agreeing with us, not as steep, not as vertical surfing as what they were looking for, but still rewarded the set wave with some beautiful rail surfing. Marlon's wave came in at a 3.87. So what we've been talking about through the morning, maybe they want to see him do less, but do less better on the wave.
Yeah. Or maybe do less on the wave, but like a heap's critical, because even I go like, feel like I just go like too much hammer and tong, and then it's just like you're overcooking the turns, whereas some people are just like, you know, just 3 turns to the beach, and they're the ones getting through, you know, because they're keeping it calm and collected, and it's just you know, you don't need to overcook it. It's 20 minutes, 2 best waves.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, the highest scores we've seen come through today have been from surfing like Cooper Davies, where he only did 3 turns on a wave, but it was one of those ones that hit the bank really well. But there were 3 really powerful turns. Dylan got a 7 doing 2 turns. So the people who've been teeing off and doing like 5 shorter, faster turns definitely haven't been getting the same kind of scores that we've seen the guys doing 2 bigger turns get throughout the day. So look, I mean, Marlon, I know he's staying with Kobe and Saxon, so he could have watched Kobe in that last heat. Kobe got through, so if I was Marlon, I'd just do exactly what Kobe did. Unfortunately, Saxon did get pipped right at the end of his heat earlier in the morning, so he'll regroup for Avoca, which is coming up next week. But yeah, I'd love to see how Marlon takes that 3.87 and kind of reshuffles for the back end of this heat.
But again, great camaraderie. Like, they're all staying together. They're all going to be cheering each other on, you know, like.
Yeah, Marlon's girlfriend's with them, Charlie Hurst as well, and she's an incredible competitor, so she'll come up later on today. Here we go, Shane Cadden just getting a foam climb there, but yeah, that wave was never going to offer him too much scoring potential, so he'll get back out there. Actually looks so fun right now.
Yeah.
It's a really nice tide.
It's like that wind just kind of even backed off a little bit as well. I was just going to read who's coming up next. Maddie Job in the red from Burley, Coda Killon in the blue from Maroubra, Zeb Stokes in the white from Kawana, and Jimmy Wallace in the green from, I can't recall where.
Well, you did really well. You got 3 out of the 4, but Maddie Job came off a semi-final in the Burley Heads QS 1000 last week, and he was so on form. It is his home break, but oh my gosh, his surfing was really great. That was a beautiful wave there for Sol. So I'm excited to see what he can do in this beach break conditions compared to the surfing that we saw from Maddie on that point break. Josh Levy getting a really nice finishing turn on his score. Marlon taken to the air. Can he pull it off? No, he can't. So he still needs to regroup. 9.5 minutes to go. Plenty of waves coming through, so I wouldn't be stressing right now if I was Marlon.
There we go. Jimmy Wallace is from the Sunshine Coast.
Ah, love it.
Just did my background check.
Love it.
But yeah, there we go. Marlon just got unstuck on that one. It's on the CR2 Pros as well. I've seen a couple of them around in this event. So just coming down to 9 minutes remaining. Josh Levy in the lead. Sol Groundling looking for a 5.07. Shane Cadden leading a 3.23. And Marlon leading. There we go. Little bit of a situation change. Marlon looking for a 4.2. Shane looking for a 3.98. And Sol Groundling actually just got back from like 6 weeks in Hawaii.
Oh, wow.
So he's probably thinking this is Ehukai Beach right now in front of the lifeguard tower.
Amazing.
A little beachy next to Pipe. Had a couple waves. But yeah, killing it.
Yeah, I really like this first turn here from Sol. He pushes the fins out, drifts across that section. It is a smaller wave, though. I love that he's catching lots of waves, trying to create rhythm for himself, but he's got that foundation score now. He's got the 4.17. That's a great backup. If I was Sol, I'd play my cards now. I'd get first or second priority, try and get one of those set waves and lock in a higher score to better my 3.9. and really solidify my spot in that top 2 because Marlon is an excellent competitor. You'd have to think he's going to get a bigger score towards the end of this heat. And Josh, he seems to be like he's in good rhythm with those sets, and Shane is a real powerhouse too. So if I was Sol, I'd probably try and lock in sit and wait and lock in for one of those higher scores right now.
I've definitely seen my fair share of heats where Marlon's beaten somebody on the buzzer and gotten through. So I wouldn't be surprised if that was to happen. But here he goes. Nice and critical. 2 good turns. 7.5 minutes remaining. Couple little sets. Even further down, Jesse. I'd be sitting further down the heat on those rights coming through. But that would be me. So nice quick turn there. And a nice finish there. So 2 turns off the bat. So that should replace his 193, I can imagine.
Yeah, it was a really nice wave. I feel like I saw a little bit of frustration there from Marlon because he probably didn't connect with the sections just like he wanted to. It was a little bit foamy on both of those turns. Didn't really get that beautiful open face green wall. But he's seen what you've seen, Lil. He's taken off down the beach. He's given himself space from his competitors. And I feel like he's going to try and find a bit of a steeper, more green face wall so that he can connect exactly how we know he likes to. There it is, 437 for that last one. So even without connecting exactly in the pocket, he's still got one of the best scores of the heat.
Yeah, let's just hope it's Lily's peak, not Lily's gutter, like it was at a couple of events I've competed in. So here we go. Maybe someone could be on this one. No one needs a lot to even go to second position or first. So here it looks like White's got this one. Shane Cadden looking for a big finish here. There we go.
Yeah, that was definitely Shane's best looking wave.
Even one of the better waves of the heat, I reckon.
You could see when he was paddling in, it was going to bowl up on that second section. So nice kind of check snap there. And then that's a much better turn that we've seen from Shane. Gets up over his front foot, rides out of that one. So needing a 415, I dare say it'll go close. The set wave, 2 strong turns. There it is, 533. So Shane goes from 4th to 1st. Josh now in 2nd. Needs a 467 to take back the lead. Marlon was just ever so quickly in a progressing position. Now back into 3rd. Needs a 4.61 and Sol a 4.8. So not massive requirements from any of the surfers. 5 minutes 20 to go. This heat is far from over. I feel like if we saw all of these surfers get one more wave, we'd definitely see a few situation changes.
Absolutely. So 5 minutes to go. Got another cracker heat up next. So make sure you still tune in after the break. I just wanted to give another shout out to PRD Real Estate for sponsoring this event. They recognise as Port Stephens' leading real estate team. The office specialises in residential and commercial sales, property management and leasing. Sell, buy and rent smarter with your local property specialist, PRD Real Estate, Port Stephens. Contact PRD today at 049 2000.
Calling the number right now. Here we go. A bit of action down the beach. Sol using priority over Shane. And Marlon got a wave too, so we'll catch up with all of the surfers, see what they've got done on those waves. 4 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Now Josh left out the back with priority. A good-looking left rip bowl coming through now. Needs a 4.67. This one might taper off on him. Yeah, I was going to say might be worth him getting back out, regaining first priority. There's definitely still some more waves coming. Look at Lil's peak down the beach. Oh my gosh, it looks so fun. That little right-hander. Once it hits that inside section, I wonder on the high tide.
Is it a gutter? I don't think it broke.
It'll get there.
Maybe on the inside.
I'm wondering if the higher tide will start breaking out the back. We might see more competitors out there. Shane Cadden now. One big turn there.
Even busy this heat. Like to see it. 3.5 minutes to go. So, yeah, I can't even tell if that is breaking down the beach or not, or if that's just my eyes just wondering.
No, I think it looks fun down the beach. I don't think your eyes are seeing anything I'm not seeing. It looks fun when it hits that bank on the inside. But I'd love to know
a couple of good punt sections like that one, maybe. we go. Next heat, I think that looks like Zeb Stokes running out.
It's nice to see Zeb back in the rushy because he was injured for a while. So he missed out on a few events, but he's back and he's looking pretty in form. I'm sure he's traveling with his brother, and he's pretty good mates with Ben Lorenston too, but I believe Ben might be out injured at the moment as well.
Yeah, he's had a bad run of injuries. I was going to say, there we go, Marlon Harrison, last him a 5.3. I'd love to see that replay. If we could get that up and running. 2.5 minutes to go. Shane Cadden in second, looking for a 4.34. Josh Levy looking for a 4.67, and Sol Grenling looking for a 5.27. So see a whole heap, the tables flipped. So
Yeah,
it was
completely.
Sol and Josh at the top at the start, and then it's just, everything's like, time's always ticking.
I feel like as well, the guys sitting in 1 and 2 right now, they've definitely picked off those steeper looking faces and made the most of it, even though it is 1 or 2 turns. So back on that less, but less is more, has definitely been getting people through the round this morning. So now Josh Levy with priority needs a 4.67 in a good position. 2 minutes to go on this heat, has priority, has already got a score higher than his requirement, so he knows what he has to do to get it. And Sol needing a 5.27, so has to push a little bit harder than what he has been. But I feel like if Sol does the surfing that he's been doing all heat just on a slightly bigger wave, he can get that score easily.
I was going to mention with Zeb before, I remember at the Stratty, now called Stratty Invitational, and the Kiwana Board Riders is just so full of club spirit. It is crazy.
Yeah, they won it last year maybe?
Yeah, they won it last year, and it was so there was actually like an interference situation.
Oh, wow.
With Dakota and Zeb. So it was this this big thing where, and then Zeb, as the power surfer, got them back into first position.
Oh, no way.
In the last, even having those points. So it was a double interference. So Dakota lost points and Zeb lost points. So, but yeah, and then they got back on top. So
amazing.
They were stoked.
Such a good feeling, when you're the surfer that got your club back up into, one of the higher positions. It's like, oh, yes, I did it kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I haven't been to one of those events, but I would love to go. Stratty Assault, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So pretty difficult to get into. Hopefully we can get a Gary in it this year and get the team back up and running.
I doubt that my team would be invited. I feel like it's more of a Queensland, far north New South Wales kind of comp. Here we go. Last efforts from blue and green. Sol coming unstuck. Josh Levy. Beautiful surfing there. Needs a 4.34 to take second back off Shane Cadden. He likes the feeling of it. The heat is over. So we have to wait for that score to come in from Josh. I think it's the score. We're going to see a replay, but my initial thoughts are that's the 4.67. Here we go,
And
Lil.
we saw Sol on the other side as well.
Yeah, he
So
fell.
split peak there, but I think he might have it.
That's the score, really. And you can see Shane splashes the water out the back. He knows as well. That first turn was so strong. Gets this second kind of check turn in, then comes up again, really powerful on the third. I believe that's the 4.67 he's looking for. But we'll have to wait and see, because we're going to go to a break and leave you guys with a little bit of a question mark, but don't go anywhere. Results and the next heat coming up right after this.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
welcome back to the Camplify Port Stevens Pro QS 1000. It is the round of 64 that we are just plowing through this morning. We had a bit of a last-minute shuffle in that last heat, and I'm so intrigued to see who got through. Josh Levy was looking for a score. We both thought that he got it. We'll have to see. Let's have a look. He didn't. He needed a 497, got a 413.
Wow. So that's got to be crucial in a lot of the heats, you know. Sometimes that happens a lot of the time.
$18 minutes to go. Matty Job, he was looking on fire in that Burley QS 1000 just last weekend. 217 to open up his campaign. Coda Killon is currently the Dennis Rodman, I'd like to say, of the QS. He's got a different haircut and a different hair color every single event. He's got rainbow love hearts on his head at the moment. He's also had blue flames recently. So
This is kind of cool.
yeah, one of the happiest guys on tour as well. Zeb Stokes, we touched on him, such an excellent surfer coming from Kawana, did you say?
Yeah, so on the Sunshine Coast. And same as the surfer in green as well, Jimmy Wallace. And I was going to say, did you know Port Stevens hinterland that surrounds the coastline is the perfect for a day trip or short stay? So towns and villages are steeped in history and offer a diverse range of experiences. So take the road less travelled and discover one of many hidden treasures in Port Stevens.
Yeah, Port Stevens is just the place to be. It's so fun.
I just want to
down
ride
there.
a camel.
Same. Same. You can see Josh Levy and his crew. You can see the body language. He's a bit gutted at that last one. Really excellent surfed last wave. I feel like he can't be too sad. He gave it his all, and that's all you can do. He kept fighting until the last minute. He could have fallen on that last wave, felt the pressure, but he didn't. I would take that as a kind of a tick for myself, you know.
For sure.
I didn't crumble under pressure. The judges just deemed it wasn't enough for this point in time, but I did my best, and yeah, he's got to be happy with that, I would like to say. But back to this heat.
There you go, Kai's King walking down.
KK getting the reps in here at the Port Stevens Pro QS 1000. We plowed through 13 heats already this morning. That is wild to me. So we're down to the last 3 heats of the men's draw. Then we will move into the women's. And I'm excited to see the ladies out there. We've actually got a pretty stacked field, so let's talk through it after this. Here we go, Matty Job. Wow, strong first backhand turn into a second and gets a third foam climb. He can go right, but he can also go left. So
Yeah, you know, coming from Burley, I wouldn't think he'd be surfing many lefts at all.
yeah,
Maybe Tullabudger or something. Maybe he's going Palmy Secret Banks. But first score is Zeb Stokes, a 4.33. Jimmy Wallace, a 2.6 and a 0.83. Here's Coda Killon checking this one out on the inside here. Wraps it back to the foam. And we've got Jimmy Wallace watching him out the back. Nice little slash on that second turn. Just waiting for the wall to stand up here. And see Coda just stuck with that one and rode out of the section, which is always what the judges want to see. Matty Job with a 5.27 on that last one and a 2.17. I'm just going to say what's coming up next. Heat number 15. Winter Vincent, Tane Dobbin, Manning Gregory, and Will Pascoe.
ooh, that's a solid heat. We're going to get a replay of this last one of Matty. Love that first turn there. Straight back up into a second and manages to get back up there for a third. So I know that he's riding DHDs. Here we go. Coda Killon on his first wave starts with a carving maneuver. That's a better turn there for Coda. Drives through a second powerful one, looking for a finish. And yeah, gets it. Flares the fins out. I like that wave from Coda. 3.43. So judges, I feel like probably capping that score under the 4-point range because it is a smaller wave. But I just want to talk to you about a few of the heats that are coming up in the women's division. So heat 3, Charlie Hurst, Charlie Haitley, Ruby Berry, and Jade Magnian. So one of the French ladies has been competing through the Australian draw, trying to get some reps in, but I think that heat is absolutely stacked. One of the hardest heats we've seen in the draw.
Well, you got two goofy footies in the heat, Ruby and Charlie. And Charlie Hurst.
Yeah, so
there's
3.
So there's one natural footer
Yes.
in the heat. So there you go.
And then another stacked heat is heat number 6, Sierra Kerr, Sage Goldsby, Kira Buckpit, and Holly Wishart. So they're 2 heats I'm really looking forward to. Extremely stacked divisions. Maddie Job at 5.27 for that last effort. Beautiful backhand surfing there. Got him to score to take him up into the lead. Coda Killon up and riding, looking for a 0.91. So this is already that score. Nice second turn, flaring out the fins, trying to find a finishing, and it gets it. So I feel like Maroubra, the QS 1000, conditions were always like this. So maybe Coda feeling right at home right now. I feel like that's definitely going to be the score to put him up into second. Zeb, however, only has 1 wave in his lineup with a 4.33. So still plenty of time on the clock. No one knows how this heat's going to play out, but I'm already excited about it.
There we go. Just 12 and a half minutes remaining. Looks like Zeb Stokes checking this one out on the inside. So he's already started with a 4.33. So we'll wait and see what the judges think of that one. But,
Maddie got very close there, and he had 3rd priority, so didn't have priority.
Didn't need to.
No, and he didn't have priority over Zeb. So Zeb kind of just spraying him in the face. Maybe he didn't see him. I don't think it'll be a priority error or interference because he actually didn't affect any of the wave for Zeb. We're going to take a look at this replay for Coda. Beautiful first turn there. Gets a bit progressive with that carving maneuver there and gets a finish. So really great completion rate right now for Coda. See, Maddie paddling in just pulls out just in time because Eddie close for comfort.
It's a black surfboard again.
Yeah.
And good surfing. I think I'm going to go with the black surfboard spray on my next surfboard. But we'll wait and see. It'll be interesting because obviously I'm not sure if you watched that heat with Gabriella Bryan and Soy Lindpole.
Yes.
And then, so that's like a new rule that's been brought into the WSL, which I've read.
After the Jack Robbo and Zeke Lau heat at Sunset a few years ago.
So it'll be interesting to see.
I don't
what
think
makes of that.
Yeah, I don't think Maddie got in the way enough for it to be anything, a priority interference or anything, but it definitely was a mistake on Maddie's behalf. He didn't need to get that close to Zeb. And I feel like he should definitely learn from that because any closer he probably could go from 1st to 4th right now.
And so again, we all know like how hard it is to hear out in the water sometimes. Sometimes we think like, a vital example would be at Cruy with Holly Williams and Sky Brown. Like just not being able to hear what's going on the beach, the wind's going on, the waves are breaking. Sometimes you're paddling back out and you're just getting pummeled by sets. And so like sometimes it's just like common error.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes it happens, but it's also, I think, as athletes and as competitors, you become more and more aware of it the more heats you surf. It was a surprising call from Maddie because he has surfed so many heats, but the judges deeming it that it wasn't an interference. They're really thinking about this score for Zeb, though. Still hasn't locked in. Needs a 3 to advance. It's definitely that score, a set wave, 3 solid backhand turns. So I think it will be one of the best scores of the heat, backing up Zeb's 4.33 nicely. We'll wait to see. We're just past the halfway mark. Coda Killon down the beach. Beautiful wrapping turn there. Gets up there for another. Wants something a little bit more vertical to finish this one off. And gets it. So 100% completion rate so far from Coda. His legs seem sore on that one. That was a lot of surfing on a small wave.
Yep.
Maybe a right coming down the beach to Zeb. He's making his way down there.
Lily's gutter.
Lily's gutter. Maybe not on this occasion.
Yeah, this one might actually look like if you want it, but got to be quick. See, I almost thought it would have broken right, but left's definitely better. Look at this one. Super progressive surfing. You see the ALS lifeguard jet ski in the back, looking after all the surfers out there, making sure nothing water suspicious is going on, and keeping an eye on the surfers and making sure everything's all okay.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of sea life out there at this beach. Here we go. This is the replay of Coda's. Love that turn there. Digs in that rail a little bit more. I feel like the judges still might cap him on this score and like won't go above a 5-point range because he didn't get vertical on it. They've definitely been paying those vertical maneuvers. And Zeb just clicking with another wave out there, so finding more rhythm. Still 2 scores to lock in for our surfer in white now. And green just finishing off that wave. So I feel like we're going to see situation change by the time those last 3 waves are locked in. 4 waves, I should say, for white, blue, and green. Maddie Job, here we go. Looking to replace a 217.
Here we go.
Wow, 2
Cracker
very
last
strong turns.
So last is Zeb Stokes, a 5.57 and a 4.33, I believe. So we'll wait for that score for Maddie to come through, which, again, I'm not a judge, but I think that might actually put him in the first position. It was a pretty critical combination of turns. Here we go, the replay. Nice first turn there, setup turn, but this was the money turn here.
Yeah, that's the best wave of the heat, for sure. So he needs a 4.64. I'm calling it the best wave of the heat. It was the meatiest section with the most vertical turns. So Matty Job showing us that it wasn't just local knowledge that got him through so many rounds at Burleigh. It was excellent surfing, and we're seeing it again now in the round of 64, heat number 14. So Coda, his last wave still in the 3-point range, so probably looking to get a little bit more vertical.
Yep. I reckon Maddie's might be in the 6.5 bracket.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we've seen it time and time again. The judges are paying less, but less is better.
Here we go. Someone checking down the beach, Jimmy Wallace. And just kicking out of that one. So under 7 minutes remaining. And speaking on sea life activity, I was actually just talking to Dimmy before. Hometown Yamba actually got number 1 for shark activity in all of Australia.
Yeah.
7,000 sharks tagged or something like that. But no shark tag. Like, we beat Byron. They're bizarre. Byron and Ballina, we beat both of them.
I would have called Yamba over Byron and Ballina every day of the week. Whenever I surf down at Yamba, I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so scared.
Yeah.
But I feel like there's so much sea life down at Yamba that you're pretty well set because they're very well fed, all the little sharkies down there.
Yeah. I'll just go and sit next to it. How's that right out there? You think it might just like roll in, but then it just kind of hits that gutter bit again. But you wonder if it's going to break right, but then it goes left.
I'm intrigued to see if that out back bank will come more and more into play as the tide changes and moves on.
Yeah.
Oh, they called Maddie's an interference. Maddie Job with a 6.67 got too close for comfort with Zeb Stokes, so they thought about that for a while. Wow, that's really unfortunate for Maddie because he would be sitting in the lead very comfortably right now if it wasn't for that. So Maddie now needs an 8.2, the best score we've seen all competition, to try and take second off Coda.
You know, I figured that would happen because I was just like, you know what? If you got third priority, well, you don't need to paddle for that wave, you know what I mean?
Not at all.
So I think that was a fair judgment and call from the judges down there today. And so that means Zeb Stokes and Lee Coda in second. So Maddie looking for an 8.2.
Oh, no, they brought it back. 5.27's back in the scoreline.
There we go. That makes things really confusing.
They went, just kidding. Just kidding, playing jokes. You didn't get an experience.
So Zeb Stokes looking for a 6.38. Maddie in the lead with a 6.67 and a 5.27. Coda Colon looking...
Oh, no, it's gone again.
There we go. Coda Colon looking for a 6.1. Maddie Job needing an 8.2. Jimmy Wallace looking for a 5.13. No more changes.
What an emotional roller coaster. Oh, my goodness. Imagine being like, interference. Just kidding. No, we're not. You've got an interference. All right, Coda. This is a stable-looking wave. Ooh, gets progressive with it. Takes to the air. Does he spin it around? No, he doesn't. Maddie Job just not getting an interference, is getting an interference. We're not too sure. We'll
So-
have to report back on that.
Yeah, we'll have to wait back on that. But wow, cracker turn there for Zeb Stokes. Just unable to. I'm getting that black spray, hey. Maybe even let
Do
black
it.
spray, pink rails.
Ooh, okay.
I kind of miss having pink boards, but they're really hard to sell, I find.
They're hard to, sell to
Very
a broader
hard to sell.
market for sure. Here we go, Matty Job trying to get
Bang.
an 8. Wow, he's doing the best surfing in this heat for sure. So that's really unfortunate that he did get himself a priority interference. So needs an 8.2. Oh, that's heartbreaking for Matty because, yeah, he's definitely surfing the strongest and putting together the best heat so far. He just made a mistake. Maybe he thought he had priority over
Exactly,
Zeb. Maybe
same
they were
common
changing
error.
the board when he... Yeah, there's so many different factors, but I'm sure, he has full free right to go and talk to our judges and our priority judges at the end of this heat and figure out exactly what he did wrong. And I think that's the best part of having WSL judges who are so friendly and so open to giving feedback to our athletes. So I'm sure he will take them up on their knowledge in just over 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Here we go.
Wow, so Green has really created some distance in this heat. He is way down to the right of our frame, just trying to get some rhythm going down there where the other 3 of our competitors are all surfing on that main peak up there. As you can see, here's a beautiful wave rolling through.
Looks like Coda Kilon.
Just belly. Oh, no, Coda finished off that wave, but someone else
Oh,
was
but
just
that
belly
left
surfing.
just ran away, didn't it? Just got too caught behind Zeb
Yeah.
did, didn't he?
Yeah. So, yeah, interesting choice down there for Jimmy. Here we go. Here's going to the replay of last of Coda. What it looked like from the pulled back angle. Looked like his best wave. Starts off with a carve. Takes to the air.
Nice.
And flares the fins around. But look at that left behind. So that was definitely a missed opportunity
Yeah.
for Zeb Stokes. We'll see if Jimmy Wallace's move down the beach pays off. And hopefully gets himself a wave to himself. Maybe he's just that surfer who needs the space to be able to really open up.
For sure.
1 minute, 40 seconds to go. So Zeb sitting out in the lead. My heart still hurts for Matty Job because he's
Absolutely.
put together an excellent heat. Definitely one of the best performances we've seen all morning. But, the judges deeming he was too close to Zeb Stokes paddling into that wave and he affected his line.
Well, there has been a couple upsets already this morning, hasn't there? So it makes me wonder if they're just going to bring the fire to, the Central Coast Pro. The 3,000.
Absolutely. I think there's so many more points on the line for the next 2 events, but these 1,000s really matter because if you can get a win at an event like this, you're keeping those points because, 1,000 points is going to help anyone. 50 seconds on the clock, though. We have to see if Jimmy Wallace can get a 4.43 and Matty Job an 8.2. Yeah, nervous times right now. Maybe a bit of frustrating times for Matty Job. 30 seconds on the clock. Speaking of something completely different right now, though, Molly Plicktham is currently leading the Sunset Final. And she could potentially be the second woman ever in history to win at Sunset back-to-back.
Wow. Huge. And they're already talking about her turn that she did the semi-final.
Yeah.
Saying that is it the best turn ever done by a woman?
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. All right, this heat has just about finished up. So unfortunately, Matty Job put together an excellent heat, but got an interference. So congratulations to Zeb Stokes and Coda Kilon. Moving on through this heat, we're going to take it to a short break and be back with more action right after this.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome.
Welcome back. This is heat number 15 of the Camplify Port Stevens Pro QS 1000. This is almost round one, run and done. This is a pretty hard heat. Looking at it, we've got another Manly boy in this heat, Winter Vincent.
Yeah, we certainly do. Winter Vincent from Queensland Board Riders Club. Great young guy and coming off a couple of big injuries in the last couple of years, but I see a lot of Winter down at Curly with his good mate Ethan Dodson, and it's good to see him back actually fit, ready to go. He had a really solid result over in Asia this year, and they were like, wow, who's this kid? But from a Northern Beaches standpoint, I feel like he's been absolutely one to watch for a long period of time. So good to see him as we see Tane Dobbin up and riding.
Talking about people who went from small children to grown men overnight, Winter Vincent is probably the first that comes to mind. I remember seeing Winter and then seeing him maybe a year later and he was about 6'2". I was like, what?
Very similar to, like I spoke about, Fletcher Keller, where both parents are very tall.
Yep.
Both mum and dad are tall, and he was always going to have that growth and that development, but it's translated into such a powerhouse when it comes to his surfing. And talking about powerhouse, this guy has been around quite a while, and Tane Dobbin really loves to engage that rail.
Yeah, definitely 3.5 for that first wave. Winter Vincent just with a 1-point ride. He's having a paddle on the inside there, but opts not to go. 17 and a half minutes. We're into the final two heats of the men's opening round. Then we will roll into the women's.
Yep, we sure will, and it's going to be exciting to see some of the best women from our region really exploding in their first round. It's been really good. Winds sort of kept itself nice and stable during the course of the day as we see the surfer in green up and riding. So Pasco just getting to work. Yeah, so the wind's been good, the banks have been good, offering plenty of scoring potential. Everyone's had the opportunities as we see a lovely flaring wave there for the surfer in white.
Yeah, that was Manning Gregory. So really impressive surfing there for Manning. Great opening wave. Winter Vincent now up and riding. Good looking section. Wow, belts it for a finishing turn. So Winter, he's looking really mature in his competitive approach. We're going back-to-back action. Here we go. Tane Dobbin. His backhand is definitely his power point. He gets so much spring load and throws so much spray. So just tagging away 3 times there. I see a big score coming in for Winter and potentially Manning.
We spoke about the fact that he's transferred that, that size, that growth spurt that he had a couple of years ago into power, and I see a lot of him free surfing, and that is just paint and parcel of what he can bring. He just absolutely tears the bag out of it. And like you said, we've got a couple of young guys near Manning Gregory, been around a while. Will Pasco, very solid competitor, and Tane Dobbin, again, like I said, just a powerhouse. But yeah, it'll be nice to see this replay to see what he actually got done out the back of the final turn for the surf in red. Definitely was the one that sort of sparked the juices up as we see a really solid 3-turn combo for the surfer in white.
We're going to look at it from a different angle. So love that second turn. Gets it back up there for a third and projects out over the foam. So yeah, really impressive stuff. Looks like a junior, so maybe trying to get a bit more reps under his belt now. This last one for Winter. So gets a slash to start off. Love how he's patient for that section and just lays into it with all his power. So I love the timing and patience on that wave.
Yeah, it sort of tags in his personality. He's a very, very unassuming kind of individual. He's very quiet, very relaxed, very competitive, but he's got such a really good demeanour when it comes to, he's outside of the surfing contest arena. He just loves to get out there, have a surf, have a crack, but he's definitely one to watch in the next couple of years. If he can stay fit, he's going to be an absolute powerhouse on the QS, as we see surfer in blue up and right in that Tane Dolphin going for the spinner.
Oh, okay. I liked that. From
Bit of
Tane.
variety of repertoire,
Yeah,
as
Winter,
they say.
finishing off a wave there. I was actually watching Winter paddle into that left, and I was like, wow, that looks like a really good wave. And Will Pascoe was actually in position for it, but yeah, didn't take Winter, so maybe a mistake, not sure. We'll see if we can get the replay of Winter, but that last wave, a 5.83, so
That was basically a check turn into, the bulk of that scoring would have come from that final manoeuvre. I'm sure that everyone at O'Neill, Robbie Bain, former World Championship Tour surfer, one of the best goofy footers of all time, he'd be probably watching this right now, just relaxing in the office down at Brookie and watching his young Tearaway get to work out there, as we see Winter on his second wave. Really nice jam in the pocket. And again, it's just that patience, that depth, and the way he actually spring loads into those sections. I love the fact that he can stay really solid to the power source as he transfers his weight from rail to rail. So just another great heat unfolding. A 5.50 for the first of the surfer in white for those 3 turns on the backhand. Will Pascoe also a 4. So right now, what I love about conditions today, Jess, is the fact that everyone is getting ample opportunities to get the job done.
yeah, I agree. I think beach breaks with this short period swell, there's plenty of waves coming through, and conditions seem to be getting better on that high tide. Just touching on Winter's last wave as well, I love the fact that he hit it twice in the pocket and then didn't waste any more time trying to get like snaps off the end.
No groveling from Winter.
No, I love that about it. He just goes, I've done the damage, now I can get back out there. And I feel like it's the surfing like that we've seen people progress through heats all morning this morning.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got just over 12 and a half minutes to go. Of course, these heats today are 20 minutes in duration. So, as we said, 4 surfer priority, both in the men's and the women's, and that gives the surfer the opportunity to really focus in and identify exactly what wave they want without that endless amounts of hassling you sort of get in the old school kind of formula. But yeah, right now, waiting on the score to lock in for the last of the surfer in red to see if that changes his position. He has a 5.83 to 3.9, so a nice way to start. But he knows that he's going to have to raise the level as he goes along in this heat, because all these guys are ripping.
Wow, we see White, Manning take to the air and pull it off. So good looking backup score for Manning coming through. Here we go, Winter up and riding down the beach. Hits this first section here. Better looking section again. Just beautiful timed surfing there from Winter. He's looking really composed and really mature in his competitive approach as well.
I reckon he looks a little bit like Georgie Pitter.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe it's the colour of his board, but I reckon he's got that sort of agile kind of, free-flowing.
Agile, that's a great word for it.
Yeah, it's very, like George is, like, his body movements is so unique. Like, I reckon that's how he's improved so much. But I reckon Winter's very similar to George in the way how agile and loose his body is, but in total control as well. So we'll see this first turn, nice setup. Then you can see just exaggerating that body movement and looking very sweet indeed. As we see, looking sweet.
Wow.
Pascoe unfortunately, coming unstuck.
So Winter Vincent, last wave, 5.17, backs up that 5.83 very nicely. And Manning, a 3.57 for that air. Judges probably wanted to see him do the full rotation. But as I said, I feel like Manning is a junior, so I love the fact that he's actually going for those turns in a QS level, because it's not a name that we've seen consistently in QS events.
No, definitely not. I've seen a lot of him at a junior level, and he's definitely growing and becoming a really solid surfer, as we see. Solid indeed. Wow, had Will landed that third turn, I reckon that was going to be right up there towards the 6-point range. Just based on those first couple of turns, they were so solid.
Yeah, still got a 4 for those first 2 turns. So the judges agreeing with you, Dimmy. Really nice surfing there from Will. I feel like, if he can pull off one of those waves, he's definitely in this heat. Needs a 5.08. If he had landed that third turn, that's a 5.08. Oh, there's a 5.07 actually. Doesn't get any closer than that. And that was a great looking wave from Manning. This is a epic heat that we're watching right now. Plenty of waves, plenty of action. Tane now having a look down the beach at this right rip bowl on his backhand. So powerful, throws so much water. There's the second turn, just sending spray flying, gets vertical on the third. So Tane was looking for a 5.57. Manning, I feel like, is going to improve his scoreline with that last wave, and Will Pascoe looking for a 4.01. Will needed a 5.08 and got a 5.07. That is so close.
Yep, very tight heat right now. We are down to 9 minutes to go, and as we see the replay, the action replay, the Camplify, Port Stephens Pros, we see the surfer in white getting up. That is a nice vertical attack on the backhand. But yeah, so great way to start this event today. We've had good waves as we see the powerhouse. And what I love about the heats today, it's been so exciting because there's been such, quality to the waves, but also opportunities for everyone as we see the surfer from Queenscliff Board Riders with that 11.00 two-wave combination looking good, looking switched on. But all these surfers have basically got scores in that mid-range, and it'll be the one that's able to elevate their scoring potential and get it up to the excellent range that we want to see. A massive shout-out to all our event partners, of course. Camplify, the naming rights sponsor of this event's destination, New South Wales. A massive part of the Pro Series over the last couple of years. PRD Real Estate, of course, Port Stephens Council, URBNSURF coming to New South Wales very shortly, and WSL, or Will and Ty and all the crew up there, and Starkey doing a great job bringing these events, promoting surfing in our region. And like we spoke about before, I feel like these 1000s in 2024 are holding a lot of importance when it comes to qualification, because we saw it last year, we saw it the year before, where guys have just failed to make the Challenger Series by one heat.
Yep.
And that one heat could be the difference between 100 points or 200 points, depending on what event you're in. So winning these 1000s events, is very important to the overall outcome of who we are transfer into the Challenger, who represents our region. It's going to be sick.
Yeah, it's amazing. I love the pressure and the quick back-to-back events that we're seeing. We're really lucky to have Destination New South Wales as a sponsor. They're supporting the Pro Surf Series, so this event, Avoca and Newcastle, it's basically a majority of Australia's QS events come out of the New South Wales state. This year we were lucky enough to have an event in Victoria. Obviously got the Burleigh event in Queensland, but yeah, bulk of the points come out of New South Wales. So thank you, Destination New South Wales, for consistently supporting our QS competitors and giving them, the best kind of chance they have to crack that Challenger Series and become a pro surfer that everyone dreams to be. Here we go. Will Pascoe looking for a 4.01, tries to get funky with it. Unfortunately, doesn't pay off. Out the back, Manning taking off behind the section. Strong first turn. Was almost a good bowl there, but unfortunately couldn't get back down.
Just a metre or two behind the peak there. If he was a little bit further over towards that peak, I reckon that thing was going to open up for him. But look at these lefts. They just sort of are rolling through this bank. And if you get yourself one that really stands up top to bottom, you're going to get yourself the opportunity to get a big score with just under 6 minutes to go. So we've got one more heat of the men's, and then we're excited to see what the women are going to bring to the fray when it comes to competitive, at this level. Who's going to light it up today? Who's going to get themselves into the quarterfinals? We've got the round of 32 of women's coming up. That is going to round out day number one. Then we'll be back nice and early tomorrow, and we're going to wrap it up. But it's been an amazing first day so far. We've got plenty to go as we see the surfing red up and riding, just engaging the rail on that first turn. Comes around, nice whipping second turn, and again,
wow,
punctuation mark on that final manoeuvre.
We just saw two really beautifully surf waves from Winter and Tane. I thought Tane's was aggressive, had a bit of mongrel behind it. This is the replay of Winter's, so beautiful opening carve there. Gets this money shot there for the photographer. Thank you. And then finishes off again. So kind of like he's just surfing North Stain right now. He looks extremely comfortable out there.
I'll have to correct you on that.
Queenscliff?
Surf. Yes.
Oh,
There's a massive difference. People do say, what is the difference? And there's a pipe between
Yeah, there's a pipe.
There's a pipe there.
There's surf clubs.
Yep. You know, there's guys at North
Really? I
Stain
thought
who've
he
never
was
gone
North
right.
Stain.
No, never been in North Stain.
Oh my
He's a
God,
good bloke, bub. He's definitely a stalwart of his club for sure. But yeah,
Oh, funny.
isn't it funny?
It is funny.
People-
But it's the same as Narrabeen, right? Like Collaroy and Narrabeen are all on the same beach, but you never associate Collaroy
No.
with Narrabeen.
Never.
So I get it. I totally
You do.
get it.
You get it. But with 4 minutes to go, it is the Surfing Red out in the lead. He's up and riding once more, waiting on a couple of scores again. Just that board looks so good right now. He's getting nice depth. He's getting really good transition, and his placement of turns in this heat has been exceptional. So Winter looking very, very good early doors in this event. Pretty sure he got through a couple of heats up at Burleigh too.
He did. I would actually just like to apologise to all the Queenscliff locals. I know how much that means to you, so sorry. But yeah, I mean, Winter's putting on a show out there, so you can't be that angry at me.
That's right. He's definitely putting on a show with just under 4 to go. And we're waiting on a couple of scores to lock in. You were speaking about Tane Doblin's last wave of 4.87.
Yeah, that came in shorter than what I was expecting.
I feel like he's got such a good platform when it comes to his power game. And he just needs opportunity, to be honest. But there is so little between second, third, and fourth at this stage, with just under 3 minutes to go. So right now, it is the Surfing Red in the lead. You can see Manning Gregory out there, the young gun. He has got a 9.07 along with Will Pascoe, but the difference is when you have a tie in the score, it goes back to the best wave. So that 5.5 is the one that's holding the Surfing White in second position. The good thing for the young surfer is that he has priority too, so he can identify whatever waves he wants. And at the back end of the heat, sometimes, Jess, it's more about the waves you don't take than the waves you do take. So you can use that as a ploy, as a blocking ploy, or an opportunity to consolidate without allowing your fellow competitors to actually really unload. So here we go. It looks like he's going to roll the dice, and it is the young Manning looking good. Jeez,
Great style.
the fluency of his attack on the back end is impressive.
Yeah, it's extremely impressive. I'd like to touch on Will and Tane. I feel like they're very similar surfers, just reverse, kind of both stocky, strong, powerful surfers. But I agree. I feel like it's really about opportunity for those two guys. And right now, Manning's kind of been on every opportunity there is, hence why he's in second place. But beautiful flow on his backhand and on his forehand too. He's obviously got progression in his repertoire as well. So I feel like as he gets older and he gets more comp experience, we'll definitely see Manning Gregory. That name will come up a lot more.
I just like how patient he was off the bottom on each of those turns. He didn't push it. He waited. He identified the target he wanted to hit, and he really exploded. So that's impressive for a guy who's pretty young.
Extremely impressive. Yeah, I feel like, like we've spoken about all morning, patience on these waves and doing bigger turns but maybe less of them is definitely best. So Manning, definitely watching the guys who have been progressing through heats all morning this morning and just taking notes, because right now he's currently sitting in second with 50 seconds to go. And unless two pretty good waves coming through, he might take the win as a junior over the older guys.
Definitely, as we head down towards the back end of this heat, and there's priority out there with serving blue. So blue only, Tane only needs a 4.23 at this stage, and we've probably got some scores to lock in, but he does have priority, so that is going to open up the door if opportunity arises.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go. There looks like there might be a right coming down the beach. Whether or not it bowls up for him on the bank and in time, 15 seconds. He's looking like he'll get there just before the hooter ends. So Tane's last chance effort, 7 seconds, gets up before the hooter goes. There's the first check turn. Here's a better section. Kicks the fins out there and gets a third. So needing a 4.21, that's looking pretty solid there for Tane.
Wow, that's going to be interesting because that score is not an easy score to get. So let's have a look at this replay. Yeah, nice start to that wave, just climbed that section, and the big turn was that second manoeuvre as he got into that inside bowl. But was that enough to turn the tide? Only judges know that. They'll be looking at these scores and probably going on hold at the moment to identify. And while we do that, we'll throw to a break. We'll be back very shortly at the Camplify Series Pro US 1000.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back. And here we are. We're back at Ruby Beach on the Cashin side of the coastline as we see another exciting heat just about to unfold. And this is going to be the last heat of the men's at the WSL Paul Stevens Pro, the QS 1000. Caius King out there already locked in a 4.17. It is a cracker way to finish the men's. And then we're going to roll into the women's side of the draw. And as I said before, the Camplify event. Traditionally, seen some big names win this event over the course of the time down here. And again, we're looking forward to what's been a cracker day in the men's to seeing the first instalment of the women's roll into the event. And then tomorrow, we're going to round it out and we're going to crown a champion for the QS 1000 event as we see that first wave of the surfer in red. Caius King just nice and smooth, just transitioning through those series of turns, trying to get off to a start. And he definitely has done that with that 4.17 we saw in that last heat. Winter Vincent getting the job done. And that's what I love about these heats. Rapid fire, 20-minute heats, best two waves. Of course, 4 surfer priority in both the men's and the women's. And as I said, looking forward to seeing exactly what transpires this afternoon with the 8 heats of the round of 32 of women's. And it's going to be Nixie Ryan out there. Logan Dalton and Bonnie Hills in that first heat. So Nixie coming off a big result. And it's good to see that the young stable of next generation stars lighting it up on the QS. So we spoke about earlier that there's been multiple events taking place at this stage in the year. We've got the Evoca 3000 event that's going to be critical to the outcome of qualification for the men and women's rolling in, I think, from the 4th to the 8th of March. And then that big iconic event at Newcastle Surf Fest will again take centre stage on the WSL Australasian QS 5000 events. So Brock Cooper locked in a 2.43 and Jai Jackson a 2, as we see Josh Vandenkirk up and out. So if you're a bit of a novice and you're looking at the screen, of course, those numbers to the left of the colours indicates their priority situation. So Surfing Blue does have a first priority, and great to be sitting in booth with one of the most young, talented young surfers going around these days from Angari. I was trying to look up the Angari history of surfing because I know there's been multiple World Tour surfers come from that region, but good to have her in the box today. She's probably frothing and a little bit downcast too because the fact there's pretty good waves on offer. I'm watching you watch the screen thinking, maybe I should be out there.
Oh, I'm just happy to be here. But, me and Jessie watched the heat before, and Jessie just come off break, and she was like, waves have actually gotten really a lot better.
Yeah, it actually has got. I feel like it's improved during the course of the day, and I think tide has a lot to do with it. But we've seen predominantly such really nice lefts that have offered up plenty of scoring potential, and we've seen the guys, they've just attacked.
Absolutely. So this must be the last heat of the boys. We're rolling on into the girls.
Yeah, so the men are about to round out heat number 16, and then, it is going to be the women who take centre stage for an exciting afternoon. 8 heats remaining after the completion of this heat on day number 1 of the Camplify. And a big shout out to Camplify for being the naming rights sponsor of this QS 1000 event. Such an important part of, the Pro Surf Series, that we have opportunities for these next generation athletes to show their wares and really showcase exactly what they have to bring to the table. And it's great to see the younger gen, like those surfers who are still at a young kind of stage in their career on the Pro Junior Series, transfer that kind of, talent into the QS ranks.
Absolutely. Well, as we just saw, a couple good names come up earlier this morning. Jimmy Hill, Sol Grenling. There's plenty of them out there that we'll see coming up today. And even over the weekend with the Pro Junior on, there'll be some pretty good names in the mix. Kais King just quick up and out there.
Where's the Pro Junior at? Redhead?
Yeah.
That event always gets like really big, gnarly, windy kind of conditions, traditionally anyway. I hope they get good waves this weekend as we see the surfer in blue on a
pink surfboard.
He's rocking with the pink.
Every surfer event always board envy.
I'm pretty sure Isabella Nichols is sort of rolling through the CT ranks at the moment with a series of DHD pink surfboards. She's an ambassador for a number of companies.
There we go. Nice explosive turn from Kais King. And here's the replay of Surfer in Blue as well. Oh no, it's just super vibrant. But
they do say, brighter colours make you very happy.
Yeah, hard to sell though. I'm never going to forget the day Dad tried to sell one of my pink boards in the surf shop, and a bloke picked it up, and then he was just like, "Oh, that was my daughter's board," and then he just slowly puts it back in the rack and didn't buy it. So just sat in our garage.
Don't worry, I would have bought it off you. As long as they go good, I don't care. As we see the surfer in white up and right in nice vertical backhand attack for the surfer in white, Brock Cooper. And I don't know where Brock's from, but I like the...
He's a North End veteran.
A North End veteran. What do you call veteran these days? I reckon veterans can be now, 21, 22. Because they tend to start so much earlier these days than they did back in my day.
I think he's been North End for ages, forever.
It's good to see, club surfers come out of their comfort zone, and basically have a crack at the QS. It's so important that we have that kind of surfer coming through because it sort of reminds me a lot of someone like Shane Holmes, who's just an amazing club surfer for North Shelley, just such a strong, stable, kind of stalwart of the club, but you get him on the QS level and he blows up. And I would have loved to have seen him go to that next level in his career, but it's good to see, we have a regional series that allows surfers to actually still have a crack if they want on the QS without having to, travel overseas all the time.
So I was just looking at the women's draw just then. I think we've got a sister
Couple of South Africans.
Yeah, sister up later, but we've got Josh Van Niekerk in the heat at the moment, and then Jess Van Niekerk is coming up later.
Big shout out to our South African friends probably watching online. Susan Barrett and all those crew, they'll be cheering along. But yeah, a couple of South Africans in the draw. Very similar to what we spoke about with someone like Jackson Dorian, who I feel like just... And there was someone else who's absolutely ripping, the French surfer, Justin Bouguet. He's absolutely tearing the bag out of it, but they don't actually get to keep their points.
Yeah. Well, that's like with me when I was over in Hawaii. It was like if you wanted to compete in an event, so you've got to be...
You can do it, but you just don't...
You've got to pay the fee, the international fee. So like when you compete in Taiwan and stuff as well.
Okay.
But yeah, there was a couple of cool events over there. Like they had the Haleiwa QS, and then obviously they had the HIO just after we left.
Wow.
But
check this wave of the surfer. I'd love to get a replay of this last of Blue. I felt like he just absolutely destroyed that little inside corner. But yeah, it's interesting that you have some surfers like who come into another region and basically they can still compete. They just can't carry the points, as we see Caius King on a good-looking wave. It's got a nice wedge to it, and he's flying down the line. You can eye off exactly what he's going to do there.
Nice.
Wow. How quick through the rotation was that?
Just clean. Nice and clean. And
effortless.
Yeah.
But, from a tactical and from a technical standpoint, that is such a hard manoeuvre.
Absolutely. And not sure if you saw one of the heats before, but it had an upset and Matty Job got knocked. So I was wondering because, here we go. There's the replay of...
Yeah, I felt
Josh
like
Van
he
Niekerk.
just destroyed this thing. How good it look? It looks so spicy. He's just, even though he's not really transferring a lot of power through those turns, I feel like the flow was really good, and that is just money for jam for Caius King.
This is a stacked heat, this one. As I was saying to Jesse before, we've had so many upsets already today. Like Saxon's out, Matty Job's out. So we've had one.
Yep, that's what happens at the QS. You can blow up all day in a free surf, but you've got to bring your A game when it comes to the QS level, as we see Jai Jackson up, carving, nice, good transfer of weight, and just that variety of his forehand looks solid as well. But I think what's going to hold that score back will be mainly the actual quality of the wave.
Yeah, the size
rather
of the wave
than rather than the surf in itself. I feel like the quality of the wave just let him down a little bit.
Makes me wonder if this bank out the back is going to start breaking to the far side of the right.
Well, but as a competitor, you don't want to be the first one to try that, to break out of the mould. If you'll find a lot of the time if there's multiple peaks at an event, surfers will basically they stay in their zones, what I mean? And it takes someone to go out and really explode and have an opportunity to get a really good score for it to change up the mindset of the competitors. And talking about the mindset of the competitors, that wave for Caius King was a 7.67.
Wow. See, I'm a little surf fan starters to go out and think it's a good break, and I felt that.
Would you just go, I'm on this thing?
Yeah,
I don't care.
Just give it a go. You got 20 minutes. It's more worrying when you get down to the 5-minute mark. Then you've got to
make a decision. Yeah.
But when there's no waves coming through, you can just go from peak to peak.
Yep. So right now it is the surfer in red out there in the lead with the 7.67 to 4.40. And the surfer in white still in second. Very, very tight between second, third and fourth. We saw that last wave, I'm pretty sure, was a 3.53 for the last of the surfer in blue. We'll see if he's got any more to lock in the system. But it's exciting to watch just how the surfers have to really push the point and get themselves into that sort of framework of consistently coming up with good scores in the QS ranks.
Absolutely. Just coming down to 6 minutes remaining. Coming up next, Logan Dalton just got back from the Philippines.
Wow.
And She's actually commentating this event too, I think. On the
Actually,
beach comp.
she is too.
Yeah.
With Terry McKenna, I did see her name on the list of staff for this event put on by Surfing New South Wales, and a great young talent looking to transfer that talent into the commentary ranks.
Yeah, so there you go. Bonnie Hills in the white coming up next to. Here's white Brock Cooper up and riding. Looks like he's surfing spit. North end.
Yeah, very good, and I love how that little fade after that first maneuver, and he's looking to offload a 3.2, so he doesn't need a lot to improve his situation. It might be his best score. We'll see what the judges think as we sort of look at this first turn. I love that little bit of a tweak on that first turn where he came right back to the foam ball and got a little bit of pop going into that second and third turn. So I'm not a judge, but I reckon that might be his best wave. As we head down towards the 5 minute mark, we can see the crew from Surfing New South Wales doing a great job putting up the yellow flag and clean conditions. And what I love, the fact that there's been very little wind out there today to cause any real problems. As we see that last score lock in, so it was 4.07. So I was on the money, but it didn't extend by that much, but it did put a little bit more pressure on third and fourth. So the surfer in blue, the South African, looking very sharp indeed, needs a 4.31 and a 4.91 needed by the surfer in blue. And down on that left side of the page, you'll see it on your screen. Priority does sit with the surfer in red, the experienced Caius King, and he is right in the mix for qualification on the Challenger. We saw him a couple of years ago light it up in Hawaii. Remember that? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wasn't it Halle Eva he just went crazy in?
He even got an invitation to
the Eddie?
To the band's invitation or the pipe contest.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Wow.
Killed it. We were always driving past him. He's on his push bike. Just
His dad's a funny cat. He's a legend.
Yeah.
And
he's an Av cat too. Hey,
yeah.
my dad grew up in Av.
Yep.
So that they would know each other. And Rasmus, another great free surfer coming up.
Did your dad surf?
Yeah.
Competitively?
So my uncle's Simon.
Yeah, Youngie's a legend.
Yeah.
I remember the redhead coming through when he was younger. He's such a really solid competitor. He was part of that sort of Matty Owens, Avcat kind of crew when they were younger. But yeah, he was very, very solid. I'm pretty sure he was sponsored by Vulcan when he was younger.
Yeah.
But I remember Simon Young. He was one of those guys at a regional level where he always lit it up.
There we go. White Brock Cooper just cupping off of that one. So 2 minutes 45 left to go. So again, not a lot between second and fourth, is there?
No, definitely. And these things about these heats, you can have a really good wave, but you need to identify two waves that are going to put you in a strong position to qualify for that next round. And you're going to see that kind of that level raise as these surfers, as these top seeds go through, their ability to adjust their performance levels and to raise them as they build towards the back end of the event. I feel like that's one of the most impressive things, because it's like they're like a racing car driver. They've got different gears they can go to, and when they need to switch up and they need to put it in the third and then in the fourth and in the fifth, they can definitely do that. Caius King, definitely one of those guys who can go ballistic at any time.
Yeah. Well, I was even talking about that with Marlon Harrison. I was said to Jesse, I've definitely seen Marlon Harrison get through a fair share of heats on buzzer beaters, and it's just incredible to watch.
Funny you say that, because we spoke about that too, and like a couple of years ago, I really kept an eye on what Marlon was doing in the pro junior ranks, and he'd be getting through heats with 15.5, 16 points with only two waves.
Yeah.
And just basically waiting like the Iceman. And he'd patiently wait, and literally get eights at the end of each heat, needing a second score. It's incredible. That is a skill set in itself, to have the ability to switch off the anxiety, to not overthink it, to just breathe through the process of identifying what you want and making sure you get that job done.
I just crumble under pressure like that.
Oh, really?
Absolutely crumble. Here we go, Caius King. He's out of the inside here. Nice. Yeah, and we were saying too, it's so crucial to make sure you're riding out of even just the smallest bit of foam. Like, that's what the judges want to see, a nice, clean ride out. That was Surfer in blue there, looking for a 4.31 to go to second. So 30 seconds to go, and hasn't that heat gone quick?
It is flown by, and the exciting part of that is we're going to see the women roll into the event for the first time very shortly. Nixie Ryan, isn't she a star of the future?
I think she's defending champion for Port Stephens as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you are correct.
So there we go. 5 seconds to go, and I think that might be all she wrote.
All right, we're going to throw up to a break very shortly, and it's going to be the women who roll into the arena for the first time here at the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 WSL event, and we'll be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive, to feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, but it's alright.
And welcome back to the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. I'm here with Jimmy. I'm Lillian B. Young. And now is the perfect time to hit the road and enjoy a surf-inspired holiday. So head to visitnewsouthwales.com to plan your trip.
Oh, how good would it be to get yourself a Camplify, and get yourself up to Port Stephens? We were talking about it before. It's such a beautiful area. I remember the first time I rocked up to commentate there, I looked out the back and went, "Are they camels? What the hell is that? I felt like I was in, the Middle East or something, just out there with the camels out of the back. There's so many activities outside of, the surfing itself that you can actually get yourself a part of. And, it's such a strong area and a beautiful coastline. So we really, encourage everyone to get up there and check it out. Of course, Destinations New South Wales, big part of this event. You can get onto their website and check it out. And they'd like to welcome everyone to the Port Stephens Central Coast area. And they are such a big part of the Pro Surf Series for 2024. And without the government, through its tourism and major events agency, Destination New South Wales, events like these just do not happen, as we see Surfer in red.
There we go. Nixie Ryan on the replays. That was a 3.83 there. But I think when I was younger, me and my mum, we always used to go to this, incredible Indian restaurant in Port Stephens. Couldn't even tell you what it was called, but a range of different awesome bakeries, fish and chips, probably pub feeds. Head on up to the surf club up there, and
how good.
Can't beat a chicken palmy on Thursday afternoon. Chicken palmy, bit of chips, salad.
You can't beat that.
Nah.
It's just an Australian. It's a staple, they call it in Australia, the chicken palmy and chips. And right now we saw Nixie Ryan open up with that 3.83, of course, the winner of the Gold Coast Open last week. So comes into this event ranked number 13th on the QS. And looking, as we spoke before, came desperately close in 2023 to making the Challenger Series. As we see, Bonnie up.
There we are. Quick backhand turn there. So she's actually from Mulloway, near Coffs Harbour.
Wow.
Yeah, so...
You know who else is from Mulloway? He was a very famous surfer, one of the most elegant guys you'll ever see put on a rashie, Sean Canstel.
Yes. Yeah.
Cans, what a competitor he was back in the early 2000s. Came through that era with the likes of Ben Dunn, who's now the head judge of this event, actually. So Dunny's old man, Martin, was probably I would say, the best surf coach ever to come out of Australia. I would suggest that, based on, the programs he put together, and now his son, a former world junior champion, CT surfer, now judging on the World Championship Tour, and he is the regional judge for this event, which is great to see.
There you go. Last of Bonnie Hills, A233. Last of Logan Dunn, A177. So here's a replay of Nixie Ryan from the start of the heat, 383. So just a quick one-turner there. So I wonder if she'll make it 2 titles this year for the Port Stephens QS 1000.
If she stays in the form she's been in, why not?
Absolutely. I was actually talking to her. She had such a killer time, traveling through Portugal, staying with Ellie Harrison. So it's cool to have all the girls just like tight knit groups sticking together, and it looked like they had a ball, a great time.
Yeah, I did. I apologise for saying she didn't make it last year. She did. She got 4th in the overall series, and she did the Challenger, which was a great way to sort of step her stone into it. And she had a massive result last year, coming through the junior ranks and into the Challenger. I think for the younger generation, going up against the likes of, the Macy Callahan, even to the extent of someone like Sarah Baum, who's just an absolute machine, and those surfers who came back. If you look at who qualified through the Challenges last year, in the women's, you had Indy Robinson, Sally Fitz, Soya Lindblad, Alyssa Coop, Spencer, and Isabella Nichols. What a lineup to go from the Challenger ranks into the world stage. You had people like Bronte McCauley not even making it.
Yeah.
So such was the strength of, and she won an event.
I'm not even sure if you remember that Newcastle final, but that was a phenomenal final to watch. Bronte was just killing it.
Blowing up. As we see Nixie Ryan again unleashing on the forehand. But yeah, it would have been such an eye-opener for that younger generation to have to go against those established surfers who came back from the mid-year cut and having to get themselves into a situation where, you not only got to get through the Challenger, but you got to beat some of the best surfers in the world. And I think that the whole format of the WSL these days, with the regional qualifiers into the next level of the Challenger, then onto the World Championship Tour, is a real positive move as well, because I feel like it gives like back in the day, some of these younger surfers would come flying off the QS ranks into the World Championship Tour ranks and really take a long time to find their feet in that kind of formula, where I feel like now the Challenger is basically like a mini CT, really.
So you're getting like a test drive for what you're about to 100%, sign up for.
When you're having to take on the likes of Sally Fitz and Bronte and Bella and Indy and those kind of surfers, right? You have to be on your game. Where if those surfers have been on the CT ranks, and not really competing at a QS level, well, you don't have to really challenge yourself in that way. But the Challenger Series is all about that, in good waves too. Look at the venues like Snapper.
Yeah.
Would you love to surf a heat with just 4 people out of Snapper, 4 women just in the lineup?
Anyone only ever dreams of that. Even Burley, for the contest on the weekend, 4 people out when it's pumping, you never get that opportunity.
It's been pumping lately up here, right? So I've seen some footage of Snapper in the last couple of weeks, and there was 200 people in the lineup.
More like 500, double that, if that. But because I was talking to Jesse about it, probably from pretty much from Froggies all the way down to Kira is where the whole crowd line just keeps going.
Remember back in the day, you used to be able to sneak through Little Marley and get a couple? You can't do that. It's like 100 people at Little Marley these days. But that's that's the reward for getting through this, like these series of events on a regional level. And you got to admit, like back in the day, they used to speak about, the QS being a real grind. It's not now. Look at the waves that the Australian Oceania League. You get to keep your points from Koori and Nias.
Yeah.
And the footage coming out of Asia this year was incredible.
Yeah. Well, even I read the other day that there was actually a pool at Snapper. There used to be a pool, like just where
What?
the rocks were. Yeah, like a swimming pool.
A swimming pool. A dolphin show. Wow. Back in the 60s. Maybe in the 50s. But yeah, the bank wasn't. I read years ago about the super bank, and the super bank wasn't the super bank back in the day. It was, it took I wonder when it actually formulated really. But yeah, back in the day, it was the big sort of attraction was Kira.
There we go. Bonnie Hills up and riding on the back end. Just a quick one turner there. But yeah, I was pretty interested because there was actually a photo of it. And so I'm like, imagine if it was like that now. You've got people sitting up at the pub. You've got the Challenger Series up and running. You've got people sitting in the pool, with their cocktails, watching all the heats go
like
down.
Uluwatu.
It'd be awesome. But then again, you've got all the massive swells that come through, so that would just probably
wipe
the
it
pool's
out.
Been gotten rid of. But
And they still pump a lot of sand around that corner.
yeah,
It's just seriously one of the marvels of the world when it comes to locations. When it's on and it's firing, it's an incredible wave to watch. As we head down towards the halfway stage in this first heat of the round of 32 of the women's, and it is Nixie Ryan coming off that win up at Burleigh with a 4.33 and a 3.83, and both surfers in white and blue. Don't really need a lot to transfer that position into the first place, because you want to give yourself a little bit of space as well. I think the most anxiety surfers feel are where they're in second, and they're in second by a very small margin because they're so vulnerable to having someone just come over the top and basically take their spot.
well, that's what I mean. I've seen plenty of heats today where it's like top of the table flipped.
Yeah,
It's
that's the nature of the
happens
sport.
so easy. And even like when I compete in heats, it goes from people coming first to then like someone from fourth jumping up first, and then you just got to pretty much just keep busy.
Keep on it.
And
I think that's why,
surf your best.
most coaches talk about building house. Identifying something that's going to get you off to a start, but also having that ability to transfer a good score to get rid of that, that vulnerable position in the heat, as we see the powerhouse going through the gears on that wave. And that is going to probably,
I reckon
know,
that might even
that
just
might
put her a
dish.
383.
Yeah.
I'm not a judge though. I've made a couple wrong calls today, but
that's all right. That's what they're paid to do, as we see
here's Bonnie Hills.
Bonnie Hills. Very patient surfer.
Yeah,
Through transition, I feel like she doesn't rush. She's got that really nice technical flow to her competitive surfing, and I feel like she's been around a while as well.
I'm just watching the person swimming at the bottom of the in the pools there. So make sure if you're around Port Stevens,
Get down,
beautiful
check
day
it
for a
out.
swim.
What about tomorrow? Is it Thursday? It's Friday tomorrow.
Friday tomorrow.
Wow, I forget what day it is. But yeah, get down there, check it out. And if you're watching online and you're from the region, we really encourage everyone, because it's going to be an amazing final day as we see surfer in red up and riding on the backhand, just really fluent through those couple of turns. As I said, Bonnie, nice and low centre of gravity. Engage in the rail, and that's what the judges want to see. But that wave, it was just purely based on the fact that the wave didn't off a lot of top to bottom. That was going to sort of pull back the score.
Absolutely. I mean, I wish I knew. Would always forget what day it was. Can't relate on that one.
Can't relate.
Just planned everything out through the week, but 6 minutes 45 to go. Looks like Logan's heading over to. I'm not sure if it's become Lily's peak yet.
Oh, there you go. renamed it Lily's Peak.
We've brought back the gutter reference from the Skull Candy 2 years ago.
Oh, that's right. The gutter.
Lily's gutter.
Lily's
I keep
gutter.
thinking, like, I would probably, if I was in a heat right now, I'd be trying, like, to just keep paddling to and from. But,
The big issue is it consistent enough to offer
and that as well.
in that swell to offer up to scoring potential, to really offer up enough scoring potential to allow you to sit out there for 20 minutes, because 20-minute heats go pretty quick. The good thing about it is most of these surfers have come from that pro junior base, and all the heats are 20 minutes. I feel like when you talk to some of the young surfers, when they get into these bigger QS events and they get that extra 5 or 10 minutes, it becomes a burden. It's like, wow, that felt like forever, as we see a nice looking left.
Bang.
Under the lip turn from the surfing wide. And again, wow, Bonnie.
Look, see, that was like, I almost thought she was going to get around to that second section because it was coming so quickly. And she did really well to make a second turn out of that. Here's Nixie Bryan having a look at this one. Now,
sharp.
Nice up and down there.
Labar Board Riders. Nixie,
Yeah.
part of a very, very strong club that will be a part of the ABB. I saw the boys from Surfing Australia before, and they were talking about they were down there today checking out the site for the ABB and getting excited. And the format's actually changed for the ABB too. There's no individual heats, I don't think, this year. It's straight knockout, 42 clubs, I think.
Wow.
That's going to be interesting. I reckon that's a better option. If you're through, you're through. If you're out, you're out.
Yeah. So there's no recall.
No, there's no. Remember how they used to have all the heats on a Saturday, the individual heats, and that would set up the seeding for the Sunday? Well, apparently that is out the window. It's just going to be a straight tag team format, and at Burleigh.
So I wonder, Lucas, my question running is the tags. How do you
do that at Burleigh?
Yeah, run around the point, or I guess it depends how big the swell is, doesn't it?
100%, and I'm sure Nixie Ryan would be, they're part of that Labar side. They've got a strong club. Amazing
team of even runners as well. We got Mikey McDonald that just got off the Challenger Series as well. And, Ocean Curtis who's coming up on the Pro Juniors. Ari O'Brien, aka Scrap Dog.
Yep.
But, yeah.
And then you got the stores like Mel, like Adam Mellon. You've got James Woods. They seem to just roll out.
Woodsy's an amazing surfer.
Good coach too, isn't he?
Oh, incredible. That's what I mean. I was jumping off at Lennox one day, and then he was just like, "Oh, you just jumped off this rock." And I was like, "Okay, I don't want to get put on that the Rock Fails page, the Lennox Rock Fails." So it's not nice of him, but
our good mate and co-commentator. Crispy, he's young blokes coming through the ranks as well. So, be interesting to see the ABB this year. But right now, it's all about this WSL event, this 1,000 event. Of course, Surfing Red coming off a win up at Burleigh. And they say, momentum breeds momentum, and form basically breeds confidence. And that's what this young lady has. She has such a stable kind of footing when it comes to the competitive nature of surfing, as we see the Surfing Blue holding priority, so able to take that wave.
Well, because last year Nixie went from winning the Boomerang comp, which would have been this time last year, and then went straight into winning the Port Stephens one as well. So that's what I mean. I get what you're saying when I
think that transfers into all kind of sports, like even in the in rugby league or whatever sport you play. If you're winning, it's a
major confidence boost.
Yeah, and like winning, it's a formula, and it's something you can hold on through, and it goes through all sports. It's winning breeds confidence, and you can see it in the way she surfs. And I think in the professional sense of our sport, that confidence to know that even if you're in trouble, you can still pull it out of the bag.
So there we go. 1 minute 30 remaining. Nixie with a 4.77 and a 4.33. Bonnie Hills with a 4.83 and a 3.37. Logan Dalton with a 2.5 and a 1.77. So Blues moved all the way down south in front of the ALS lifeguard jet ski. So there we go. Just coming down to 1 minute remaining. So Blue looking for a 5.7. Bonnie Hills looking for a 4.27. And I believe coming up next, we have Charlie Stokes, Isabella Campbell, Talia Hurst, and Jessica Inkin. That's going to be another heat you're going to want to stick around for after the upcoming break. So I wonder if there's going to be any more sets coming through Dimmy and things.
Yeah, we saw Surfing Blues sort of making a move away from the main pack to give itself a little bit of space. And will that pay dividends with 25 seconds? There's a nice looking set from out the back.
Look at that left all the way through.
Oh, there's the Bees Peak there. You're just mind surfing that all the way through. That actually one did line up, and that would have been an absolute bomb too. So as we head down towards the back end of an exciting first heat of the women's at this QS 1000, the Camplify Pro Surf Series event, the first one of the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And it looks like Nixie Ryan continuing that good form. We're going to throw off to a break. We'll pay some bills. Be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. Don't miss a thing.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
And welcome back. We are at Port Stephens, one of the most beautiful matches in Australia, and there's plenty to keep the whole family entertained. See what you could get up to. Visit portstephens.org.au. I'm Lillian B. Young here with Jessie Starling.
Yes, and I'm excited to be here. The ladies are in the water, and it's just looking like a really good heat.
So we've got heat number 2, Jess Inkin in the green, Charlie Stokes in the red, Izzy Campbell in the blue, and Talia Hurst in the white.
Yeah, this is a really great looking heat.
So there we go, 17 minutes 20 remaining. Jess Inkin starting off the 1.17, which goes up and running again. Nice little tap there. Yeah, looks like blue. Izzy Campbell having a look at this one. Just pulling off the back of that one. That was a good heat, that last one.
I've been off for 2 heats. Fill me in. What's been happening?
It was actually a really good left that came through.
Oh, was
at the end of
it?
the heat,
On
that
Lil
just like,
Peak?
ran away. But yeah, Nixie won that last one, and Bonnie Hills progressing through to the next round, the quarterfinals.
Awesome, Nikki's. Nixie's been.
She does surf like Nikki Van Dyke.
Yeah, she's been on form the last few events. You know, just getting the win in Burley, and she won so many. She won so many QSs last year.
Well, because I was actually just saying to Dimmy, she won. So pretty much this time last year, we would have all been competing the Boomerang QS. So she won the Boomerang, and then went into winning the Port Stephens, and then was it Maroubra after that? Would have had to have been.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But that last one of Jess Inkin, a 3.83. But yeah, she's been pretty on point. Even on the challenge, I had a couple good heats. That was Jess Inkin up again.
I believe Jess is from the Newcastle area. I haven't seen her consistently in QS events, but when I do see her, she's actually a really excellent competitor. Like, she's got mongrel behind her, and she's taken out some big names. But when I look at this heat, the names that really stand out to me are Charlie Stokes and Izzy Campbell. You know, they're both competitors we've seen on that world stage for the ISA Juniors and the WSL Juniors. This is Talia Hirsch. She's from the Central Coast, but yeah, here, Izzy Campbell, she's just such an aggressive surfer. Couldn't get out past that foam. Maybe a bit of backwash hit it as she was hitting that next turn, but you can see by the speed and power she had on that last wave, she's looking to dominate out there.
You know what? Charlie and Izzy are best friends as well. I just realised that.
Are
the
they?
same heat. So
Oh, amazing.
there we go. That looks like Charlie Hurst getting ready for the next heat.
Yes, one of my besties, if we're talking about good mates. Charlie she's a pretty fired up competitor. She's had pretty great results, even in bigger events. But unfortunately, she was kind of left wanting more at Burley, and I remember talking to her, and she was like, I want to make rounds, so I'm going to reset and go down to Port Stephens and try and make a few heats. And I was like, amazing idea, you know, get your feet back, get your confidence back going into those bigger events. And I think you'll find a lot of the athletes are probably trying to get a few more heats under their belt here, so that they can feel a little bit more confident going into those bigger events after this one.
Absolutely, especially the Central Coast one coming up in a week or so, isn't it?
Yeah, next week.
So there we go. Charlie Stokes up and running, snapping that one off the top. Just a recently signed member of Channel Islands Surfboards. So
Is she? Where did she move from? Timmy Patterson?
So she was on,
Timmy Patterson's, I think.
I think it was Takoro Surfboards. That's what she was riding. So through Onboard Store, here's the replay for that one. So massive hello to everyone at Onboard Store, Byron and Monavale today. Luke Elder, Mel, hey ho, my uncle.
Mel. Your uncle! There you go.
So
hey, uncle.
yeah, 13 minutes 30 to go. Jessington out in front at the moment, the 3.83 and a 2.83. Charlie Stokes for the 3.67 and a 2.27. Just saw our brother Zeb Stokes take it the heat a couple heats ago. So looking for a 3 to go to first position. So conditions might be looking a bit trickier since I see them sort of sitting a bit further to the inside.
Yeah, I wonder, I know I've been saying it all morning, but I wonder if that out the back bank might start to come into play now. It was looking like the tide was getting higher, but now it looks like it's getting lower. I've gone away for 2 heats, and it looks like a completely different bank.
Yeah. There we go. There's a replay of Charlie Stokes. I don't even have a tide watch, so I just rock up to the beach, check the surf, and
same.
I'll go out.
Yeah, so. I'll just do it.
I don't even have a surf line. That's what I mean. I just go to the beach and go surf.
I have surf line. I'm definitely a forward. I like to look at the forecast.
This is a better wave here for Izzy Campbell. Nice, cleanly riding out of that one. So looking for a 4.93 to go into second position. I think that might just do it. Again, not a judge, but here's Talia Hurst up and riding. Just unfortunately unable to ride out of that one. Coming up next, we have Charlie Hurst in the red, Charlie Haitley in the blue, Ruby Berry in the white, and Jade Magnan from France in the green. So 3 goofy footers coming up next and 1 natural footer. Jessie can snapping that one back to the foam. So she's actually living on the Gold Coast at the moment.
Is she?
When we were younger, she actually used to live in Yamba for a little bit.
Wow.
Her and her brother Tyler. Then moved down to the Central Coast.
Yep.
And then now on the Goldie.
Oh, amazing.
So
Love the Goldie.
the place to be. Not at Snapper though.
Yeah, no, not on the weekends. Yeah, 11 minutes 30. It's just, been an unlikely start for Charlie, but, she's such a consistent competitor and a really powerful one too. She spent a lot of time in WA and Indo last year trying to get better at surfing so she can come back this year and just dominate. Unfortunately, coming unstuck on that turn there, so I'm sure we'll see Charlie start to find her groove sometime soon. Talia Hurst from the Central Coast, so she's from Avoca, and I'm sure she'll probably get the local wildcard. If not, she'll definitely be in the event for the Avoca 3000 coming up.
And, Charlie just got back from World Juniors as well in Brazil. So it really opened up their campaign over there. Here's Jessington up and running. Getting super busy this heat. Finding a nice couple waves on the back end. Love to see it just kick out for Charlie Stokes. That makes me wonder, is Sierra Kerr doing the QS this year?
Yeah, she is. So she
is?
won the Urban Surf 3000 against Ellie Harrison in the final. She got knocked. No, she didn't do Burley. She's at this event. Her name's in the draw. And she will definitely be doing... Man, that was a great wave. She'll definitely be doing Avoca and Newcastle.
Terrific. So here we go. Looks like maybe White having a look at this one. Talia Hurst. I believe she's from Avoca. I've definitely had a couple of those moments in my time. When your foot just slips off. It's a good wave, and then you're like looking at it, you're so excited, and then your foot just slips, and you're just like, I just can't help but laugh at myself.
Are you kidding?
So, there we go. Doesn't look like that last one of Jess Inkin has come through yet.
It was really nice backhand surfing from Jess. She put together 3 really crisp, fast backhand maneuvers. But I feel like we'll see the same theme in the women's division, just like we did see the men's. The women who do less but do less better will definitely be progressing through the heats. I'd love to see the girls maybe pull it back a little bit and just unleash on maybe 2 turns rather than try to fit in 3 or 4. And I feel like we'll see those scores go above the 3-point range that they're at now.
Maybe they have come through. So Jess in the lead with a 3.83 and a 3.7. Izzy Campbell looking for a 2.2. Her last wave a 5.33. Charlie Stokes looking for a 3.4. Talia Hurst looking for a 6.13. So and Dimmy and I were just talking about before with Jade being in the next heat, so you actually can't claim the points because being from France, and then so just I guess more experience, like maybe when I go to Europe in April I might try a couple in Spain or something.
Yeah, I think if you're traveling you should definitely compete in events overseas, get the feel of how they do it. I did it all through Asia last year when I was commentating, got to compete in India.
I saw that. That'd be like in Sri Lanka, another great event as well,
It was amazing.
Lou up and riding, Izzy Campbell racing down the line here. Wonder what our American model she's on today. It's CR2 Pro. I can just kind of tell now when people stand up. But yeah, and they've got an amazing event in Cornwall. Well, in Newquay actually, in the UK.
No way.
So they actually have the surfing events run by WSL, and then they've got a festival afterwards that everyone that surfs the event goes to, and it's just it's awesome.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Here we go. That's a nice wave. Talia Hurst.
Beautiful looking carve there for Talia. She's looking for a 6.6. That's definitely going to bring that requirement down. Here we go, Jess. Up and riding, trying to get down the line to a bit of steeper face. That's a nice turn there. So unfortunately coming unstuck, but all the ladies just getting 1 turn on their last few waves. Charlie Stokes needed 3.86 off the back of that 1 turn. It was a pretty strong turn, but it came in at another 3.67. So 7 minutes on the clock Charlie Stokes and Talia Hurst both looking for scores. Not big scores though, so still super close between all four surfers.
Yeah, so seeing there's just not much of a run of waves in this heat either. It's kind of gone real lully. That's the word, lull.
No, it is. It definitely is a word. I totally get it, but for non-surfers watching, a lull is when the waves basically stop for a period of time. That's what we like to call a lull. Like, oh, there's a lull in my heat.
Or coffee break period.
Yes, exactly.
Drink your tea out of the lineup. There we go. That was a nice turn from Red there. We got the swimmers on the inside. Cheer squad.
Cheering. You can see that sandbank there really starting to show, so that tide pulling out, hence why our surfers are probably racing down the line a little bit to get to that final manoeuvre. Wow, lots of swimmers right now, so hopefully they don't get too much in the way for our competitors, because Charlie seems pretty close to them right now. She's still paddling out after her last wave. She's got a bit of pep in her step, wants to get back out there, get another opportunity to get that 3.86. 6 minutes on the clock. Ooh, sets approaching. They might go down to where Charlie is.
Yeah, so a great, beautiful day. Day number 1 of the Port Stephens QS 1000. And you heard it here, ladies and gentlemen, with more than 2,000 kilometres of spectacular coastline. New South Wales is home to some of the world's best surf beaches and is Australia's premier surfing destination. So now is the perfect time to hit the road and enjoy a surf-inspired holiday. So head to visitnewsouthwales.com to plan your trip right in time for the weekend.
Perfect. I remember that's what I used to do growing up. We'd just go up and down the East Coast. Love it. Travel up to Lennox, Cabarita, surf up here, go down the coast, go down south to Wollongong, or even just stay home where I was living at the time and just enjoy Narrabeen and the northern beaches of Sydney. So many amazing places on the New South Wales coastline and incredible waves. So if you haven't been to New South Wales, what are you doing to yourself there?
I've actually, every time I'm down in Sydney, I've never surfed Narrabeen, so I think that's maybe something I'm going to have to do.
Yeah, you got to do it. I mean,
especially since the challenge was there in a couple months now too, you know.
You've got to know, we should go together because you've got to know who the locals are, because it can get a little bit gnarly.
I'll paddle out with Hodgie.
Yeah.
Hedge.
Yeah, Hoggy, he's over in Portugal at the moment, actually, competing in that Capitulo event over there, that barrel event.
Okay.
It's an invitation only. He got the call up. I was on the phone to him the other day, and he was like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm on my way to Portugal. I was like, oh,
interesting.
Okay. There we go, Jess. Finishing off a really nice wave there. So looking for a 4.68 because Charlie got a 4.83, moved her up into second. Now hot on the heels of Izzy Campbell, needs a 4.74. So this heat starting to rev up a little bit now. 4 minutes on the clock.
I just love how the two besties asking for a heat situation together and they're waving their hands
hello.
together.
I know, it's winning. You can see there's a bit of wind there, so maybe hard to hear.
Yeah,
for sure. But I'm sure the Surfing New South Wales and WSL team have set it up perfectly, so probably giving them an update right now. Hands have stopped waving, and there's that beautiful pullback shot of Barooby Beach where competition is held today.
Where's the camels?
Show us the camels. But yeah, just around the corner is another really nice beach called 1 Mile Beach. Really fun right-hand point
beach
as well.
Love that beach.
Usually when it's too big here, we move to 1 Mile and run out the rest of the competition there. And it always puts on a show, 1 Mile.
I was actually going to ask you, so you would have done the Port Stephens event last year. What's your favourite place to eat? Izzy Campbell. Blow on the back out of that one.
There's an Italian restaurant somewhere. I can't remember what it's called, but it was really good Italian.
Okay.
I think in that little shopping centre just outside of the driveway from Barooby.
There's that turn of Izzy Campbell. It's just going explosive there.
I don't know. What was yours? I can't remember.
Well, because with the Chaos Cup, we used to stay really far away from the Port Stephens area. So, like, we'd probably stay in, like, Newcastle or something like that. But I was just to go to this insane Indian place. I can't even remember what it was called.
Is it Derby Raj?
Yeah, it's like in the main street of Newcastle.
Yeah, in Derby Street.
Oh, yeah.
Derby Raj. It's so good.
It's like a little hole in the wall.
Yeah,
Chicken's amazing.
Yeah.
And like, you just can't not order garlic naan.
Oh, yeah, absolutely not. I went to India last year, and honestly, it was the best food of my life. So, but then I've also had Derby Raj, and it wasn't far off the authentic Indian food. So, it must be owned by an Indian family. Here we go, Talia Hurst up and riding on this one, looking to get an end turn here.
Dang.
Beautiful snap off the top. Needs a 5.5. I don't think she'll get a 5.5 for that one turn, but she could better that 3-point ride that she's got as her leading wave, which will bring down the requirement. I love how she waited for that section and just went up and over, hit it beautifully. So
Totally.
really nice surfing there, and a 3.93, so needs a 4.58, so lessens the requirement.
You know what I
1:20.
wonder too? If the skate park is still a bit further up, like it's kind of near the caravan park. Forgot about that.
I didn't even know there was a skate park there. There you go. There's just
it's
more
just a
to
little
do.
small one. So, but here, ladies and gents, head on over to Port Stephens for the weekend, especially to watch the finals. If you get in tomorrow, make sure you stick around for that. 1 minute to go.
Izzy Campbell still sitting in the lead, has second priority, but looking like she's swinging on a good-looking rip ball right now. Gonna high line over Talia, gets back for a beautiful first carve, streaks down the line, wants to get some damage done here, belts it for a finishing turn, so nice. That could easily be Izzy's best wave. 30 seconds on the clock. Talia's looking for a 4.58, Jess a 4.68. Jarly with priority over Green. You think she's going to play the defense card on this one. Pulls off and almost lets her go. So that was...
But there might be something behind. Just mate, look. Got a tactics here. There you go. 10 seconds to go.
Talia Hurst is going to get a wide one, needs a 4.58, gets up before the hooter, but this wave just doesn't allow it for her. So it is Izzy Campbell and Jarly Stokes moving on through this one into the round of 16. Commiserations to Jess and Talia. Great surfing from both of those competitors, though. Really fussy. We are going to go to a short break. We'll be right back with more action right after this.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Good afternoon, welcome back everyone. And it is day number one of the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 event. We are into heat number 3 of the round of 32 for the women. Sitting alongside me, Jess Starling. It's been an exciting day, and that last heat, I felt was a little bit wave starved.
Yeah, I thought so too. The girls definitely trying to make the best effort of what they had out there. But this was actually one of the heats that I called as being one of the hardest of the round. Charlie Hurst, Charlie Haitley, Ruby Berry, and Jade Magnian. So the sole Frenchman and 3 goofy footers from Australia. This is the 433 from Charlie Hurst. Beautiful looking second turn. Patiently attacks that third section. So nice opening wave there for Charlie. 1.5 to start off Ruby Berry's campaign. We'll see what blue and green can get done in their opening exchange. But yeah, definitely one of the hardest heats I saw of the drawers. This one and heat 6 I saw as being the 2 hardest in this opening round.
Sarah Kerr lighting it up lately, but yeah, definitely there's some talent in this round, let me tell you, and all these surfers are vying for a solid result here as they look to qualify for the Challenger Series. So 433, Charlie Hurst off to a start, and a massive shout out to all the crew at Surfing New South Wales. They can't hear us, but they're on the beach, they're doing their work. I'm sure everyone in the office is also sampling what has been a fantastic first day of action. And the surface, unlike that last year where I felt it was a little bit more wave stuff, there seems to be a little bit more energy in the ocean when it comes to wave quality already, and we're only 4 minutes in. So a 3-point ride for the French surfer out there, and a 3.9 for the last red. So Charlie Hurst exploding out of the blocks, just trying to get herself in a really solid position as she looks to climb her way through the draw.
Yeah, she's been competing throughout all of the Australian regional events so far. We saw her down at Melbourne and again at Burleigh, and now Jade is back here for Ruby. So I'm sure we'll see her at Avoca and Newcastle if we're sticking with the trend of what we've seen so far. She's been travelling with Justin Becret, who's been the sole Frenchman on the men's side of the draw. So just making life that little bit harder. And definitely taking it to the Australians so far. Charlie back to 433, up with a 3.9. So excellent surfing there. Big hello to Charlie's family. If they're watching, was
How did your parents go about it? Did they hide in the corner? I know Dan didn't. But
Dad did not. Dad was
Mum?
Dad was amongst it. Mum sat quietly under an umbrella.
Oh, really?
Nervous.
Nervous.
My nan came and watched a lot of the events too. She would just go, oh, well, if you got knocked, and just give you a hug. She'd go, let's go get a coffee. I'd be like, okay. I just have to shake it off so quickly.
You see some parents, you just feel so bad for them because they are way more intense or way more nervous for their child than the actual child is who's actually competing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, your parents are just as invested as you are,
Yeah.
like my dad wanted
Eyes
nothing
and
more
eyes.
than to see my sister and I succeed, and still does when whatever realm we choose. So I totally get that for all other parents involved. And I'm sure each and every one of these guys' families is tuning in, watching in, and fingers crossed that they get through, really.
You can't succeed without a strong, support base. I think at all levels of this sport, you need to be able to, identify with someone and have that support mechanism to get through the tough times, but also enjoy, the good times when you're winning and identifying the fact that, you've achieved something. So it's always good to be able to, one, bounce off it when you're not feeling the best, but also having that ability to really engage everyone in your support crew when you do have successes. We see a lovely carving manoeuvre. Wow, that was really nice surfing there from the competitor in white. I actually ran into your uncle the other day.
My Uncle Matt?
Yeah. The man himself. I actually went to school with Matty.
No way.
We were good mates at school, and Track was certainly in fine fettle the other day when I saw him down
Up
the
to
mall.
no good, you two at school, I'd imagine.
From high, but yeah, interesting. As we see the surfer in blue, Charlie Haley just attacking on the backhand. I think I've sold that story true before. She just laughs. Imagine you two in high school together.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Oh, gosh.
Some really nice execution on the backhand for the surfer in blue. So that was the first wave for blue. We've seen a 4.33 and a 3.9 for the surfer in red. Saw Ruby Berry there light it up with a nice 5-point ride. So this heat definitely more, opportunities, but I love the speed of the surfer in blue on that wave. Not a lot of vertical attack, but the actual fluency of those combination of turns was quite impressive as we see surfer in white, Ruby Berry, just coming unstuck on that wave, but already has a 5-point ride, and so that is the best wave in the system. And just as I speak, that last of blue, a 5.93. So
Oh, wow.
a nice score to open up her campaign down here at beautiful Port Stephens, one of the most picturesque locations you'll ever see. So if you're in, if you're in the frame for maybe a holiday, a family holiday, get up there, check it out. It is such a beautiful area. It's only like an hour and a half, 2 hours away from Sydney, but you feel like you're in paradise when you're in Port Stephens. So we really encourage everyone to get amongst it and really enjoy what the New South Wales coastline has to offer.
Yeah, there's so much there. Ruby Berry, also from a different part of Australia. She's from WA. So totally different coastline to what she would be used to being from over there. She's actually just got back from a lot of time spent in Hawaii this season. She's charging pipe over there and everything.
How does that translate when you come back to having to surf like not mediocre, but like a lot less power? Because traditionally Hawaii, even there, even on smaller days, it's a very, very powerful ocean when you surf Hawaii. And I feel like would that sort of be an adjustment that has to be made when you're coming back from Hawaii into the sort of summer period of Australian beach breaks?
I do feel like although that your surfing does get better when you spend a season in Hawaii, the transition coming back to surfing Australian waves would definitely be hard. But I think once you get past that transition phase and you implicate all the tools that you learnt from Hawaii, your time spent in Hawaii, you're genuinely a better surfer when you come back to Australian waters.
Probably end up with a little bit more confidence as well.
Absolutely. It's the same when you come back from Indo as well, I'd say. You go from surfing perfect point breaks, reef breaks, every wave's the same, and it takes at least 2 or 3 surfs to feel like you're actually a good surfer again by the time you're back in Australia. At least for me, it does.
Especially if you go over there in the middle of the Australian winter.
Yeah.
And you come back here, it's freezing.
Yeah, you're back in steamers.
There we go, surfer up and right in, and it is the French surfer. Nice vertical whip. And what about that turn for the surfer in blue? Did you see that?
That was like synchronized surfing.
Just a big gouging turn on that final manoeuvre. I'd love to see what she got done at the start of that ride as we head towards the halfway stage. These heats are just flying along.
I know. I feel like those 2 scores are definitely going to come into play and make life a little bit harder for all the competitors in the water. They're both going to get in the 5-point range, I'd like to think. All right, we're going to stick with green, blue, oh, same. Oh, my gosh, synchronized surfing. Green definitely got the better of the exchange.
Yeah, bigger turns.
More turns.
And
6-2-3.
More of a wedge too to actually attack.
So 6-2-3 for the last of the French lady. And Charlie Haitley still waiting for her score to lock in. She's looking for a 3-3-1.
I reckon she's going to get
she'll
that.
get that, yeah.
In fact, she might get enough to go first.
Yeah, I agree.
Because her highest scoring wave is a really nice score, and that's going to put pressure on the cert. There you go.
Yeah, 3-8-7. So takes her from 3rd to 1st. Now Charlie Hurst in 2nd. And yeah, Jade and Ruby are pretty hot on her heels. So Jade being a 3-0-3, Ruby a 4-2-6. Really close right now between all surfers. If I was Charlie, I'd try and hopefully break up into that 5-point range on my next wave. She does have second priority, so you'd hope that next wave she takes will be a set. She's having a look at one here. We'll go left, and on her forehand, And yeah, just a bit of a weird ripple in that one.
Sorry, probably identified that, the scoring potential wasn't there.
Mm.
And with 8 minutes ago, the great thing about these peaks is that the paddle time. We haven't really spoke about that. There's really not a lot in it. So you
Yeah.
get back into the lineup very quickly as we see the surf in white up and right in on the forehand. That is Ruby Berry. And again, she's got such a precise attack. Was that a little fist pump there? She probably like that.
Yeah, that did look like a little fist bump,
Yeah, a
didn't
little
it?
fist pump, little Aussie
Okay.
fist pump. Yeah, I like that.
Needing a 4.26, I do think that's a 4.26. Carve into a pretty solid end turn.
It's a nice rail move to start with, and the depth out of this bottom hand turn, right in the punchy part of that section, and rode out with plenty of speed as well. So
Yeah, we've seen judges reward that all morning. So yeah, I definitely think that'll put her up into second position. It actually went to first, a 6.33.
best wave of the heat so far. There it is, a 6.33 and a 5. Consolidates first, so that puts Charlie Hurst in a bit of a predicament out here right now. She needs a 4.88 with 6.5 minutes on the clock, and the French server needs a 3.57. So not a lot separating second, third, and fourth, but it is that last wave, that 6.33, that has basically set the case amongst the pigeons, where it's given a little bit of space for Ruby Berry to then build on that second score as she tries to consolidate her position.
Yeah, judges loving that end turn from Ruby. I still think, it was definitely well rewarded. It was a great wave, and she deserved to get the score to put her up into a progressive position. But I still think I liked the 6.23 from Jade.
Yep.
Just to throw it in there. But it is such personal preference, and the judges know exactly what they're doing. But yeah, Ruby rocketing from fourth to first.
Yeah, I think it was more about the nature and the sort of the risk she took on that final manoeuvre. It was such a punchy section, and the fact that she got right into the lip and was able to swing her hips around and get herself in that really nice core position, compressed really well, and I think the judges rewarded it for the risk that she took on that move.
Yeah.
Because she could have really just tapped that turn, but she really attacked.
She could have just gone, you're so right. She could have just safety surfed it and finished it off just for the sake of finishing it. But no, you're right. She got low and absolutely belted it. So yeah, Ruby, she just got a 3-turn left as well. I'm not sure it'll go into her top 2, but she's surfing really strong.
Yep, looking very confident indeed as we head towards the 5-minute mark, as we see the surfer in white, up and right on the backhand this time. As you said, I don't know if it's going to improve, but what I will tell you is she's got such good rhythm with the ocean right now. She's in awesome form.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see when a competitor finds their flow out there and just keeps building and building as the heat goes on. It's so fun, actually, when you catch a wave and then paddle back out and there's another one right there waiting for you. You're like, oh, that is the best feeling ever.
Yep. Here we go. Looks like the surfer in blue. Charlie Haley up and riding, trying to negotiate that sort of little fat section, but a really nice jam under the lip. So will that better that 3.87? You can see what she's trying to do. She's trying to just put a little bit more pressure both on Jade and Charlie to as we head towards the back end of the heat, because that does intensify the situation. But that was a nice turn.
That was a really nice turn. Charlie, she's still so young. She's still got plenty more years in the juniors, but I feel like the last year or so, she's really found her style and her voice in surfing. She's gotten a lot more aggressive and a lot more confident in the bigger stuff as well. She's really just, I feel like, hit a new gear. And we've seen her make a bunch of rounds in the last couple of events. So she might be just finding her feet and getting a bit of a roll on.
Yeah, we're actually based at the moment out of the Surfing Australia facility here, and just walking around this facility and seeing the training facility and seeing everything that goes inside this arena down here at our Arena. It's pretty incredible. And I was walking around and I looked at a quote, a Mick Fanning quote, and it's such an inspiring quote that you could throw out to any young surfer out there. And Mick says, "You don't learn much in your comfort zone."
Yeah.
How good of a quote is that? That's such a Mick quote too, you know what I mean? Like,
excellent stuff.
You've got to sort of break away from your comfort zone to be a better competitor. Absolutely. As we see, look at this wave. Wow.
wow. That was a really great wave surfed by Charlie Haitley. That first turn had heaps of spice behind it, heaps of power and determination. That was really cool. Charlie Hurst was just finishing off a wave too. Yeah,
Look at
that
the angle.
first turn.
Wow, she got such a great chip shot into that from the angle and the depth of the bottom hand turn, and I reckon the judge is going to lap that thing up because that was really solid surfing in the most critical part of the wave, and that's what they're looking for.
Yeah, that will definitely take her to first place. Needed a 5.41. I think that's a 5.41. I've been right, I've been wrong today, so we'll just have to wait and see. But Charlie Hurst also got what looked like a pretty good right as well, so we'll see if that score comes in to better her situation. She currently needs a 4.88. I feel like she might need a bit more after that last wave of Charlie Haitley locks in.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that's a very, very strong ride just on the base of that first turn. It was just electrifying with just under 2 to go. So realistically, we have to wait for the last 2 for blue and red to lock in. It could be the surfing white who may be in a bit of trouble if Charlie Hurst got a good wave as well. So that's how, seesawing battles these heats are. Both the men and women, you're not safe, such as the structure and the skill set of all these athletes. Just amazing to watch these surfers go about it.
Oh, these 4-man heats are so hard too. I mean, it's that hard to compete in not only against yourself and your own head, but against 3 other hungry, determined girls in the water and the ocean. Like, it's such a crazy sport that we do, but it is very addicting. Last wave of Charlie Hurst, a 5.43, so does better her situation, but was not enough to go into second place. She needs a 5.91. There's less than 1 minute to go. Ruby Berry has priority, but there's a bit of distance between the two. Wow, massive change. Okay, Charlie Haitley, 6.57 for that last one. Jade, 7.10. Rockets from 4th to 1st. Now Ruby Berry and Charlie Hurst left needing big scores with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, I was looking at that 6.23 for the surfing green, thinking there's a score to come in, and wow, what a score it is. A 7.10, just flipping the heat, 4th to 1st, and in a blink of an eye, Charlie Hurst, who's looked so good in this heat, and she's still going. She's got room to move. She got around that section and really attacking, but unfortunately coming unstuck. She needs a 7.07. I don't know if that's going to get the job done, but yeah, the surfing green exploding, and what a heat. It's been such a battle.
If Charlie had have rode out of that last turn and then potentially finished after that, I think we would have seen that score be the best of her exchange so far. That last wave of white was within the time frame. Is it a 6.18? We're not sure. We'll take a replay and see. Dissect it a little bit, Dim.
Yeah, I think she needs more than just one turn, but it was such a clean, clinical turn. But was that enough to turn the tide with a 6.18? I'm not a judge. I don't think it is.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
But what I will tell you is 4 surfers, 4 women on fire out there, and we're going to throw to a break, pay some bills. Be back very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We are at Port Stephens for the Camplify Port Stephens Pro. So, default.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everyone, to the Camplify Port Stephens Pro WSL QS1000. We're into heat number 4, I do believe, of the round of 32 of the women's, and we saw an exciting battle in that last heat, and all 4 surfers identifying some really strong rides, and it was the surfer in green in that last heat who got the job done right at the end with that 7.1, and now we're back into it, and this looks like Gabby Spade, Ape, and Ryde. This young lady has really started to elevate her performance levels. For a long time, she has come through the junior ranks, ridden that wave at the Northern Beaches, and basically come out really strong in the last 2 years at the QS level. So she's been able to build her career on, coming through the grassroots system, Surfs for Long Reef Board Riders Club, and then basically exploding onto the junior series, and then having a crack at the QS as well. So you would have seen a lot of her coming from the same region.
I have known Gabby since I was 11, maybe.
Wow.
So over 10 years now. And we have competed basically hand in hand.
The whole way through.
All the way through the regionals, states, Oki Grom comps, Skull Candies, Billabong Osgroms, just Woolworth, Subway Pro Juniors, Hydrolite Pro Juniors, just in every phase of junior competitions, Gabby and I did it together basically. And she's an incredible surfer, and I feel like every time I see her, she just keeps getting better. She's got a really great Hail Mary is what I'd like to call it. Like she can get one. Sometimes there's a section and you think like she might just tap it and she'll just throw everything at it and you just go, what? Like it's really cool.
She can land those big one-turners.
Yeah, she can.
Here we go. It looks like we've got a split peak situation, and we spoke about the fact that these waves are still really good conditions to surf a heat in, as we see the surfer in green getting busy. Yeah, she's definitely got that ability. She's got a very stable compression rate as well. I feel like that can help her when it's big.
Yeah.
And I used to see her a lot with Yana Marks, and Yana Marks is a very similar surfer where Yana could absolutely nail any big section.
Yep.
But she sort of at times struggled to put combos together.
Yep.
But I feel like Gabby has broken that mold.
Yes.
And she's now a very, very fluent competitive surfer.
Just watching all 4 opening waves there for each surfer, very impressive. I don't even know. Willow Hardy got 2 really nice turns. Sophie Fletcher got 2 really nice turns. I'm not sure if she rode out of her second turn. Jessie Van Nykerk, she actually represents South Africa, spent last year on the Challenger Series. Brother also competes out of the Australian region.
He was good.
Yeah,
today.
Josh. Yeah, he's really good. Yeah. And so Sophie Fletcher did ride out of her second turn. It's a 5.5. Willow Hardy, 5.23. Gabby, 3.73.
Wow.
That was lower than I thought, but...
Glad I'm not a judge.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Wow.
What about that rail work?
I didn't even see that first.
Oh.
What?
As she landed that, I reckon that was in the excellent range, just based on the rail work on that first carve was just spectacular. Here we go, Gabby up and in it. But yeah, that was nice and bird that final turn, and the judges gave it a 3.73, unless you got another one to throw in, but yeah.
Okay, so I think there's another wave to lock in for Gabby and another wave for Willow, because the wave I saw for Willow prior was different again. So strong start to the heat for all 4 ladies. Yep, 4.73 for that last of Willow. Gabby's definitely got another score to lock in. And Jessie Van Nykerk also has a score to lock in too. So we have a heat on our hands, Dimmy.
We certainly do, as you'd expect at this level of competition on the WSL Qualifying Series. And surfer in right up on the back end, and that wave not really offering too much scoring potential. So Fletcher's going to kick out of that. She already has a 5.23 and a 4.73. And it is Gabby, there it is. Last of Gabby was a 6.33. So, yeah, judges rewarding just the vertical nature of that final manoeuvre. I felt like that was such a strong finish to that ride. And
Willow Hardy
blowing up.
On fire.
Yeah, we saw in that last heat, Jess, that, the surfer who got 4th basically locked in 11 points nearly. So
yeah.
I feel like the level is really, and the wave quality is good too. That's what is allowing these athletes to really attack.
Yeah, I completely agree. Here we go. There's this last wave of Willow. So Jack snaps that turn there. Carves, gets a little bit hung up. Here's a steep section. Floats, air drops out of it, and just rides out like, yeah, it was whatever. Really, really tidy stuff from Willow Hardy. And here we go, Gabby Spake, huge first turn on that last one. She's loving these lefts. Just up again, hopefully gets a finish, but won't. Maybe betters the 373, but we'll have to wait and see. But yeah,
Looks
that's
like
six.
she's riding an epoxy.
Yeah, she loves her epoxies actually. Yeah. I feel like I haven't. Yeah, you see her on an epoxy a lot more than you see her on a PU.
You can definitely see just how responsive that board is under her feet. She looks very strong. And the flotation of the epoxy too definitely, I think, helps her style. As we see the surfer in white. What about the crowd on the inside? Just loving that one. Yes.
Oh, that is amazing. If you could see my face right now, everyone watching, I just keep going, what? These guys are absolutely ripping. First starts off with a backside floater, hits it and jams it in the pocket there, goes vertical for the last turn. So Sophie Fletcher, she opened up with a 5-5.
And the crowd on the inside loved it. Check it out. Yeah, hands in the air like you just don't care. You know,
Absolutely.
That was spectacular surfing from the surfing. What I loved was the flow and the way that she was able to generate speed across every section and really didn't have any downtime in those turns. Good waves. It's exciting. We've got 4 heats to go to our complete day number 1 of action down here at Port Stephens, and the level. The women have came out this afternoon absolutely on fire.
Yeah, none of them are going down without a fight. That's for sure. Like Sophie Fletcher, there's 1 point between first and third. Exactly. So that is crazy. We're not even at the halfway point yet. So these ladies are just absolutely fighting to make it out of this round. This is a good-looking left-hander for our South African surfer. Up into the pocket for that first turn. Here's a good-looking wall. Belts it for a second. Rides out clean. So needed a 633. 663, sorry. I don't think it's the best way over the heat. So Fletcher down the line. Goes for the float again. That's a good-looking turn for Sophie. Gets it up there for a third snap. What is going on? The girls are on fire.
I think they've been in the Red Bull athlete zone or something on the CT. Let me tell you, they've come out absolutely blown up, and no one is making mistakes. It's just incredible to watch. And even that last wave of the surfer from South Africa, I felt like just how smooth and stylish she was on that bottom hand turn after the first turn. Look how much depth she gets. And the timing was just perfect into that pocket.
Yeah, really beautiful surfing. So Fletcher, that's a hard first turn to do. I know it wasn't the most critical, but it is hard. These next two threw so much spray. Sophie Fletcher.
Showing up and blowing up.
Yeah, out there to dominate out there today. So now Gabby Spake looking at better 373 because Willow Hardy only needs a 4.84 to take her second place. That last wave of Jessie a 4.4. So now needs a 5.67. Sophie Fletcher's up again. Oh my gosh. What a heat.
Would you let her, establish a position on the peak alone where she's absolutely jamming away on these waves, or would you try to sort of make your way and put a little bit of pressure on? Because all the 4 surfers in this heat, all the 4 women are blowing up. So she's looking so switched on today. So impressed.
Yeah, well, I love a left. So I think I would go down there and join her, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm a good footer. I love a left.
I'm just from Narrabeen. I'm a natural footer.
Yeah, but you still love your lefts.
I love my lefts. Here we go. Willow Hardy. She loves the left too. Trying to hop through this section to get that 4.84 requirement. Needs to get something done on this inside. Carves back again there. Needs something else. Belt split for the end turn. Doesn't quite ride out though.
Yeah, probably going to be deemed incomplete as we see the surfer in green up and riding. Attacking.
Yeah.
Nice.
This is a very exciting heat. Plenty of waves coming through.
And it's just flown by. 8.5 minutes to go.
I'm
so
speechless.
We're past the halfway stage, and the rides that are throwaways are good scores as well. So we've seen, the quality of the surfing is just on point, and the actual wave itself is offering up so much scoring potential, and that's the bonus for these surfers.
Yeah, watching this last one of Willa, she really tries to make something out of this. Spake just pulling off of that one. So Sophie Fletcher left with priority out the back. It seems like a dangerous thing to leave Sophie Fletcher with, because here we go. Beautiful looking left rip roll in front of her. Gets up there for a strong first carve. Here we go, starting to stand up on the inside. Belts it for a finishing turn. And
Now, do you think that because she's sitting on that inside bowl, would that hinder scoring potential because of the fact that she's not, as we see Gabby just blowing up on that forehand gouge, would that sort of hinder the scoring potential in the judge's mind, being a little bit further down the peak, where we just saw Gabby Spade just absolutely light that thing up?
This heat's so fun. What? Yeah, Gabby Spake just dropped her 373.
100%. Watch from where I saw from our eye line, it was an incredible carve. But
I'm not even talking. That's how impressed I am by this heat. I really liked this wave, Dimmy. Even though she wasn't on that main peak, she's still getting really solid turns in. That was a good turn from Gabby. Rips it back around for a second carve, and she's races down the line, gets a bit of the tail release on that turn. I thought she might not have rode out, but pushed hard enough through the turn that she got there. So, yeah, Gabby, I think will go to the lead. Needs a 4.64. That's a 4.64 every day of the week, in my opinion.
No doubt. That first turn was electrifying, and just the placement of that turn and the amount of water she moved without really losing any momentum was key to that ride. But, yeah, she's looking so sharp on that epoxy surfboard of hers. And, we saw Sophie Fletcher as well getting busy down the peak. So, interesting scenario, because I feel like all four athletes have really excelled in this heat.
I really, they've all just been incredible. Oh my God, 7.67 for the last of Gabby Spake. That's the best scoring ride we've seen in the women's division all morning. Oh, they're not even morning. I'm losing it. Afternoon.
She fully deserved it, just based on the power, the speed, the flow of that major manoeuvre she did at the start of the wave, and then really tagged it and connected the dot on that final turn. What about this turn? Bang, just in the pocket, whipping that board around, just laying plenty of rail, and even this finishing turn got a little bit of drift as well, and that was just that variety of repertoire that the judges are looking for. 3 different turns, but just power, speed, flow.
Just impeccable stuff there from Gabby, really showing off the experience she has in the jersey. She's been doing it, like I said earlier, for a really long time, still a junior as well. So, plenty of time for her to just keep pushing, keep getting better at surfing, and keep making heats.
100%. She works with Manly Surf School.
Yes.
On when it comes to her coaching, and very solid foundation, and works hard at the craft. And what I've loved is the fact that she's starting to become a standout. Like, she started her career and just worked really hard on her craft, and you can just see the improvements in her surfing is just dramatic. That's the one word I'll say. Like, 3 years ago, she was solid. Now she's exceptional.
Yeah, she does a lot of work with Nick James. He's a really exceptional coach. He's been doing it for a long time. I know she does a bit of work with Maddie Cattle as well. So both, the Northern Beaches is such a great place to learn how to surf, because there's so many resources there and so many incredible coaches that can help you get better. And I feel like Gabby is just kind of the proof of the pudding there. She's got the resources. She's got the support from the local community, Long Reef board riders. She's just a perfect protege of Northern Beaches surfing, I'd like to say.
I reckon Matty Cattle is an exceptional coach because he's so calm. He could stand up and fall asleep standing up. He's that calm, and he's such a well kind of thought out what he says. He doesn't say a lot, but what he says is really important, and I feel like the athletes really sort of love that. And like you said, the resources of how many good coaches are down on the beaches. Bo Mitchell does a lot of work with a lot of people as well, and Matty Granger, of course, was sort of the original guy who came through, and even Barton did a lot of coaching.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
a lot of mentoring, Barton Lynch, and who better to sort of guide your career than the former world champ?
And Terry Day. Terry Day did a lot of coaching, and he I feel like a lot of coaches still use some of his coaching techniques on the
100%.
Northern
He
Beaches.
actually came through in the 80s and 90s with
he coached my dad.
With his brother.
Yeah.
And remember, they had the O'Neill team back in the
Is
day.
he a world champion kneeboarder or something?
I don't know about that.
I'm pretty sure Terry Day is.
Oh, really?
Well,
he works these days down
I'll
at
ask
North
Dan.
Stone. But yeah, no, there's some really good coaches sort of in the mix these days. You see even Jared House these days doing some coaching, which is a former world championship tour surfer. But Gabby's definitely sort of fed off, the Manly Surf School crew, and the fact that she works with multiple coaches. I think that's a positive too, because it gives you sort of a different insight into other people's views about how your surfing should go.
We'll get back to that in a second. Good looking first snap there for Jessie. That's a better second one. Wants to get a finish in to really solidify this wave, but just making that a little bit harder for her. Willow down the line, projecting off that first turn, but can't quite find a finish. So priority is left with Sophie Fletcher and Gabby Spake out the back, who will probably try and extend in these last 2 minutes. But yeah, Dimmy, I couldn't agree more. I think every coach on the Northern Beaches is incredible. I've done a lot of work with Bo and Maddie in the past, and I couldn't recommend them more, as coaches and as people.
Yeah, as we see the surfer in green up and right in lovely transition, good variety. And if I was Gabby and Sophie right now, I'd be making my presence felt.
Yes.
On those other two athletes, because they do hold first and second priority, and they hold first and second position. So knowing how strong Willow and Jessie is and how, their performance levels can go to, I would be definitely as a coach going, over you go.
Yeah, get down there. Well, you can see
their grill.
Sophie's starting to make her way down there, so she's listening to you exactly. Yeah, Terry Day's a world champion kneeboarder.
There you go.
Just fun fact.
Of course, he was a big part of the Surfing New South Wales crew for years.
Massive part of the Surfing New South Wales crew. Here we go. Jessie Van Nykerk. Good looking first turn. Wow, this is a nice looking bowl in front of her. That's a third. Tries to get a fourth in. Didn't need to do that.
Okay, so she needed a 6.24. I think the turns were strong, but the wave didn't. I personally don't think the wave offered enough scoring potential, but she dead set lit that thing up. But is it going to be enough to turn the tide? Strong rail engagement on that first turn. I love the depth out of that second turn. It was a little bit short and to get into that third turn, but I don't know if that's going to be a 6.24 because it's going to have to be one of the better rides. In fact, it will have to be the third best ride of the heat.
Yeah, I don't think it got there. It came in at a 4.73. Here we go. Gabby Spake trying to better a 6.33. Beautiful opening carve there. Racing down the line, hoping for something more. Using the flow of this wave to project onto this section. Flares the fins. Does get the ride out. And there we go. Sophie Fletcher using priority over Willow.
See, this is a technique that a lot of surfers will use to make sure that they keep a surfer off, because we saw second and third there on a wave together, and there may be an interference because I'm pretty sure the surfer in white did have priority at that stage.
Yes, so Sophie definitely had priority over Willow. So Sophie was allowed to drop in on her on that wave and block her from any scoring potential. So that's a pretty big upset. Willow Hardy out of the draw. So is Jessie Van Nykerk. So excellent heat there from Gabby Spake and Sophie Fletcher.
14.00 two-wave combination for the surfer in blue from Long Reef. That is one of the better scores we've seen all day, and such was that performance. Wow, she was so strong.
Yeah, that's an excellent heat. So fun to commentate with you, Jimmy. We're going to come back with round of 32, heat number 5, right after this short break.
and welcome back to the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. Out in the water, we have Sally Kelly in the red, Isabella Caldo in the blue, and Taylor Green in the white. This is heat number 5, round number 32 of the women's. I'm Lillian B. Young. Here's Sally Kelly up and riding here with Timmy.
Yes, Kelly, a standout on both the QS and the Challengers. We see the surfer in white up and riding, and Green getting nice and vert on that manoeuvre. But yeah, Sally Kelly, we don't have to introduce the standard that she sets when it comes to competing at all levels of competition. She would easily hold her own in the Championship Tour, and it'd be great to see her one day elevate herself onto those ranks. But right now it's about this heat. We're in Berubia, and you've got to do the hard yards, and right now she opened up with a 2.5, and very stable. She's so, she's got such a strong base to her surfing, very powerful, but I love the stability levels.
Lucky how Taylor connected it to the inside as well.
I love it.
Great start for the women in the lineup.
We were talking, you were off that last heat, but that last heat was just next level when it came to the quality of surfing by the 4 women in that heat. Gabby Spade just lit that thing up. 14.00, two-wave combination. Easily the best I've seen out of the women today, and definitely someone to watch going into finals day tomorrow.
Okay. Good to know. So it was Gabby and Willow?
No, big upset. Sophie Fletcher.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
And Sophie Fletcher's a name I haven't heard on the QS in a while.
Yes, she looked very, very good as we see this. Talking about looking very good. What about that second manoeuvre?
There you go. Black surfboard spray again.
Is there something in there for everyone?
I think so. I think it actually makes you surf better because Zeb's had a black surfboard spray. Isabella Cardo, who else had one today? Jarvis. There was another one too.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe it's just the boards. It's the CIs.
This is true.
You know what I mean? It might have something to do with how good they are producing when it comes to the quality of their equipment, as we see the surf in white. Taylor Green up and right, and we saw Zali lock in a 5.67 for a previous wave, so it opens up a solid little foundation in this heat. But yeah, maybe it's something about the quality of the craft more than the colour of the craft. But I reckon it looks good under your feet.
Yeah. Or that pink ball that we had in the other heat was pretty cool too.
Yeah. I see Isabella Nichols rocking the world with the pink boards from DHC these days, and yeah, everyone's got their sort of signature. Remember back in, I don't know, you're way too young to remember Potts' old boards. Martin Potter, former world champion.
My dad used to make me get his sprays. I used to have like his green and yellow, and then I had the red and yellow.
Yeah, there you go. Well, Potts had his signature spray. Tommy Carroll had his spray. Even TB, like Taj Burrow, had a very, for a long time, he had a certain spray he used to like on his boards, but it becomes a signature, doesn't it, of the athletes.
We go.
Sort of crafting.
Izzy Caldo just coming off the back of that one. But yeah, back in the day, I with Martin Potter boards after I stopped listening to my dad to get Martin Potter sprays. So then went into just doing my own little, pink spray with a little yellow off the side. I look at your
Insta all the time, and your boards are pretty unique. You do all your own artwork, correct?
Not me, my little brother.
Oh, it's your brother?
Yeah, I'm not that good of a drawer.
I was going to say, your boards look pretty sick. They've always got something creative on it. And what about that score for the last of Surfer in Blue? We spoke about that two-wave combination. Isabella, a 7-point ride.
Wow.
Sick way to start the heat.
And she doesn't need a lot to go on the first position. So Izzy Caldo is setting up a great campaign here for day number 1 of the WSL QS 1000 here at Port Stephens, presented by Camplify and PRD
Real Estate. Good to have such amazing supporters of this event. Of course, Destination New South Wales, through its tourism agency, always supporting professional surfing in our state, and without them over the last 5 or 10 years, it would be impossible to put events like this on. But yeah, it's great to have so many great sponsors, tracks, WSL destination, Urban Surf, as we see the surfer in white just exploding on that first turn. But yeah, sponsors, corporate partnerships are so important for the future of our sport. You know, you can't run events without partnerships, and it's critical for that next generation to have opportunities. And you know, I think that as people who develop the sports from a grassroots level, it's so important that we all sort of combine and be a part of that development program that has made Australia one of the best, basically one of the best regions in the world for decades.
Here we go. Blue, Izzy Calder up and riding again. She's got a nice combination of turns on the back end here. So we'll wait and see what that one comes to. She is better 1.0, so I reckon she's definitely bettered that in this point of time. So 13 and a half minutes remaining. We'll just wait for that last score of white to come through. But I can see Blue taking first position this time being.
Fun waves out there, very little wind. And that's what's been so impressive today. Like the ocean has definitely presented itself for these surfers. Both the men and women have been lighting it up. And the quality of the banks, you normally see on a summer's day where it'll be pretty fun in the morning, and the nor'easters kick in, a lot of wind, and sort of chops up the face of the wave. But we haven't seen that today. We've seen quality, clean conditions for our day number one in the 1 to 3 point range. And if you rocked up the beach and looked out there right then, you'd just be frothing.
Exactly.
You'd have to get the bib out.
Oh,
Just
there
the
we
froth
go.
meter.
Replay of Zali Kelly. And here's a replay of Taylor Green as well. So just a quick little swoop on this one. But I totally hear ya. I remember there was a couple of times I was waking up to just go frothing the surf and Boca for the Central Coast last year, and then I'd always want to get out before like every other QS surfer gets out as well. So I'd be like out there at 4:30, maybe even 5 a.m. Like wake up at 4:30, eat a Wheat Bix, and then just straight out there.
In the last year, how heavy the sea ice and everyone's
Oh, the jellyfish,
all the
yeah.
jellyfish. We don't have that this year.
No.
Wow, that's
Well, we
real
don't know
spanner.
yet. Don't hold your breath.
Well, we are
But-
at Port Stephens. If they're going to be at Boca, they're definitely going to be here. But yeah, last year doing post-seed interviews was
Yeah, everyone's getting it in
everyone
their
got
rashies and
scratchy, I
itchy.
just wanted to get away from the post-seed interviews.
Not this year.
Not this year. But we've been blessed with really good waves in the last couple of years on the QS.
Well, even the waves last year, I remember for the... Here we go. Here is the replay for Zali Kelly on the back end. Nice first turn there. Real textbook surfing here. And there she goes. Finishes off that one. Zali Kelly.
No sticker on the ball. Wow. What is such a talent pool we have, and just the economics of of the sport at the moment. It's sometimes such a struggle for these surfers to afford to actually try to live out their dreams, and it's sort of gone full circle in the last.
Yeah.
I feel like for mid-2000s there was so much money in surfing, so much money floated around. These days it's a bit more of a grind, and companies just haven't got the freight that they used to. And it's not that they don't want to support athletes; it's the fact that such as the dynamics of the business these days. It's very hard to generate sponsorships.
Mm.
But she's lighted up a 5.67 and a 5.50, and it's not
There you
going
go,
to
that
take
was-
much for Isabella.
It was another
to get
vital
through.
wave for Taylor Green as well. Like, speaking of sponsorship, she just got sponsored recently by Ruka.
Oh,
So
how sick.
yeah, so it's good to see her in the
We saw
jersey. And
Xavier this morning. I saw Xavier with the new
Yeah.
sticker on his board too. Xavier Bryce, who had a really good heat win. He was rolling around with a Veruca sticker as well. So
There you
bit of a
go.
change.
But 10 minutes to go. But yeah, good to see her in the jersey, and like same thing, huge confidence boost. As we saw her at the Burley comp on the weekend, like she killed it.
Good wave
Awesome.
rolling through.
Oh, look at that left over there.
See, it's your left. You've said it all along. You want to just grab your weddy out there, out you go, and have a crack. But yeah, fun waves, good conditions, and just a beautiful day. 27, 28 degrees. Sun's out. It's been pretty horrible in Sydney the last couple of days, actually. So it's good to see the sun out and the surfers enjoying the quality of conditions down here as we see Zali just offloading and just dispersing a lot of water through those series of manoeuvres as we head down towards the back end, or we're halfway through heat number 5 of the round of 32. Of course, this afternoon we'll complete this round and then be back here for a 7 o'clock start tomorrow morning, hopefully, and get the show on the road, get it going in these really clean conditions as we head towards crowning a champion on finals day of the Port Stephens Pro, the WSL QS 1000 event. I love the logo, real retro logo.
I was going to say that too. It kind of reminds me of the catch surf logo.
Yeah,
100%.
It's like the old gotcha.
It's almost got a bit of a Jamie O'Brien twang on it.
I love it. It's old school. It's
But,
retro. Everything's retro these days.
Yeah.
The old is new.
Everything from the 2000s, from like 80s and 2000s, is like classified as vintage and retro now. So
You were lucky you didn't come through the 80s and 90s where it was just everywhere.
yeah. Well, Dad used to say, Uncle Simon actually used to just like give away like so much like secondhand Volcom stuff and then like Van shoes and stuff. Here we go. Izzy Caldo up and riding. Nice wrap to the foam there. And again, so looking for a finish here, racing down the line and just floats that section there. So it's very well executed from the surfer in blue.
That's pretty smart too, because she didn't have priority and basically sat herself on the farthest spot on the peak and was able to sort of put together a solid series of manoeuvres. Not as good as that 7. Will it better the 4.13? Let's have a look at this. Let's sort of pull this apart. Really strong rail first manoeuvre again, just wrapping that board around and nice completion.
There we go. But yeah, my dad used to say he used to try and like he wishes he could cut his toes off to fit into the Van shoes that were like 3 sizes too small. But there used to just be a big clothes giving away fest.
Such an iconic brand, Vans, when it comes to like sort of that, not grassroots, but it's just got a different vibe to it. You know what I mean? It's definitely like that sort of California sort of vibe to it, Vans. And it's good to see them still involved in professional surfing at a lot of different levels.
Oh, on their podcast, like their show, The Pickup, and even in the next year we've got Holly Wishart coming up, Surf for Mambo. And I remember Mambo used to be so huge, like back in the day, you know, like 90s, 2000s.
Yeah, mid-2000s, Angus Kingsmill bought the company and we sold it now, but like they sort of came back into sponsoring a couple of my events as pro juniors and stuff, and they're again one of those iconic Australian brands, you know, that when you see a Mambo sticker, you know it's a Mambo sticker.
Yeah.
Good section of wave to work with there for the surfer in green, in white, and that was
name is Taylor Green.
Yeah. I was going to say green, but it's white, but no, it's just that time of day. But yeah, she's really putting together some good whites. I'd love to see her get a wave that just opened up to give her enough for 3 turns. That first turn was nice, and again, elevating and compressing into the lip on that final manoeuvre was impressive indeed. And she doesn't need a huge score to get herself back into the fray, but it is a 6.11 she needs. And today, that's a pretty big number. I feel like 2 really big sections, you might get the score. 3, you're more than likely going to get the score.
You know what? The smart thing to do is probably waiting. You need to play the waiting game because now you've got Izzy in second priority. That's, you know, she's got top of the table. Whereas
you can see right now Izzy deciding that she's going to pull the trigger and put a little bit of pressure on the surfer in white just to make sure she knows she's in the grill.
Yeah, 5 minutes left. Like that's what I'd be doing for sure if I was in that situation.
There are some surfers who don't do that.
Yeah.
Forever going, get over there, and you want to make your presence felt, because that in itself attracts a certain kind of pressure on your fellow athlete.
Yeah.
You see both surfers now just shadowing each other.
I'm a bit like that too. Hey, I don't think I've ever like hassled anyone in the heat because I just like to go out there and just surf. Let the surfing do the talking, and I really want to see Zali Kelly. She's got 2 good scores. I want to see her try and throw air in this heat, you know, like just for a bit of fun, like at the end of it.
But when you look at the scenario in this,
here we go.
last of white was enough to turn the tide at 6.30. So right now, Izzy is in a very tough position because she's been absolutely on fire. A 7 and a 4.13. She now needs a score. And this is how tight this heat is. 11.90 for Zali Kelly. Tyler Green, 11.33. And Izzy Caldo needs a score now, which is incredible because I feel like she's been absolutely ripping in this.
Yeah. Well, highest wave score of the heat so far. So definitely capable of doing it, especially with this set coming through here.
The good thing about it, I don't think it's going to be an opportunity problem. I think there'll be plenty of waves, just identifying the best wave she can to offer up enough to put her in that situation. She only needs a 4.33. So is this going to be enough to get a... I feel like that's an error.
I think, I would have waited even for that one. Like, there's another 2 coming through there, so I think Taylor's got priority now, so that's going to be real, like, pulling at the feet here. Like,
there's probably a bit of pressure there to roll the dice, but I feel
sure.
like with the amount of waves that have been ridden today and the amount of waves that have been offered up in each and every heat, I feel like there was so much more opportunity for her to utilise the priority in a positive manner. But mind you, that wave could have opened up and she could have attacked because her backhand's been strong.
Yeah. For sure. There we go. Under 3 minutes remaining. So she's 4.33. Like, even look at something like this set coming through. There we go. It's full tactics now.
Yeah. Let the games begin.
Yeah, here we go.
It's always good to watch these things happen.
Oh, saddle up. Here we go. Izzy Caldo. See, that's a bummer there too, because even I was watching it thinking it was going to line up.
Yeah, in the last 5 minutes, I'll say the waves feel like they've been closing out and not really opening up a lot like they had previously. So maybe a little bit of a change in the tide. Maybe it's really at its dead lowest at the moment. But right now, the surfer in blue, who has a 7-point ride, the best wave of the heat so far, trying desperately to get that 4.33. And 4.33 isn't just about doing one turn, it's about doing a critical turn if you're going to get through this heat. So you see the mental games taking place right now. Surfing in blue, looking at waves, probably knowing that she's not going to take it, but wanting to sucker her fellow competitor into taking and losing priority. And you see Zali, she's just basically sitting down on the parapet going, yeah, I'll just cruise.
Yeah.
I'm all right. Something comes out wide, I'm going to blow up on this thing. And I think that's the experience too.
Yeah.
Like where the other two surfers,
So I think Zali's about maybe 2 years older than me, maybe 3.
Yeah, she's so experienced at all levels, so it's not like she hasn't seen this game before.
Yeah, but she's always been the one that, like, I remember I might have been doing a coaching session with Martin Dunn one day, and she was, like, the one that I was, like, watching to, like, learn from.
Yeah.
And super cool human being, too. We go, maybe 1 minute to go. It's like, even this one, like, it's a good turn.
But will the size of the wave...
Yeah, it's critical. Because that's happened to a couple, even of the men's surfers today.
There was a nice vertical whip on that final turn, but I feel like maybe just the size of the wave is going to hold that score back a bit. But we're not judges. You see Zali just making an error herself.
Yeah, Zali just lost priority.
That's very unusual for someone of her stature. But, that's the last minute of the heat. In fact, only 25 seconds ago. So I think this last wave of blue is going to be critical in the overall outcome of this heat.
So it'll be good to see what that one comes to. I'm actually on the edge of my seat right now trying to figure out when that one's going to come through. But I think we're at the back end of the heat now and we're counting down. It'd be good to see a replay of Izzy's wave just to watch it again. Taylor just up after the buzzer. So there you go. I guess we have to wait until after the break.
I think it was a 3.2. I don't think it was enough. So we're going to throw out to a break very shortly, and we'll be back to another exciting heat. But look at it down here at 37 on fire. What an afternoon, what a beautiful day. How far up 5 Sydney Road will be back shortly.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back to the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000. We are in the opening round of the women's division. Round of 32, heat number 6, Holly Wishart, Sierra Kerr, Sage Goldsbury, and Kira Buckpit. I call this as what being one of the hardest heat of the round so far.
So there we go. First of Holly Wishart, a 4.0. So we'll get that replay up and running soon. And we'll wait for her last score to come on through. But she's in a heat with Sierra Kerr, Sage Goldsbury, and Kira Buffett. It's good to see Sage Goldsbury back in the jersey.
Yeah, she took a year off last year. She did a bit of acting, a bit of stunt doubling for that Surviving Summer series that Netflix posted. And she's come back with vengeance. Wow, Holly Wishart looking really good on that one. So laying into that final turn.
You know, hopefully Liliana Barry makes a comeback on the QS tour as well.
Yeah, she's definitely focusing on that acting career right now, but I know she still has such a fire for competitive surfing. We have had plenty of chats about it. And yeah, I think if she committed to either one, she was going to excel at both. So we'll see if she can get it both done. Sierra Kerr finishing off her first wave, 2 good-looking backhand Rios there. So get her campaign started. Maybe Sage Goldsbury out the back, having a look at this one. Opts to not go that right-hander. Maybe fair enough. Didn't really stand up the way what we've seen.
This is a super stacked heat.
So stacked.
I just realised I was like saying all the words, but wasn't like thinking about it. But I was just like, yeah, Kira Buckbeard, Sage Goldsbury, Sierra Kerr, and Holly Wishart. Yep. Like,
really hard heat. Yeah, when I was looking at the women's draw earlier, I called the heat 3 of this round and heat 6, this one being the 2 hardest heats. And 4th place in heat 3 had a combined total of 11. So still a really solid combination, and she got 4th. So really stacked heats, some of them in this draw. But yeah, this one especially would be a hard one to make.
Here we go. Here's a heat replay of Sierra Kerr. Nice little one turn there. Wonder how warm the water is down there.
Yeah, I would say it's pretty warm. Some of the girls wearing wetsuits though love this second turn for Sage. Just lays back into it. So good opener for Sage Goldsbury there.
Drops the hammer.
Yeah, exactly. So needs to kind of get a wriggle on this heat. She probably feels the pressure of how hard this heat actually is. 4.23 to start that one off. Sierra Kerr, 6.33. So the judge is loving that 2-turn combination from Sierra. Just dropping one of the best edits we've seen so far early on this year called Precursor, and it's basically Sierra just absolutely charging different waves around the world. And yeah, I was super impressed by it. It's like 18 minutes of phenomenal surfing. Kira Buckpit, great first turn. Trying to get around, but doesn't get any more on that one. So I definitely wouldn't want to be in this heat.
Bang. Holly Wishart. I forgot to ask, how did that goofy heat go before? So there was Ruby Berry, there was...
Yeah, that was heat 3. So
Sally Hurst.
Yeah. It was
cracker heat.
It was a great heat. It just changed so many times. Kira's just getting buckled off there, but yes, it did. There was no one consistent winner the whole heat. Like, everyone was in first place at one point. And it ended up being Charlie Haitley and Jade Magnian. She got a 7-1 at the end.
Wow.
So it was Ruby and Charlie Hurst in first and second, and then Charlie Haitley and Jade got a 7 and a 6, and it completely flipped on its head in like the last 2 minutes. And Charlie had a combined total. Charlie Hurst, she came in fourth. She had a combined total of 11.
Never-ending flipping table.
Yeah, I was just like, it was such a hard heat. All the girls were surfing so good. And I feel like we'll probably see something similar in this heat too.
Sure, there we go. Last Akira Buckbit, a 4.1 and a 3.47. Holly Wishart with a 4.0 and a 3.5, looking for a 3.58 to go to first position. Sierra Kerr looking for a 1.17, and Sage Goldsberry needing a 3.27. I feel like even in the booth here, Jessie, like, time goes so fast. It's like 13:40 to go. Like, every time I'm on Beachcom, same thing. Next minute, get a bit of side eyes from the judges when you miss a countdown.
And you're like, oops,
sorry.
Wow, Kira Buckbit strong first turn down the end, but just can't find that second section so far. Kira is such an impressive surfer. She's got a really cool progressive side to her surfing too. She can definitely take to the air. But she's just come back from Brazil. She represented Australia in the ISA World Juniors, and she was looking really strong over there until one heat. The ocean just turned off, and she needed like a 2 to get through. And she couldn't find a second wave, which was heartbreaking to see. But this is her first year giving a couple QSs a crack, but she's still focused on those juniors, and she told me that next year she'll be dedicating a full year to the QSs, which is really exciting, I think.
And where was the ISA, the World Juniors held? Was that in Saquarema?
I believe so, yeah. I'm not entirely sure, so don't take my word for it, but it was a great event. I mean, Sierra Kerr, she won, so Sierra Kerr is a 2-time World Junior Champion in 1 year, WSL and ISA.
There you go.
You can't do much better than that. And then dropped an incredible clip, and she's already locked in a spot in the Challenger Series. So I think it's going to be a good year for Sierra.
There we are, 12 minutes remaining. And do you know who's coming up in the next heat?
Yeah, I can tell you. Bear with me one moment. We're into the final 3 heats of the day. All right.
There must definitely be low tide now. Look how low all that. There's so much sand. Here we go. Holly Wishart.
Oh.
Just again, like, just overcooking it on that turn there. So
coming up in the next heat, heat 7, it's Amelie Burke, Jasmine Sampson, Lucy Brown, and Osha Curtis.
Oh, that is going to be another stacked.
And then heat number 8, Philippa Anderson, Madison Poole, and Oceana Rogers.
There you go.
So 2 good-looking heats coming up. I would love to have a look at the quarterfinals so far. So we're doing 4-man heats all the way to the finals, so no 2-mans in this event. So quarterfinal 1 is Nixie Ryan, Charlie Haitley, Izzy Campbell, and Willow Hardy.
Wow.
And then quarterfinal 2, Jade Magnian, Bonnie Hills, Gabby Spake, Charlie Stokes.
Is Rosie Smart in this event?
No, she's not.
Wow, okay.
Well, she would be, actually. I saw her yesterday. She said she was, but maybe not.
Last is Sierra Kerr, a 6.27. So red on top of the table. Sierra Buckbit looking for an 8.5. Holly Wishart looking for a 3.58. And Sage Goldberry looking for a 3.34. Nice wrap there from Sage.
That's a second slash in there. Looking to finish.
Nice.
Laid it back a little bit too hard on that last turn, but I still liked that wave from Sage, needing a 3-3-4. I dare say that that's the score based on those first two turns.
I can't believe how fun the waves look right now.
I know. Look at that
Water
left
just
rip bowl.
super blue. No. If anyone's thinking about what to do on the weekend, make sure you check out finals day tomorrow for the Camplify Port Stevens Pro QS 1000, and over the weekend the Pro Junior. So it's a weekend full of action. But there we go. Last Sage Goldsbury, a 3.2, looking for a 4.45 to go to second. Holly Wishart, a 4.67. So you need a 7.93 to go to first position. Kira Buckbit in third, looking for a 4.58. So 9.5 minutes remaining. And yeah, Sierra Kerr holding first priority. Kira Buckbit second priority. But a couple, you can see red and white further down the beach on the south end, which was formerly Lily's Gutter, but now it might be actually breaking now.
I think there was fun waves coming through there all day. You might be being a bit hard on your bank. Here we go, Sage. Good looking first section.
Oh, that was huge.
Yeah, solid looking turn there. So 3.2 for that last one. Still looking for that 4.45. This is a nice looking right-hander. Sierra Kerr's going to swing, use priority. Maybe a bit deep on this one, but flares the fins out, can't ride out. But I love that she's just going for those kind of turns too, you know, progressing, pushing it. She's probably just watched Molly and Betty in the final of Sunset and been like, hey, I want to go out there and give people something to talk about. And Molly actually just broke history. She became the second woman ever to win back-to-back out Sunset. And the only other person who has done so is Lane Beachley back in 1999 and 2000. So Molly competed through this region and at this event to get to where she is now, which is world number 1.
There you go. And even Jack Robinson, I just saw a cute little clip of Jack Robinson and his little baby Zeph together before the final, and
so sweet. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a similar situation on the men's side of the draw too. There's only one man who's ever won back-to-back at Sunset, and it's Gary Kong Elkerton.
Aha, have you ever read the Kong book?
No, never.
It's awesome. Really good. Actually, he was based up and down the coast here.
Yeah.
Moved every little place, but he's such an amazing surfer.
Such an incredible surfer, and I feel like to win at Sunset, you have it's a really prestigious win, and if you win there, you pretty much know that you're a great surfer and a great ocean person as well. So yeah, I feel like to win there is one thing, but to win back-to-back is insane.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, as I was earlier today, I was saying about the Vans Pipe Masters because we were all there watching that, and we were watching the final with Moana and Molly, and Molly had just let Moana paddle out a bit further, and then the set came through, the magical wave that Moana got, and it was just so stoked for Moana, but we're dang.
I know.
We wanted Molly to win.
I know. I'm definitely a patriotic supporter. I'm an Aussie girl through and through, so if Molly has a chance to win, I'm going, go Molly!
Wow. That was a good little connection there for Sage Goldsbury in the blue. But yeah, Aussie's on top on the charge.
I know. Aussie's just absolutely killed it.
Doing well.
Yeah, Sunset has always kind of been dominated by the Hawaiians and Australians, especially Australians from WA. I mean, Jack would be used to surfing ocean waters like that.
100%.
But,
it's pretty solid.
Yeah. He had to come through this series as well, so it just shows how important these events are to getting to that top stage. Here we go, Sage Goldsbury. This is the replay of her last one. 3 really solid turns, put together nice, clean surfing, I'd like to say. And, 6.10, so moves straight into second. Now Holly Wishart looking for a 7.26, and Kira Buckbit a 7.83. Starting to work out the back, almost.
And you know what? I was just watching Sage's first turn there. Super clean.
surfing, like, reminds me a lot of Miller Brown. Like, Miller Brown's surfing, they're so similar. Like, just so explosive and, like, really reading what the wave looks like on this turn here. Just nice, quick snap and then straight into the next section.
Yeah. Yeah, Miller Brown, unfortunately, out with a perforated eardrum, so she's out for a little while. But yeah, she's one of the more progressive surfers coming through the ranks. She's definitely got a massive future ahead of her, and I'm not sure if the viewers saw.
How did that happen?
She was at Stratty pulling into some barrels. There's a way to do it. It's a way to do it.
Yeah, for sure. I remember Matt Boyle, who we saw was up early this morning. He had that for a while and was just surfing with a swim cap out at Snapper and like.
Really?
Yeah. So that is Blue heading out in the next heat, I believe. That's Maddie Poole.
Maddie Poole, yeah. So fellow Nova Castrian coming up in the next heat with
Nova Castrian.
Emily and Burke. So new people from Newcastle are called Nova Castrians.
Okay.
Yeah.
I heard you say that one before and I was
Hey? Yeah.
I was like, maybe it's equestrian, like something to do with horses.
No. So people who live in Newcastle, yeah, known as Nova Castrians.
Nova Castrian. Here we go.
Little interesting fact for you.
The more you learn.
Yeah.
Learn something new every day.
The more you know, they say.
So 4 minutes remaining. Sierra with a 7.0 and a 6.33. Sage Goldsbury with a 6.1 and a 5.83. Looking for a 7.23. Holly Wishart with a 4.67 and a 4.0, needing a 7.26. And Kira Buckpit looking for a 7.83. So first priority with Green, Holly Wishart, second priority Sierra, third priority Kira, fourth Sage.
Seems like they're all sitting down a little bit further. Here we go. Holly made her way up the peak a little bit more. Sierra's found herself a good looking rip bowl. Great first turn, but unfortunately can't ride out of it. So 3.5 minutes to go. She's got a pretty substantial lead on this heat, so I don't think that she has to be too worried right now. Holly Wishart just up and out, so maybe a bit of a priority mistake there because Sage, who is in second, now has priority over Holly, who's looking for a 7.26. But Kira Buckpit's a little bit of a dark horse, and she seems to be able to handle pressure. So I feel like if I was Sage, my biggest concern right now would be Kira because she has the ability to get big scores in small time frames, and she's looking like she might be rolling the dice on this one, but can't get in. So
just sold.
Massive priority error. Sage now has priority. Holly Wishart up the beach was having a look at a wave then. Here she goes.
Bang. Nice first turn there for Surfing Green. Holly Wishart. Oh, that's devastating. Kira was waiting so long for a wave and just got sold a lemon.
Fully just talked her up about pressure too. No, I'm kidding. She's actually an incredible surfer under pressure, and unfortunately that was just a mistake. But priority has moved from her name, so thinking maybe she paddled, stood up and pulled off because she's pretty close to Sierra and Sage right now. If I was Kira, I definitely would be trying to move away from the pack and sneak a nice left rip bowl under everyone and just tag it a few times.
Even these ones here, like I've seen a couple lefts just run away here. But
yeah, look at that right down the beach. So definitely still plenty of opportunities. Sierra looking like she's giving this one a pretty good look. She's paddling to get in, double handing to try and get into this one. So doesn't quite open up for Sierra, but she's just trying to stay busy. 1 minute, 35 seconds to go. So priority is with Sage, second with Kira, third with Holly. Both Holly and Kira needing pretty high scores to make it through this heat. This was always going to be a hard heat. You could see it even when you looked at it just from on paper.
For sure. And you know what? That's just going to happen in Kira's events. Like, I'm never going to forget last year with every heat, I mean, with Sarah Baum, she gets a perfect 10.
Really?
Yeah. Like, Boomerang last year, she got that perfect 10 or like,
that's
almost
right.
near
She
excellent
did.
score. And then I was like, oh,
Okay. Yeah, those heats you just surrender. You go, yep.
Yeah. And even the last heat I had before that with her was at, not sure if you remember the Oz Open events that was at Narrabeen. And I had it, and she got that barrel, like the biggest wave out the boat. And then it was like that barrel in round one. And then Oh, like every heat I have with Sarah Bolton, she's a perfect 10.
She's an excellent competitor, and she's already back on the Challenger Series
awesome
for next year. That was a good wave for Holly Wishart, needing a 7.26. I'm not sure it'll go as high as that, but it could definitely be her best wave so far. 20 seconds on the clock.
He just goes so quick.
Yeah, if I was Sage, I'd be getting a little bit closer to Kira right now. Just be like, hey, I have priority.
Yeah.
But the ocean looks pretty quiet.
And, you know, exactly like what happened in the final with Molly and Betty. Betty had priority and just nothing came through.
Yep.
So there you have it. End of the heat.
End of the heat. So Sierra Kerr and Sage Goldsberry moving through to the quarterfinals. So we'll see them compete again tomorrow. We'll be back to finish out this round right after the short break. No, it's okay.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
And welcome back to day number 1 of the Port Stephens Camplify US 1000. That was Emily Burke up and riding. Just under 19 minutes remaining left of the heat. I'm Lillian B. Young here with Jessie Starling, heat number 7, second last heat of the day.
Yeah, we've ploughed through some heats today and some real exceptional surfing. Jasmine Sampson just tagging a couple off on her backhand there. Another stacked heat. We had Lucy Brown was a bit of a dark horse at the Urban Surf Melbourne event. She was really impressive down there. I think made it through to the quarterfinals or the round of 16. Older sister of Miller Brown and a really exceptional surfer.
I remember last year she was not doing many QSs, just year 12 stresses and exams, and yeah, Miller would be on the beach cheering her on right now.
Yeah, absolutely. She's trying to currently get back out to get first priority because she missed that last wave, but she has regained it. So Amelie Burke currently with third priority, Osha Curtis with second, Lucy with first, and Jasmine with fourth. So we've potentially got 3 waves to lock in right now for our surfers. Osha Curtis, a 2.83. We'll wait for those last scores to lock in as well. But yeah, another great looking heat in our hands. I'm sure Amelie and Jasmine. Actually, no, I don't think Jasmine's from Newcastle. I was about to bite my tongue. But Amelie definitely is, so I'm sure that she has had plenty of reps out here.
I think she might be from Newcastle or, around that Newcastle area.
I just always see her everywhere, just traveling the world. She's got the best life. I feel like she's just a hippie.
Doesn't everyone that's competing on the QS gets to go to Taiwan? Yes. Krui. And I actually just got back from Indo back in August, and I got sick for 2 weeks at Krui, so I missed out on my whole Krui stint. I was pretty devo. But there we go. Replay Jasmine Sampson looking super strong there. Yeah, she is up again.
She's got a really strong backhand, Jasmine, and when she connects, it's really exceptional. It's great to watch. So 4.17 for her first wave. She's already got a backup to lock in.
Wow, look at this right coming through.
Yeah, going straight to Amelie. So we'll see if Lucy will get it. Not like she will, but it might not even eventuate. I don't think it will, unfortunately. That is a good-looking right-hander, though.
and then
No
it just
one
fizzles
on it.
out on that
Yeah.
gutter section. So, but yeah, you doing any of the overseas ones this year? Taiwan?
Hopefully I'll commentate all of them again. That was so fun last year. My sister and I just basically travelled the world and got to talk about the thing we love the most, which is surfing. And yeah, it was really cool to do it with my sister, True. She's my best mate. So to be able to travel and experience all these things together was really cool. If I go to Taiwan, I'll definitely throw my hat in the ring. But yeah, just going to enjoy the traveling part of it this year and the commentating part. And I love throwing my 2 cents in and just talking about surfing because it's just the best thing ever.
Absolutely. I'm like, sometimes, like, yeah, even when I'm doing the webcast, I feel like I'm just, like, not working. You know what I mean? I love it so much. That's what I mean. I'm just like,
yeah,
talking about surfing, watching the waves all day, you know?
yeah, surfing it's such a unique sport as well because every heat is different and every surfer has their own strengths. So we're never going to see 2 really similar heats, which is really cool. I mean, for example, golf. I'm not trying to diss golf because I actually love the game of golf, but everyone's aiming for that same target. Where surfing, there's different banks you can choose, different tides, where the wave's going to be different. Each surfer surfs differently. So I think it's such a unique sport, which makes it so enticing and exciting for us as surf enthusiasts just to, I don't know, really be in awe of it. Here we go. Emily flying down the line. Good looking carve back to the section.
I was really well rode that wave.
Yeah, up and over for a foam climb. So needs a 227 to take first off Jasmine. I'm calling that's a 227.
Yeah. And even if that too, like, surfing's almost such an art as well. I feel like, you know, every wave's a different canvas. And here's the heat replay of Emily Bork here. Yeah, every wave's a canvas. Everyone surfs the way they want to surf. You know, like, everyone's got different styles. Like, you can't compare Ian Crane to, like, you know, Asher Pacey or, like, yeah, Reeve Hazelwood or even Jack Robinson. Like, everyone's got different styles, and that's what's so cool about our sport because everyone's just riding a surfboard on, you know, a ripple of wave that, you know, is gone within like a couple of seconds, and every wave's different.
Yeah, it's the most exciting sport in the world, if you ask me. Maybe I'm biased, but here we go. This is a good-looking wave for Lucy Brown. 2 solid turns. Gets a third one in.
Cracked it.
That was, I reckon, the best wave of the heat we've seen so far. Last of Emily, a 3.6, so puts her up into first place. But you could see Lucy had struggled to get in a few waves before that. She was scratching to get in, finally gets in and gets into a good one. So really love this
CR2 Pro. I reckon. I can just tell. I'm just like the surfboard guru.
I used to love the Fever.
Yeah, see, I've been I actually just ordered my first CR2 Pro in the epoxy because I always just like this like fanatic of the Fever in the epoxy, just like everywhere, like the best board, hands down for anywhere.
Yeah.
Like, you know, if it's onshore, if it's good, like, oh, it was amazing.
Yeah, I don't ride for them anymore, but when I did, my sister and I did for a little while. We both loved the Fevers. We loved the Rook 15s. We weren't around when they brought out the CI Pro or the CI Pro 2. We just left when they brought out the Happy. Now, there's just so many shapes and styles from so many different brands where I feel like wherever you land, you're going to get yourself an excellent board, whether it's a DHD, a JS, an Almeric. The Axods look incredible at the moment too.
Axods?
The Axods? You seen
Axods?
Axods?
Yes.
Yeah. His Alex Cruz boards look incredible. They're coming out of the board lab. Chili's look amazing. Like, there's so many
even
shapes and designs at the moment.
I've really been enjoying, you know, like switching up a bit, riding like different boards. Like, love my ASIM like at the point at home. Like, it's just such a, you know, just smooth board, and you get so many waves.
Yeah,
that's why I go in very quick. So for like half an hour, like, okay, I feel a bit bad now getting too many waves.
Yeah, I've been doing something similar too. I've been riding a twin fin, and it's so fun, especially at the points up here. I mean,
Oh, cover. That would just go amazing.
It's amazing. I was just thinking about it on my break. I was like, I'm going to go surfing.
Bang! There's some money in that
Wow.
one. Lucy Brown.
That's going to be a big score for Lucy. So needed a 0.93.
So 5.67 for her first. I reckon that might even push her into first.
Oh, every day of the week. Every day of the week. That was a really strong turn. The judge had been paying critical manoeuvres.
Bang. A little fin ditch there. Good little screen grab on that one, I reckon, if I was a photographer. But
yeah, 5.67 just for that one turn. So
There you go.
strong surfing from Lucy Brown. Basically just had a 2-minute heat. And in 2 minutes went from 4th to 1st.
There you go. There you go. So Emily needing a 7.27. Jasmine looking for a 3.77. And Osha Curtis looking for a 5.1. And there's been actually a couple good clips of Osha Curtis coming through at the moment, like dropping the hammer at the point.
I'm not sure if you saw a few years ago that footage of
At
Osha
Nias
Curtis
clip.
at Nias. Yeah, incredible. And she was like a baby surfing this 8-foot barrel. I was just like,
Yeah.
oh my gosh, that is incredible. Right before the event started, not last year, the year before. So yeah, when Osha got that clip, all of us girls were kind of like, okay,
So sick, hey?
we're
I'm
not allowed to pull back anymore.
No. And that's what I mean too. There's so many like good young girls coming up at the moment. Like even in Hawaii, like I'm not sure you might know Zoe Bradshaw. Yep. So she's coming over to Australia and she just so like she's literally charging Kanduis. I'm like, I was over in the men's side. I was like, no, not for me. Not for me. I only like rides.
Yeah.
Even but yeah, I'm trying to think of some other names like coming through, like the Frasers from WA, like Oki Fraser and
Oh yeah, they're incredible. The Cullens, Bali
yeah, the
and
Cullens,
Loki
yeah.
they're next level actually. And I love how one's regular and one's goofy.
Yeah. I
Like,
can never
really-
tell the difference between the two of them. I think I went up to
Loki's the goofy footer.
I went up to Balin the other day because my like younger cousins are dating him or something. I was like, are you dating my cousin? And then he was like, oh, that's Loki. Like he was like down the beach because
Oh, stop!
he was like out of the
it.
water. I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh, little romance.
So yeah, they're pretty cool. Little Avcats. They've also just signed with Channel Islands as well and ripping it up. They're like, I feel like there's always like siblings in the surf industry that are just like surf really good together. Like you got all the Browns and you got the Cullens. I'm trying to think. There's definitely someone else I'm missing that are siblings.
Yeah, I don't know. The
Piper and
Starlings.
Marlon?
The Starlings.
The
are pretty
Starlings.
good.
Yeah. Oh my god. I don't know. I was just looking at you as one person. Then that's why I just completely like skipped my mind.
Oh no, I'm just kidding. I was being a silly girl. But Osha just did a really beautiful backhand rear on that last one, and like Emily finished off a good-looking wave too. So plenty of scores to lock in, but right now Lucy Brown has definitely been the standout. Sets approaching the lineup. Here we go, Jasmine Sampson on the inside, trying to get some work done. Good-looking section, gets up there, but can't follow through. So maybe didn't drive into that turn hard enough. But yeah, when she connects, like I said earlier, it's really impressive.
The Huppet sisters is another one.
The Huppets are amazing.
Wait, in this event? Mayo and Isla?
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. There's a lot of names that I thought would be in this event as well. Here we go. That is it for the replay. So Lucy Brown, top of the table. Emily Burt looking for a 7.27. Jasmine Sampson netting a 3.77. Osha Curtis looking for a 4.73. So her last wave a 3.2. Lucy Brown currently lying with priority. Emily Burke second priority. But yeah, what do you think? There's a lot of names that I'm just like, where are they now?
Yeah, I
off grid.
think some people are probably deciding to stay home and train for Avoca in
of course.
Newcastle, where some people like to train in a different way, which is probably getting heat practice in, hence why they're down here at the beautiful Barubi. So, yeah, I feel like it was a lot of personal preference coming into this. It was 2 weekends back-to-back of comps as well, so yeah, I don't know. It was definitely a bit of a mixed playing field when I saw the draw for this, but I've been loving the action we've been seeing so far.
It gets tiring, hey, because I remember last year it was like Burley, and then like the next day it was like the boomerang comp started, and then
Yeah.
you're like, oh, gotta drive 5 hours down the coast, and then you're just like,
Yeah. Well,
no,
it's
stop at Guzman Gomez at coughs, like.
Well, there's a pretty close back-to-back kind of run. So it goes Avoca, which finishes on the 8th, and then the 9th and 10th is the ABB up at Burley, and then Newcastle starts on the 11th. So then you go
Holy
back
moly.
down to Newcastle. So it's pretty back-to-back. So
I
these
would just be
guys have,
flying by that point. I don't think I could drive anymore.
they've got a massive season ahead of them, these guys. So
I was just talking to Dimmy about that before. I wonder how that works at Burley. I guess it depends on the swell with the whole tagging situation. Like, do you like stand on the beach and then have to run all the way around the point to, go jump off the rocks?
I've heard so many different things about how they're going to run it. I think it's going to be really interesting because we've never had the ABB run on a point break before.
Yeah.
There was talk of having a bottom booth and a top booth with cameras, so they run in on the beach, you run out off the rocks. So, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm excited to see how they play it out, but it's definitely my favourite event of the year, that's for sure.
Even what they did at the Usher, I remember they didn't do, because we only had 35 minutes. So here's Jasmine Sampson, nice hook off the top there, cracks it again. I don't know about you, but I reckon that's definitely higher than 377.
Yeah, like I said, when she connects, it's beautiful.
So
and she's
Emily's
definitely connected on that one.
Yeah, Emily's going to have to get a wriggle on. 4.5 minutes to go. But, it was 35 minutes, and, you got to get all 4 surfers in. Here's the replay for Jasmine Sampson. Nice swooping turn there, but this was right on the money. But, you got to get 4 surfers in within 35 minutes, and then there was so many, you couldn't clear the water out. So you pretty much get a wave and then you wave. So you kind of do like a claim.
Yeah, woohoo.
But yeah. So you feel bad when you get a bad wave and you got to claim and you're like, oh, this is so embarrassing.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was an amazing event, the Usher, and I'm excited for more tag team events with the ABB. But that last wave of Jasmine, I was going to say, I think that's the best wave of the heat, and it was a 6.4. So 2 really strong backhand Rios has her in a solid second place. Now Emily Burke looking for a 6.25 and Osha Curtis a 7.37. So, wow, that was a really pivotal moment in this heat. Jasmine needed a score. She made it happen, and she made it happen in a really substantial way.
There you have it, ladies and gents. You heard it here first. Jasmine Sampson is 6.4. Well, what they might do actually too, because I'm not sure if you remember, but we held the New South Wales versus Queensland.
I wasn't at that one.
Surfing game of origin, or like surfing origin.
That last year?
Surfing state of origin.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and what they did there, they definitely tagged. But it was different because it was in like heat form. So they did the heat, and then when they had the whole team surf together at the end, they did the tag team.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I wasn't at that event, but that sounds cool. I'd just like to touch on, really quickly, Osha Curtis' style is so textbook. She's got a really classic but technically really great backhand and forehand. I'm going to get a replay of this last one. I love how her back knee bends in and then looks at that target, gets up there for a vertical snap. Unfortunately, went for that second one where she probably didn't need to, but yeah, I just love her style, especially she's so young still, and she's really powerful and elegant at the same time. So I think Osha will definitely continue to do damage as she gets older and a little bit wiser in heats and stronger too.
Well, even I was just going to put a point on that too, that like even when she drives up the turn, it reminds me a lot of Kobe Clements. Like, and I know Kobe does a lot of Pilates work, and just gets so low and it looks so great, and it actually like makes a turn so critical.
Yeah,
and like exciting to watch, which is always what the judges are looking for.
Yeah,
but just under 2 minutes remaining here, so Lucy Brown, King of the Castle. Sorry, I say Queen of the Castle.
Queen of the Castle, yeah.
Slay. Lucy Brown, first priority. Emily Birkin, second priority. So Emily looking for a 6.25. Osha Curtis needing a 6.9. So that wasn't enough to move her into second that last wave.
Yeah, she got a 3.67 just for that one turn. So it's good encouragement, though, because she got a 3.67 for one turn. Now she knows if I can get 2 of those turns on one wave, I'm going to get that 6.9 that I need, and maybe even better. It's just the only enemy she has right now is the clock. There's 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. And the ocean is looking a little bit quiet, maybe a few lines down the beach. But yeah, it's a weird place to see Amelie into. You know, she's usually a really dominant surfer from the get-go. So we'll see if she can find that 6.25 in the next 50 seconds. But yeah, time and priority right now is her enemy.
Or even because Osha Curtis and stuff are still all doing their you know, the Oki Grom events and stuff. I think that might have been their last year, but it's such a different judging format.
Yeah.
So you're going from these junior comps where everyone's like on the same level, then you step up into a whole nother game in the QS series where, you know, you're competing against your idols, you're competing against people that have been doing it for like way longer than what you have, you know, like I know I've got a couple of heats with maybe you and True sometimes too, and I'm like, especially True last year at the Central Coast, I was talking about that heat with Dimmy before, with Dimity, and I was like, oh, it's such a stacked heat, and I'm just like just a little Grom, like trying to make their first like campaign debut on the QS series, but here we go, that is heat over.
I know it can be really daunting surfing against your idols, but I think like the more experience, the better. And
Absolutely.
yeah, even surfing, I mean, Philippa's next heat, that'll be a really interesting one. But yeah, we'll have to come back. Wow, Amelie, just after the hooter, that was such a great turn. At least we got to see some of her incredible backhand surfing. We are going to cut to a short break with the final hit of the day right after the
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome to Sydney. A place to feel alive. To feel free. Come feel it all and feel new.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back everyone to the final heat of the afternoon down here at beautiful Port Stephens. We are at the Camplify Port Stephens Pro QS 1000 event, and this is the final heat of the afternoon, and I've been pretty much looking forward to this heat all day. Philippa Anderson, one of my all-time favourite surfers in the world, is already up into a 5.17. So Smills is into her work already, and we've spoken at length about the fact that she's the one person, if I could choose one person I want to qualify for the championship tour, both men's and women's, would be her, because she has done the hard yards for a long period of time.
Yeah, I agree. She's a really exceptional surfer. 13 years she's been doing the QS, so that's a long time. She's got some prestigious wins under her belt too, and yeah, she's just an exceptional competitor. Wow, two good-looking waves here for both red and white. So Philippa already backing up that 5.17, two solid turns, and Oceana Rogers was on to a good start. So Maddie Poole left with priority out the back, but yeah, white and red just in sync with the ocean right now.
Exactly, and as we said, 13 years on the QE. And I think she's fallen short by one or two spots on about 3 or 4 occasions, if not even more. So she is a warrior for the fact that the longevity of her career has been so strong that she's just refusing to give up. And that's what I mean. You'd think that after a period of time you might go, maybe it wasn't meant to be, but Philippa is so strong in the mind, and her, look at the rail game she has. Like, she's so solid. Like, it'd be just great to see her get that one opportunity, because I believe her surfing really belongs at the elite level. And look at that, a 6.33. and a 5.17 in the first 3.5 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, exceptional
Bong
stuff.
gong.
She's so good, and she's so consistent too. And sometimes it's really frustrating coming up against a heat in Philippa because you kind of know going into it that she's going to get through. It's like a given that Philippa will get through. She's such a good competitor. I mean, she's served probably hundreds, maybe even 1,000 heats now over the last
imagine
13 years.
her heat, the number of heats she served in all levels of competition would be pretty incredible. And still these days, I'm pretty sure she's still on the Hayden shapes, is she?
Yeah, I'm pretty
She's
sure
been
she
rolling
is
through
too.
those Hayden shapes for years. I remember, I think Laura at one stage was riding Hayden's as well.
Yeah,
Do you remember that? No, she was. Yeah, Laura Enova definitely was riding Hayden shapes at some stage in her career.
Really?
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
Because she was on DH for a really long time.
Yeah,
and now she's on Dylan's.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that what she's riding?
Yeah, because Dylan makes those massive boards for her to chase those swells.
I wrote.
Dylan's Big Wave Dave himself.
Fun fact with her is I wrote 1,000 articles for the local newspaper over like a 17-year period.
1,000 articles.
It was just under 1,000, and
Oh my gosh.
she had more articles written by me than any other surfer on our beaches, and I think Hogg was second.
No way.
Yeah. We went through it. I did like these two massive encyclopedias, collaging all my writing from 2000 right up to 2017.
No
in order.
way.
In order. It took like 5 months to do this.
I was going to say, did that take you forever?
Yeah, and we put it together, and I went through and just took some notes about what surfers had such success from our regional point of view, and Laura was definitely number one.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, pretty incredible. And then, of course, someone of the Nash, of someone like Hoggy,
Yeah.
of course, he was going to be up there.
Well, both Hogg and Laura recently became life members of North Narrabeen Board Riders, which is a pretty big deal because Northie is one of the longest standing board riders clubs in the world. I'm sure it's like maybe the first or second oldest.
Who's the oldest? Is it D?
We're 64, 1964.
Wow. Maybe is it Burley or someone?
Someone like
I know
that.
DY's been around a long, long time
Forever.
as well. Yeah, DY surfing fraternity has been around a long time. I'm just going off what we have down on our beaches, but yeah, when it comes to producing world-class surfers, I've always said Narrabeen is probably number one in my books in the world. At one stage, you guys had 5 surfers on the men's world championship tour at the same time.
Oh my gosh.
Let's see how your history is. Reckon you can name them?
Brett Bano, Mark Bano.
No.
Oh.
You're close.
Brett Bano.
No.
Mark Bano?
Yes.
Okay, Mark Bano. I'm thinking that the people I'm thinking of are Davo. Who's Davo?
There's 2.
Hoggy.
3.
Oh, that was a really nice second turn. Davo, Hoggy. The next people down that I can think of are Davey, but that's too far down.
No, you're going too far.
Duma wasn't
back.
on the tour at the same time.
Duma was
What? Duma?
Yeah, and Webby.
Oh, Noodles.
Noodles.
Oh my gosh, because I thought Duma, but I was like, nah, he wouldn't have been on at the same
I'm
time.
pretty sure Duma was at the back end of his career. But yeah, there was 5. Pretty incredible when you consider that there was 34 guys on the world tour, whatever it was.
And 5 of them are from Narrabeen.
From the one beach, not the one region, the one beach.
Wow. That's amazing.
There you go, fun fact. And right now, the fun fact is the Nova Castrian is out in the lead with that 6.33 and a 5.17. Surfing White, the young gun, who's been ultra impressive in the last couple of years, locked in a 5-point ride and a 4.37. And where is she from?
Oceana Rogers?
Yep.
Lennox.
Lennox? No, down south. She's from Southbridge.
Yeah, Osha Curtis is from Lennox.
So she comes
Oceana
from
Rogers.
that kind of stable from Southbridge with the Sammy Lowe's, Lennox Smith.
Yeah.
Those Jarvis comes from down that way.
I got my Osha and Oceana confused. But yeah, she's a really impressive surfer. I've always said that I feel like she has an old school style. I feel like her backhand is Oki-esque. She's got a really good backhand. She's a strong goofy footer, and when she connects, she can be pretty unstoppable.
Certainly can. And we saw it from her from a very young age. And like you said, she's got that sort of old school rail game, but also she's got a lot of power. And what I love is I've seen her lock in a couple of times in her career, like 10-point ride.
Yeah. Yeah, Ocean Brook.
It's like having a hole in one in golf.
Have you had a hole? Oh, no. We spoke about this earlier, didn't we?
No, never.
Not yet. Maybe next week.
Not yet. Maybe next week.
Yeah, maybe next week.
I'm hoping I'll win a BMW. But down to 10.5 minutes to go. But
I just see you rock up here for the Evoca comps in a BMW. I'll go, yeah.
Come on, get in. Let's go for a joyride. As we see Philippa Anderson looking at this left, up and riding on the backhand. And tags that first turn, comes nice and deep. Gets plenty of pop out of that second manoeuvre. And again, how she fitted a third turn into that wave is pretty incredible.
Yeah, she had beautiful flow down the line, but also power at the same time. Because sometimes I feel like if you're too down the line, you lose that kind of mongrel effect to your turns. So she floats this section here, but still has so much aggression behind it, and then kicks it up for a third turn there. So, yeah, really beautifully surfed there from Philippa. She's looking to better a 517. What are you thinking? That is a 517?
I'm a little bit worried about that first turn. It was more of a setup turn, but I love the amount of pop she got out of that second manoeuvre that gave her that nice little edge and that little angle into that final turn.
Yeah,
so
5.7.
A 5.7. So it wasn't as good as the best way, but definitely through the sheer, volume of movement, the judges locked in 5.70.
We go Maddie Poole up and riding, but that one just not eventuating for us. We got a 3.4 for that two-turn combination on her last wave. I feel like that she had a bit of downtime in between those two turns, so the judges may be capping that score a little bit because when Philip is linking turns together like that, setting the scale pretty high, we're going to get a replay of it again. So, yeah, I agree with you, Jimmy. Bit of a setup turn. This is where she really starts to go to town down the line, and I don't even know how she brought that back around. Really impressive stuff.
Definitely on one of those 18-shape boards, and you can say that black rail, and she's definitely identified the kind of wave she's looking for out there, and execution, perfection.
Perfection, that's right. So 8 minutes, 45 seconds to go in the final heat of the day. Tomorrow we'll be rolling into a pretty stacked day of competition. So I think the men finalists will surf 4 times.
Yep, definitely.
And the women's will surf 3 times. The men will go round of 32, quarterfinal, semi-final, final. And the women are straight into the quarters.
I'm actually really excited about the fact that we're using the 4-surfer format in this 1000 event, because I feel like that really puts a little bit more pressure. It's definitely a change up in the mindset when it comes to surfing the 2-surfer athlete format.
Yeah.
Where with a 4 surfers in the lineup, both men's and women's, even though there is priority in those heats, it's definitely a change up and a definite kind of it's more intense.
Yeah, 4-man heats aren't easy. And I think the luxury that we see in those higher events like the 3,000 and 5,000 is that once you get to the quarterfinals, you're 2-man and onwards, and a 2-man heat is a luxury. You have one other competitor out there. There's less noise, less people to think about, less priority to think about. So I feel like, surfing 4-man heats is definitely adding the pressure, but it'll push the people who are most comfortable in that environment and push them to the top of the pack, I'd say.
Yep, definitely have to bring your A game. And from what we've seen from both the men and women today, wow, it's going to be an absolute doozy tomorrow. So don't miss a thing. If you can't be with us live on the beach, definitely get onto WSL, click onto the links, join us for the Camplify Port Stephens Pro, just the first of the New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And right now we see Philippa Anderson out there with 7 to go, 12.03 to wave combination. She'll be looking to offload that 5.7 just to build that sort of barrier against both second and third. Maddie Poole needs a 5.04 to move up from third to second, and the young gun from down south needs a 7.03 to go into first.
Yeah, there's just a little bit of pressure starting to build on Maddie Poole. Needs a 5.04. 6 minutes 20 to go, third priority. The blessing in disguise in this heat is that it's a 3-person heat. Yeah. So this is the only 3-person heat these ladies will surf. Maddie just coming unstuck there, but I'm loving the aggression to try and that 5.4 that she's looking for. But I think she needs to sit and wait for one of those bigger looking lefts or rights that we saw Oceana and Philippa get their bigger scores on.
Yeah, definitely. And a massive shout out to Molly Picklin, who became the second person in history to go back-to-back at Sunset in the women's, and Jack Robbo goes up into second position, I do believe, on the ratings as well. So a really solid day for the Aussies. Last year when we were up here commentating, I spent a lot of time with Bemmy, and Jack was in here training and getting ready, and he had such a stellar start to the year last year, and then injury sort of cruelled him in the middle of 2023, but he looks very, very ready to roll. He looks sharp.
Yeah, he does, and he definitely was someone who I feel like a lot of people would have picked to be in that top end of that draw, but he had his work cut out for him. You know, Geordie Smith was looking on fire as well, but Kanoa ended up getting the jump on Geordie. It's Oceana. Wow, solid turn there for Oceana Rogers, and pulls it off. I think that one turn will better her 4.37.
Yeah, Kanoa was very, very good.
Yeah,
stoked I had him in the fantasy team.
Yeah, when I was paying you out for that this morning too. Here we go, Philippa Anderson, good looking right rip bowl. Kind of gets hung up on that first turn there. That's better from Philippa, trying to get something more down the line. Nothing's going to happen. But yeah, there's only, not sure if you know this either, but Gary Kong Elkerton is the only man to ever go back-to-back at Sunset, ever. And it was in 1987 and 1988.
Can you tell me who won the world titles then?
It was 88. Barton? No. Is it? Yes! Oh my gosh, I'm so good. No. And 87, Tom Carroll? I have no idea.
Oh, no, 87.
Should I look it up?
Look it up. I know BL won 88. Well, it might have been Duma and BL 87, 88. Or maybe Duma was 89, 91. I'd have to look up I know that it was around that time. I know BL actually won in one of those 2 years, as we see that last wave of the surfer in wide. A 6.93 puts her in the second position, and this is a little bit more tricky now, Jess, for Maddie Poole. So she's now needing a 7.60. So what's Wikipedia telling you?
You were bang on. Damien Hardman, I should have known this, won in 87, and Barton Lynch won in 88. Frida Zamba won in 88, and Wendy Botha won in 87.
Yep. See, I've got way too much time on my hands to go all the way back. Yeah. Incredible period of time for our region, the Northern Beaches, when you had the likes of BL, Tommy, Lane, Pam Burridge, and even like going a little bit further down the line, we had Chelsea.
Yeah.
I mean, people will say that she's from Queensland, but
no, she's not. No.
Do you remember her original name?
Chelsea Georgeson. Yeah.
Yes. I was just having a good chat to her outside before, because I'm pretty sure she's been inducted into the Hall of Fame, actually.
Yeah, this year she got inducted into the Hall of Fame,
which is an amazing achievement.
Yeah. Australian Surfing Awards are on the 28th this year, so that is when she'll be inducted. And yeah, she's an absolute icon, and she gives back to the generation now, like Sierra and Ellie and Kira Buckpitt and these girls. She gives back so much, and she's such a good coach. And honestly, she's
incredible human. I
Yeah.
mean, to be honest, in all the years that I've had anything to do with her, like I remember running the region when Chelsea came through as like a 14-year-old, just smiling assassin, and she won. I was there when she won her first ever World Junior title.
Oh wow!
Yeah, on home soil, and I'm pretty sure the final, if I remember correctly, was in huge waves. It was supposed to be at Avalon, and it was basically too big at Avalon, and we held the women's final, I think, around at Palmy.
Really?
Yeah.
How big was Palmy?
Probably 6 foot or something, but it was huge. And I remember that
Especially
year.
Palmy. It's hard to surf when it's 6 foot.
And I do remember the men's. The 16s was won by Benny Dunn and Jay Quinn.
Benny Dunn.
Maz Quinn's brother won the 18s.
Wow.
Yeah. Or
It's
either
like
that
a
or the other way
dictionary
around.
for surfing history.
It just means I've been around way too long. I should be put out to pasture. As we see the surfer in blue having a good look at this wave. Needs a score.
This is a massive moment for Maddie Poole right now. Needs to get some work done on the inside. 40 seconds to go. That wave just not panning out like she was hoping she would. Philippa Anderson, though, she looked like she was having a look. She looked like she had a bit of mongrel to make sure that she came out on top in this heat. But 25 seconds to go. The young gun might
She's a lapse to everyone out there, the young gun. But yeah, it's great to see Chelsea get just reward, and I'm pretty sure 28th it is the Surfing Australia Awards. And what a night! That is the night of nights when it comes to recognising the history of surfing within Australia. As we see surfing red up and right in, that is Philippa Anderson. That board, I will say something, looks so quick and so light and energetic under her feet.
Well, that is all that she wrote for competition today. We'll have to wait and see what that score comes in at, but we probably will have to leave that for tomorrow. First call will be at 7 a.m, so we'll see you guys tomorrow for final day.
Enjoy your afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being with us. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you down here at Four Seasons. Get down here if you're a local. Check it out. See some of the best up-and-coming surfers in the world doing their thing.